checking that our audience are with us, which they now are. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of CSERs conference this year. Good morning to those of you who are in the room. Thank you for coming back for day 2, and our online audience, as always, a pleasure to have you here. Today we'll follow a very similar rhythm to yesterday, with a slight difference that we have only 2 talks this morning, and we'll break at 11:15 for coffee, so you'll be able to get your caffeine a little earlier than yesterday. One exception is tonight we won't be having the same kind of organised dinner, but if you would like to join a group going for dinner, it's very relaxed. There are up to 14 spaces available to go for dinner with Hayden, who introduced our lightning talks yesterday, and just let the reception desk know if you'd like to join that group. Otherwise, I'm sure we'll be self-organising into groups going to pubs and restaurants around Cambridge, and if you want any advice, we're here for that. So this second day is focused on real catastrophes and what we can learn from them. We'll hear in about half an hour or so from our colleague Lara Mani, who specialises in this area, and we'll give a lecture about her approach to communication and outreach, including taking a scenario-based approach to catastrophe response. And she'll also lead a workshop this afternoon. And again, if you'd like to sign up for that workshop from 2:30 to 4:30, unfortunately, just for those of you in the room, there is a sign-up sheet by reception. But first, I wanted to hand over to SJ Beard to give their perspective on this idea of real catastrophe, what it means, perhaps the unexpected as well as the expected meaning, and examples of the stresses of what that can lead to this kind of catastrophe. So SJ Beard, amongst many other things that they do at CSER, is a senior research associate, looking particularly at the ethics of human extinction, and has been around the centre for a number of years, has been very useful in directing some of my thinking, and I hope can help frame today in a useful way for you all too. So SJ, I'll lead over to you. Your slides are just over here. Try and remove all the pens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jess, and thanks everyone for joining. I really enjoyed yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to today. Jochem closed yesterday with this rather mic drop of a statement. There are only 2 outcomes. Either we're successful and continue to live on, or we don't. Today, we look at the we don't. And I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard, as it were, the noise of thunder. One of the 4 beasts saying, "Come and see." And I saw. And behold, a white horse. And he that sat on him had a bow, and a crown was given unto him. And he went forth conquering and to conquer. And when he had opened the 2nd seal, I heard the 2nd beast say, "Come and see." And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another. And there was given unto him a great sword. And when he had opened the 3rd seal, I heard the 3rd beast say, "Come and see." And I beheld, and lo, a black horse. And he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand. And I heard a voice in the midst of the 4 beasts say, "A measure of wheat for a day's wage, and 3 measures of barley for a day's wage. And see, thou hurt not the oil and the wine." And when he had opened the 4th seal, I heard the voice of the 4th beast say, "Come and see." And I looked, and behold, a pale horse. And his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the 4th part of the earth, to kill with the sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. I wanted to start with these words because these are the words of a prophet of doom. And I think everyone in this room, one way or another, will have had to struggle with that archetype. Will have had to struggle with being told that, oh, well, people have been predicting the end of the world for a long time, and they keep on being proved wrong. And it's a very strange thing to find ourselves in the same position that people have been placing themselves in for millennia, of saying that the world could end soon. And how do you escape from this archetype? Well, one of the key things that we have in our arsenal and that we really need to focus on is we are interested in real catastrophes. These aren't supernatural forces. They're not even largely exogenous things that are going to come in from outside that we have no control over. These are just real, everyday events consistent with the laws of nature as we understand them, and that we may well be powerless to prevent. But I think that's not all that we can say. And I think it's worth reflecting a little bit about what a prophet is and what prophets do. And when you look, you find that we're actually not at all similar. So for a start, prophets make these infallible predictions. They cannot be wrong. When a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the thing does not come about or come true, that is a thing which the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously, and you shall be not afraid of him. We don't do this. We're very reluctant to make predictions. We talk about risks. We talk about possibilities. We talk about generalities. We talk about laws. And another thing is that when prophets make their predictions, as that quote kind of implied, they're not speaking for themselves. They're not using their judgment or their foresight or their ability. They're merely being a spokesperson for this higher power that tells them, or supposedly tells them, what's happening. For no prophet was ever made by an act of human will, but men moved by the Holy Spirit spoke from God. Well, not only are we not making predictions, but we're using our own science, our own judgment. And even worse, from a kind of biblical standpoint, we change our minds. We say, I thought that that was a big risk, but actually now I don't think it is. And then finally, prophets, prophets do not seek to persuade. They do not seek to convince. They do not seek to change minds. And often as not, they don't even seek to They don't even seek to mend the error of people's ways. Their job is simply to be there to tell the story about what's going wrong and to make sure that when the bad thing happens, they can say, I told you so. Today I have made you a fortified city, an iron pillar and a bronze wall to stand against the whole land, against the kings of Judah, its officials, its priests, and the people of the land. They will fight against you, but will not overcome you, for I am with you to rescue you. Well, maybe on a bad day, but generally, that's not what we're about. Our job is not to tell the world what is going to go wrong and then sit there and watch it happen. Our job is to prevent it. There was one more point. So I think we don't fit into the prophetic archetype very well. But I do think that these concerns that we have, that this trying to position ourselves as something different, something other than prophets of doom, can lead us into a comfort zone where we find it quite easy to talk about what we were talking about yesterday, about the possible future risks in all their complexity, your favorite word, complex, about all the general forces, the general science, the future risks. We can talk about those. And we also want to talk about these global solutions, these things that we're trying to bring about that are going to prevent these risks from happening. We can talk about those. But I think there is still something in this archetype that makes it really hard for us to think about the catastrophes themselves, to think about what might go wrong, and to be willing to really stand up publicly and talk about that. When we do talk about what might go wrong, though, I think, for me, I immediately see one of the big differences between the way I see the world and the way I think a lot of people in this room and a lot of people on the Zoom see this world, and the way that most people do, and why it can be so hard to talk about what we talk about. Because there are these two catastrophes, two kinds of catastrophe going on, and I think this is really apparent when we look at the situation in Ukraine at the moment. We see the seen catastrophe. We see thousands of people dying. We see a country being destroyed. We see millions of people being rendered homeless, made to move, become refugees, have their lives turned upside down. It's awful. But we also see the unseen catastrophe, the fact that decisions that are being made by politicians and military leaders have put the nuclear threat level to higher than it has been since the Cuban Missile Crisis, maybe since ever. It's kind of getting hard to tell these days. And that this could lead to the deaths of hundreds of millions of people, if not more. And I have my estimates for what that risk is, what that expected death toll is. I'm sure many of you do too. And we see both of these catastrophes. And it can be tempting to say, well, one of these is more important than the other. That we need to talk about the seen catastrophes. We really need to focus on them because the damage that they do is real and it's all around us and it's urgent. Or we need to talk about the unseen catastrophes because the damage that they could do is so much greater. But I think that's not what we should do. I think it's bad to try and put these two kinds of catastrophe in opposition to one another. Because at their heart, they're the same. They are both real catastrophes. One of the reasons that they're the same is that it's the same kind of forces, the same situation, the same rules, the same laws that are in operation in both. One of the most profound lessons I had about existential risk I learned from Gordon Wu, who's with us here, who talks about the need, when you are looking at catastrophes that have happened, to engage with the contingencies of how things might have gone wrong. And I know so many times I've watched the news and sort of thought, oh, well, what if this additional bad thing happens? And then it doesn't, and I feel kind of silly. Why was I worrying about something that wasn't going to happen? But that's not right. When you see a catastrophe, you become aware of all the things that could go wrong, and you have a great opportunity to do something about them. Whereas if you only focus on what actually happened, you lose that. I think there are also a great many practical reasons why we need to talk about real catastrophes and why we need to try and make the unseen catastrophes seem more real and more visible, that speak directly to this project of not being prophets of doom, of being something better than that. So, yeah, one thing is we can learn. We can learn from what has happened. We can learn from past catastrophes. And the lessons are often not obvious ones. That most of the damage in a large disaster is done after the disaster itself. In the days and weeks following, when people aren't able to rebuild their lives or when bad policy decisions are made, when you consider the knock-on effects of the economy and public health and so on. That's a lesson I learned from Julius Weitzdörfer, who's also here and who'll be speaking later. I think it's going to be one of the main themes for the panel that we'll have later this morning on learning from COVID-19 and other catastrophes. It also draws our minds to the specificity of the catastrophes facing us and their diversity, that it really isn't just one thing that constitutes existential risk. There are so many things that might go wrong, and they are all different. They are all unique. But it's not only that we can do that, we can start to plan. We can start to set up scenarios, war games, that Shahar was talking about yesterday. We can think through all the different things that might go wrong and actually start working out how to prevent them. And we can also use these as tools to get people, all sorts of people who do not think about themselves as interested in existential risk. We can show them how they can also be involved in mitigating risks, in responding to disasters, in building resilience. We can give people that practical, hands-on experience for what is a subject that can often seem very esoteric. I know those are going to be important lessons in Lara Mani's talk, because she talks about what she's learned from communicating about real catastrophes with volcanoes and her work with scenarios later today. And then even further beyond that, it's a way that we can engage the broadest possible audience by using examples that are concrete and meaningful and relatable to people. Because the number of people who work on existential risk, the number of people who see themselves as falling into this amorphous group of existential risk studies is small. But the number of people who are concerned with existential risk is very, very large. And we can and we should make use of all of them. And this is a way to bring that message home and to show people how this relates to them. And this is a subject I think Brian is likely to be likely to come up in Brian Walsh's talk at the end, and in his work for Vox and for how we get these kind of messaging across to the widest possible audience. So I don't want to just repeat or go over what those people are going to say. I think they're all going to be really interesting talks. I want to instead move on in the second half of my talk to talk about one way that I think we can start to make these unseen catastrophes more visible, more real, and start to think through what they might look like. And that's by thinking about the geography of existential risk. I think when people talk about existential risks, we have a lot of these kind of system mapping diagrams, which are great. I love them. We have a lot of kind of timelines, charts, graphs, curves. We saw that wonderful cartoon, Pablo's cartoon about the disasters are combining better than we did, and you see all these lines on graphs. But catastrophes also have a geography. And when I was thinking about this, I was thinking about this picture, Earthrise, and it's got a really seminal place in the history of our field. In Christmas 1968, the Apollo 8 astronauts on their way back from the moon gave a Christmas broadcast, and they showed the world the first very grainy black and white television pictures from space. And Bill Anders took this photograph that was later published and became incredibly famous, and so many movements and ideas about existential risk date from this picture. And I've heard from many people who saw it for the first time what a powerful impact it had on their lives. But of course, this was taken quite a few years before I was born. I think quite a few years before a lot of people in this room were born. And when we look at it now, when I look at it now, it's a symbol. It stands for our mission to space. It stands for our realization of existential risk. But it's not a symbol, it's a planet. It's just another planet in space. And as catastrophes unfold, they are going to unfold on this real world. The first map I want to use to talk about this is a bit of an odd map for talking about existential risk, because it's a map about population density, but I'm a bit of a population geek. So I couldn't resist starting with this map. And there's lots of ways of looking at where the people on Earth live, but I just love this one so much. About half the people in the world live within this small circle. It's 6% of the Earth's surface area, 14% of its land area. It's got obviously almost all of China, almost all of India, Java, Southeast Asia, Korea. If, as is often done with global catastrophes, we think about a global catastrophe as something that would kill 10% of the Earth's population, anything that would kill 20% of the people in this circle would be a global catastrophe. Anything that would kill 20% of the people outside of this circle is a global catastrophe. I think it's really interesting to just reflect on that, on where we are, as we think about where the risks are, and as we think about where our attentions are in terms of mitigating those risks. A question that this map brings up for me is the question of, well, why? Why are there so many people there? And it's an interesting story, because as Europeans, when we talk about why people are in a certain place, we have a habit of talking about migration. It's kind of our thing. But actually, probably half of the world's population have been living within that circle for a long time. That is, there are movements of people within this circle, there's lots and all sorts of things, but that has been the center of mass of humanity for centuries, quite likely millennia. And at least one of the reasons for this is the area's incredible fertility, in the very natural sense. Its ability to bring forth, food that we need to survive, and therefore to support a larger population than anywhere else on Earth. And so this is a map. These are some maps from our world in data. On the top, so these are the 6 largest crops. On the top left to right, we've got wheat and maize and rice, and on the bottom right, we've got soybeans, and then bananas in the middle, and then on the bottom left, we've got the biggest crop we grow by tonnage, sugarcane. Why? There are many areas in the world that grow these things. I'm not saying that South and Southeast Asia are the only places that we rely on, but you will see that they stand out as being the places that keep on coming up again and again and again. And actually, this is a pattern that goes all the way down. I looked at a whole lot of charts for this. This also means, though, that as well as being a place that we need to consider about how disastrous it would be for the people, it would also be really disastrous for our food supply and for many other things as well. Our economy, manufacturing, so much. This is a map from Lara Mani's paper on global catastrophic risk from low magnitude volcanoes. So now we starting to look at the different risk drivers. And this is just such a wonderful map for showing a kind of risk that I think a lot of us had not paid enough attention to. And I think to look at this map is to really begin to realize, okay, no, this needs more attention. So obviously what Lara and her team have done is to plot where the volcanoes are, but to also plot where the critical infrastructure is. And there was a bit of a longer presentation of this in the lightning talks yesterday. Mike Cassidy, I think it was, gave a bit of a talk to her about these critical infrastructure. But then they identified the key pinch points, the key areas where a volcanic eruption could do most harm. And you will immediately see there are 7 pinch points. 4 of these are in this circle. And I think this is not at all surprising. One reason being, well, if that's where the people are, that's where so much of the critical infrastructure is going to be. But I think another thing, and another image, I think, from Mike's talk, he showed the fallout from the Toba volcanic eruption. And when he showed it, he didn't say what it was. And I thought it was this graph, because there was such a strong correlation. And this volcanology feeds into the soils in the area and has made it one of the things that has made it such a fertile area for food production. So these things start to come together. You start to see that this really is just a planet that we're living on. This is not some arbitrary thing. There are rules and processes that explain how we got where we are. Other sorts of risks. This is another map we talk about a lot, about where the nuclear weapons are and where it's really bad if we start to get wars, if we start to get political tension. And there are lots of lessons we can draw from this. I mean, it's incredible just how many nukes that Russia and the USA feel they need, and still feel they need. And they're just sitting there, sleeping in their silos, waiting for a sufficiently badly handled crisis to unleash their destruction. But also, we start to see about, nuclear proliferation. Again, it's a force. It follows predictable paths where there are tensions, where there is proximity between, the US and Russia, between Russia and China, between China and India, between India and Pakistan. The nukes kind of follow the routes of where the conflicts are likely to happen. Or we can look at climate change. We think about climate change as being a global problem, and we talk about the global average temperature rise. But actually, it's not. It's unevenly distributed. This map shows heat stress. There are other maps, that would show droughts or show the highest temperature rises in the Arctic and the Antarctic. But it's going to affect different people in different ways. And as you see, where the pink areas where actually there's going to be a huge increase in heat stress from climate change in the coming decades. This map was put together by colleagues at the British Antarctic Survey. But it's not just natural phenomenon. We can also talk about technological risks. This map comes from the Biolab project, and this is a map showing where all the highest security, the BSL-4 biolabs, either where they've been built or where they're proposed. Again, you see some familiar patterns. I mean, technological powerhouses in Europe and the USA and China, but actually, where there are people, there are biolabs being built because we're doing this research. This is an important part of what humans do at the moment. And there are more and more of these things coming out all the time. And then finally, even AI can be mapped. And these maps are from a project called Where in the World is AI? And I'm sorry, they're really small and you probably can't see any of them, but I really encourage you. This is probably my favorite of all the maps that I looked at, and it's a wonderful tool, and do Google it and look it up. So the map on the top left, the project is a database of news stories about AI, and they classify them as to whether it's good news about AI or bad news about AI, and they work out where the story is coming from as well, and then you can map it. So on the top left, you see a plot of all the good news stories about AI, and on the bottom right, you see a plot of all the bad news stories about AI, and they're color-coded according to the kind of what the AI has been used for. And when I look at these maps, when you look at the good things, you see that there's quite a strong concentration, that there's lots of these good news stories about AI coming out of Europe and North America. But the bad things about AI seem to be much more evenly distributed. And I don't want to jump to any conclusions about why this is. Is this about, AI companies in one country being hired to do things in other countries, or is it about where there is better and worse regulation of these technologies? There's all sorts of things that are going on here. But actually, yeah, even AI, even this great future force that we kind of think about as pervading, all of our societies at the moment, even this has a geography to it, and we can start to see how this interconnects with this one planet we have, and how things are already going wrong, and what might happen next. So I think it's tempting when we look at these maps. I certainly found it tempting to start writing stories. The volcano, the wave, the biolab, the pandemic, the heat, the hunger, the crisis, the bombs. It comes very easily as you start to look at these things, as you start to see these overlays of where we're vulnerable, where the risks are, how they might cascade from one to another. And I was going to, in an early version of this talk, I was going to give you some stories about this, but I think actually that's the wrong lesson to draw, because these maps tell many stories. And what we need to do is we need to be interested in all of them, not try and pick one and say, oh, that's the thing that's going to go wrong. That's the prophet of doom route, to start making predictions all the time. We need to understand. We need to look at what we can learn from catastrophes that have gone before, and where these catastrophes have happened and how they played out. We need to be aware of all the catastrophes that could be coming our way, and then we need to work out how to use what we learn from the one to prevent the other. But I think there's one more thing I just want to briefly mention. It was a question that came up on the Discord yesterday from Gabrielle Nord. She said, I find that most thought has been devoted to how we might want to change our current society and the problems threatening us. Might this not lead to a scenario where we inevitably face new problems, which may in turn threaten our existence again? This cycle of risk management evolving into new risks I find is dangerous. Might it not be preferable to imagine a world we want to live in, and then alter our policies accordingly? And I want to end in this because I think there's something that was missing when I originally wrote this talk, because I'm talking about us not being prophets of doom. But we're also not saviors of humanity. We are not the people here who are saying, we know what's going to go wrong and we know all the answers how to stop it. We don't. We do not know what the future is bringing. We are not trying to show humanity its sins and get it to repent in order to save itself. We are the people who are courageous enough to look at these maps, to look at the news and see all the real catastrophes that other people can't see. And we're curious enough to try and engage in this project of building existential hope, to try and understand how we can make it so that when we look at this planet of ours, it seems safe, rather than seeming dangerous or vulnerable. And we are the people with the commitment to making these safer worlds happen. I really hope you enjoy day 2.
Thank you, SJ. And as you well illustrated at the end of that talk, SJ was very active on our Discord channel yesterday, and I'm sure we'll be back on later when they are not in the room with us. So actually, we're moving on now to an hour spent with Lara Mani, one of our colleagues at CSER, whose work has been mentioned, I think, possibly more than anyone else's in the last 2 days. And the very map that SJ showed of volcanic risk does come from Lara's work. But actually, it's another aspect of it that we're going to hear about today. So Lara is a research associate at CSER, and she works on understanding how to improve knowledge of global risk to increase our ability to turn that into action. So on the communication and action that comes from this greater analysis. And her PhD evaluated the effectiveness of using video games to understand volcanic hazards and to educate people in the Eastern Caribbean about them. And we've heard a lot more in the last 2 days about her wider work on volcanoes and those risks. But now we're hearing a little bit more in 45 minutes or so, or for 45 minutes or so, from Lara on what works for global catastrophic risk communication, how to actually get from that place of analysis to action. So Lara, I'll give you the stage for 45 minutes, and then we'll have 15 minutes for questions, finishing at 11:15. The floor is yours, and your presentation is there.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Jess, for the introduction. And yeah, it's a bit overwhelming what I'm learning is I evidently work too hard and I need to take some holiday. So expect an annual leave request from me soon. So yeah, I'm switching more towards my communication work that I've been trying to think about a bit at CSER over the last couple of years. In my head, I'm devastated to present this to you now because in 6 months' time, I know it'll be a million times better because obviously some of these bits and bobs are still in progress as we're going through the project. So I'm going to try and draw some very basic conclusions, but I hope that I'll be able to share some of those later as we go through this project. So just kind of very briefly on what I'm going to be talking about, just going to give you a very whistle-stop tour of how we're communicating about global catastrophic risk, what are the challenges of those communications, the methods and tools that we can use, and learning from real-time crises as well. So how are we currently communicating? And this, when I say we, I mean the field of existential risk, global catastrophic risk, and us as CSER as well, and many of the other organisations that are also within this room. And I can't start anywhere else but the Doomsday Clock, and of course the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. So the Doomsday Clock, as many of you know, each year it's announced at the end of January how close we are to the apocalypse in a time sequence. And we are currently 100 seconds to midnight, which is the closest. I'm just going to look for some nods in the room. I think it's the closest we've ever been to midnight. And ultimate doom. Of course, it's an artistic piece. It's not a technical piece. There is no calculation behind how they, it's decided by a committee. But what's so brilliant about both the Doomsday Clock and the Bulletin are they've been going for over 75 years. They remain relevant today. People still listen to the announcements. It's got an amazing readership of the Bulletin of over 35 million people per year. And that is a predominantly young audience, which is obviously that one that's really difficult to capture in communications. And when they do that announcement, of course, they have incredibly famous people that stand, Mary Robinson and Ban Ki-moon and Jerry Brown. And it just gets covered by global media all over the world. So this is something we're doing that's getting a bit of attention. But what else are we doing? And there's going to be a few shout-outs here for some people that I think are doing some great stuff. So FLI, and we've got Gigi with us this week from the Future of Life, and they've been doing, they have a mandate of outreach and policy work, and they've their films of slaughterbots, and their most recent one that came out last year? December. Slaughterbots Kill. And these have got massive viewership online, millions of views of these. So kind of these short films about lethal autonomous weapons. And Shahar, a few years ago, managed to develop a module for Civilization 5 on superintelligence into the gaming space and expanding into thinking about how we can introduce some of the themes of existential risk into existing communications. Probably one of the most popular right now is obviously Toby Ward's book, And the Precipice, and it's just one of many. We've got a million books in this field, and as we're all dying for the grand futures. Can we just... but including things, Martin Rees's wonderful books on our final century, and all of those wonderful pieces of literature that we've produced. Back to FLI as well, and the Future of Life Award, another one, a wonderful example of of celebrating people within the field of existential risk that have made a substantial contribution to humanity. And I think this is Petrov's family. Is that right? Yeah. Looking at Gigi, yeah, Petrov's family, the chap that managed to save us all from a nuclear war. So, yeah, we're doing loads of stuff. I mean, I could show you a million examples of things we're doing. And all of us are doing something. There's podcasts, op-eds, books, articles, short films, game modules, awards. But my big question is, but this is all great, but what's the impact of what you're doing? And this is something that I've been reflecting on a little bit since I joined CSER. And it's very much what I'm interested in understanding is understanding how what the impact is of our communications and what we're able to achieve through them. And why does impact matter? Well, how would you feel if you received this? Ballistic missile threat inbound to Hawaii. Seek immediate shelter. This is not a drill. And this was a text message that was sent a few years ago by accident during a scenario training exercise to all residents in Hawaii. It took 38 minutes to cancel this message. And in that time, there's some wonderful things on Twitter if you want to read more about what people did. They went to go and view the ocean for the last time. They drank with strangers in supermarkets. They did all sorts of wonderful things. But the point is that if ever we need people to take action to anything or take any of our messaging seriously, we've got to make sure that the communications we do are effective. So what does successful communication look like? Well, if you know the answer, then you can have my job. We're still working on this, but it really depends on what you're trying to achieve. So you need to, not every communication should be the same. So it depends on why you're communicating, who you're communicating to. So who is that audience? Who are you trying to make the messages reach? How are you communicating? What methods, tools, and techniques? And what would you like to happen as a result? What is that impact that you're trying to achieve as a result of your communications? And so when I talk about communications, I guess I have a model, and for some reason I drew it as a triangle, and perhaps it's not a triangle, but it just felt like that was the right thing to draw. And I tend to kind of think of two key audiences and two models for communication. One is that you can communicate to mass publics, and what the mechanism for change would be is by in kind of promoting some kind of activism in which people seek change of decision makers. And possibly the best example of that's probably climate change, but also, you know, around things like microplastics and straws that, you know, we heard yesterday were banned. The other model is to just skip ahead of that step and go in more at the policy and decision makers and just try to affect change at that level. And the reason that I think there are two different ones is because some messages match audiences differently. So the messages that you're going to make for policymakers, for example, might not be at all relevant to the general public. So things around, for example, the governance of AI. Do we really need the general public to know the detailed ins and outs of how we need to govern AI? Perhaps later when the systems are in place and we understand how to do that. But right now, possibly not. Rather, there's things that what we're trying to do is kind of get on the public communications, is communicate in a way in which we can get them to take their own actions towards mitigation resilience. So pandemic preparedness, for example, when the pandemic came around, we wanted the public to take actions. So you're tailoring your messages to match to fit. So my big question is, should everyone care about global catastrophic risk? And I certainly don't think so. I don't think everyone needs to be awake at night for the rest of their lives, just in case. But it's, you know, thinking about how we tailor those messages to get the right kind of effect that we need. So what does impact look like? Okay, the jury's still out, but I'm going to try. And CESArians will recognize this term. I like to ask it to them regularly. But what's your BHAG, which is your big, hairy, audacious goal? So if the sky was the limit, what is it that you want to achieve from what you're doing with your communications? So whenever you're designing communications or you want to go in this world, I want you to think of your BHAG. And what might impact look like? Well, maybe we want to increase the resilience of publics towards certain risks. So how could we achieve that? We could motivate societies to take precautionary measures. So we're thinking about the impact, which we may or not be able to necessarily reach. I mean, how can we possibly, you know, understand that we've increased the resilience of all of publics towards certain risks? We might not be able to ever achieve that. In your BHAG, you might not ever be able to prove, but what you can certainly prove is your outcomes. And we're talking about theory of change here, of course. And so if we can measure distance change within our outcomes, which we're saying is, motivating societies to take precautions, and we might see societies adopting more precautionary measures towards certain risks, or we might realise that there's an increased knowledge and understanding of those risks, people talking about them and them appearing in kind of more societal cultures, then we can start to infer that we're working towards the increasing resilience of publics. Or, for example, on the policy, or on the kind of more policy angle, maybe want to actually reduce that risk entirely. And the outcomes might be seeing an increased spending on preparedness towards those risks, an increased adoption of policies towards risk reduction, and an increased action towards mitigation and prevention of the risks directly. So it's thinking about those models of what you're trying to achieve when you come to communicate. And the reason that this is so important is a lesson that I take from disaster risk, and that is you might only ever have the chance to engage that person once in their life with this information that you want them to take seriously. So shouldn't we make sure that the way in which we communicate is effective? Okay, the challenges. I made it sound really simple, but of course it isn't. And there are many challenges. People struggle to think about the long term. And there's been a lot of kind of discussions around how we can communicate long term and using the terminology of future generations and getting people to think more like that as a way of thinking about the long term. But it is incredibly difficult to get people to understand what long-term thinking is, particularly when there might be something in their lives that is more prescient or important to them. So if your garden floods every year, are you really going to vote for the politician that says, I want to deflect asteroids? No, likely not. Uncertainty, and I'm really nervous mentioning uncertainty with an expert in the room, so definitely Sarah Dryhurst's with us, and she focuses on communication of uncertainty, so definitely track her down and chat about this more. But uncertainty is absolutely inherent in global catastrophic risk, and it's incredibly difficult for a lot of people to understand and for communicators to communicate effectively. So I'm only going to really lightly touch on that one and skip over it quickly. And numbers are also super difficult to understand anyway, whether it's uncertainty or not, but just general numbers and visualization of risk. And we heard recently from Paul and Scott Slovic, who came and gave us a public seminar on dealing with this kind of cognitive bias that we have around numbers. And the other thing is that people don't see impact towards global catastrophic risk mitigation. And I think Sean once said, the director of the centre, said, if CERI's done its job well, you won't even know we did anything at all. And that's kind of the problem when it comes to communication, because people can't see what you're doing. So therefore, it becomes unseeable. It becomes a lower priority in their lives. Unseen risks as well. And so a lot of the risks we're talking about are not that easy to visualize. They're not that easy to see and understand. And I've put the turtle. I remember was sat next to me yesterday. I was Googling turtles with straws up their nose, and they were a bit too gruesome. So I found a nice one. It was not nice. It's a turtle eating a plastic bag. But the point is that we love turtles, right? And we're seeing this turtle swimming, and it's eating a bag, and we're upset by that. And we make the link that humans are putting plastic into the ocean, and it's damaging wildlife. But the problem isn't actually perhaps the bag. And in fact, there are worse problems than microplastics. I'm not a basher of microplastics, but I just think there are other risks that are a little bit more important. And I'm going to just say that my partner is an environmental chemist, and he's always banging on about this, so it's made it into my talk. But he actually focuses on persistent pollutants in the environment. And PCBs, we're finding them at the bottom of the Mariana Trench in the deepest parts of our ocean. These are man-made pollutants in our environments. But we don't hear about that because we don't see it. We don't see the visuals of a turtle eating a plastic bag or a turtle eating PCBs. So therefore, we just ignore it, and we just don't work towards those risks. So this is one of the biggest problems overcoming in kind of communication work. The fear factor. It might be a sexy science, but it's awfully terrifying for many. And I know when I joined the field, I was like, oh my God, this is terrifying. And I was listening to all sorts of podcasts and having all terrible dreams. But that's not what we want to do with our audience. We don't want them to feel like that, right? So, and the problem with fear is if you're communicating in a way that you are promoting fear or invoking fear in somebody, that can actually have the opposite effect of what you want to do. And it can actually lead to inaction, like immobilizing somebody towards being able to deal with that risk. So what can we do? And Gigi and I have chatted a little bit about this, and I'm hoping that we can continue working down these roads. But certainly developing messages of hope, and that's kind of building on Toby Ord and Owen Cotton Barrett's work on existential hope. And using hopeful messages, positive messages, discussing around the positive benefits of AI, how that could transform our lives, as well as talking about the risks. So having that balance in the way in which we communicate. And then, there's some wonderful work coming from FLI and the Foresight Institute on existential hope. Designing messages to empower, solution-based messaging. And this is very much what we saw in COVID. It was around washing your hands to the birthday song, wearing face masks, and doing all these things that you as a person and an individual could do to reduce the risk of the pandemic. So developing these empowering messages and solution-based messaging is also a good way to overcome fear. Okay, so a bit more on about the tools and methods that I've been exploring and looking at whilst during my time at CSER. And I'm going to start just by talking about experiential learning. And I'm sure a lot of you in the room are probably aware of experiential learning. So this is a pedagogy from Kolb. And basically, it's learning through doing. So having a concrete experience which you can then reflect on and develop in yourself to then apply those techniques and skills yourself. And why I focus a lot about this, and this kind of started during my PhD, is there's nothing more solid than actually experiencing something and taking the lessons from that to switch from extrinsic motivations to intrinsic motivations, which ultimately can lead to action. So this is going to be underpinning a lot of the work has been underpinning a lot of the work that I've been doing in the centre. And just to put that into context, think about an event that means a lot to you in your life. Maybe your wedding day, maybe a memorable birthday, maybe an amazing holiday you had. You'll find that these memories are much more vivid in your mind because they're strongly emotive. They're days and events in your life that meant a lot to you, and they actually store in a better way. So if you can kind of create this emotional response in people around communication of risk, you can effectively have the same response, that people will retain that information in the longer run. So on to scenarios, and Luke did a wonderful kind of introduction for me yesterday, thanks Luke, as to scenarios, and many of you in this room actually attended the scenarios workshop earlier this year that we were held here at CSER, so you might see your faces coming. So basically scenario exercises are these immersive experiences where you can use with stakeholders, disaster responders, whoever your audience is, to demonstrate to them what it is to live through that crisis or that experience. So they're currently being used really broadly across global catastrophic risk, all the way from planetary defense to bio risks, all the way to food disaster risks, all different risks, all different environments. And there's a couple of examples here, and the top one is from Johns Hopkins and the Center for Health Security, and that's their Clade X scenario. They do very large-scale, high-budget, like $1 million budget scenario exercises with extremely elite-level stakeholders, such as members of the White House. They hire in actors, they do all this wonderful stuff. It's quite mind-boggling to kind of get this really highly immersive experience for these stakeholders to build a resilience into their systems. And the bottom one is from the Planetary Defense Conference, the International Academy of Astronautics, which was last year. And they do one every other year, but they also run them with elite level stakeholders too, from NASA and FEMA. And they simulate an asteroid impact somewhere in the world. And this one was, from the conference last year, and it struck Central Europe across a kind of multiple borders and boundaries. And I think the population impact was about 6 million. So I mean, the point of scenario exercises is to get people to experience those risks themselves, but also to stress test how you're going to respond. And so they can be extremely powerful in kind of in this mechanism. So as I mentioned back in March, we did a workshop here in CSER, and as I say, many of you were able to attend, and we were exploring what works for scenarios, but all doing them in silos. But what actually works? What are we finding is being useful in exploring those things, in exploring using scenarios for global catastrophic risk? So we heard all sorts of wonderful things. Gordon and his counterfactual analysis, which is just wonderful, and I might be stealing some of that later. We heard from Caroline Bailon and her work with the APPG using matrices. We heard from the OECD and Longview Philanthropy on their use of scenarios for existential risk. We heard from L.A. Lewis, who works at FEMA on his planetary defense scenarios he'd run with the White House. And then we heard from Eric Toner from the Centre for Health Security at Johns Hopkins, and many others. There was many, many people and wonderful talks. And we also heard from Jochem that was here with us yesterday. So we're actually putting a report together when I find some time. Yeah, we hope to be kind of sharing that soon about the lessons and the kind of things that we took from those 2 days of engagement with each other. And also some scenarios that we're doing at CSER. And of course, Shahar, if you were here yesterday, spoke about intelligence rising. And so I won't rehash the wheel, but for those that may be joining online that weren't able to be there yesterday, Intelligence Rising is a role-playing game that we use at CSER, and it basically is for exploring possible futures in AI. And the concept is that participants play as either a country actor or they play as the head of a company, and they try to develop AI technologies. We've currently used this with a range of audiences, from students to people that work in AI tech companies, from the EA community, all sorts of different people. And what's really wonderful about this is we actually ask people to embody that character and try to think in the way of in which that actor would kind of think about risk and think about how to work through this imaginary world. So we end up developing a kind of a possible future in AI. Yeah, basically it's the point is kind of twofold. There's one, to give them the experience, but there's also an element of education as well, because some people that come to play Intelligence Rising maybe don't know that much about AI at all. And then the other one that we have been exploring most recently, and we're super grateful to have Rick Davies in the room, who's the creator of this method. And this is called PAR-EVO, and it's a participatory evolution method. And it's a narrative-based story development tool. And essentially, you start with a seed story, and then you ask people through iterations to add a kind of snippet of storyline to each of those iterations. And then what you end up with is a whole range of different possible futures and pathways. So we've been using this quite recently with Tom Hobson to explore possible futures for the governance of biosecurity research with elite level stakeholders in the field. And it's just been so wonderful. It's so engaging. We get a really good response rate, and all of these really vivid, beautiful narratives and storylines that develop through that method. So one of the things I'm most interested in, though, and it's the title of my talk, is what works for communication. And so I've been evaluating both of these methods over the last 2 years, both Intelligence Rising and both PAR-EVO. And one of the questions that I ask, and I'm in the process of doing the data analysis, so I hope to be able to share some more deeper reflections. But for now, one of the questions that I ask is, how much did you enjoy playing or engaging in the exercise? And how realistic did you find the futures? And I noticed, and I'm going to, there's only one data set here, so replicability will come. But for now, what we kind of see is this general positive trend that as the level of realism increases, so too does the level of enjoyment. And why is that important? Well, that's the foundations of game theory. So if you, the more that you find that you enjoy something, and the more realistic that you find the engagement, the more likely you are to increase your knowledge, and the more likely you are to have longer term impacts and behavioral changes. So this kind of links quite a lot to what we were saying about the experiential learning and learning through doing, and the fact that if you can invoke this kind of active participation in people that engage with your activities, that you can result in increased impact in the long run. Okay, creative communications, and I'm a bit scared about talking about this after Pablo yesterday. I mean, hard act to follow. So humour, creativity and fun. So Jess gave me a wonderful introduction there and mentioned my PhD research. And it links in here. So actually I haven't shared this for many years. So what did I do? But yeah, basically my PhD was around using video games to communicate with at-risk communities in the Caribbean. And this is a picture from the game that we created. And the point was, so we worked with the island of St. Vincent in the Caribbean, which many of you know that I've worked on for a long time. And basically, the volcanoes sat quiet for 40 years. And in the meantime, those populations are exposed to hurricanes, they're exposed to dengue, other hazards and risks in their environment that happen on a much more frequent basis. Meanwhile, the volcano sits quietly in the background. So how can you get people to engage in information that is vital, potentially in the future, in the short distant future, when it's not a prescient risk right now? So we attempted to use video games, and we used that with about 1,500 children across the island as part of, we've got Stacey with us today, as part of their education and outreach program at the University of the West Indies. And it was pretty successful. I'll need to reread my thesis, but basically, yeah, it was pretty successful, but we'll come on to this in a bit more later, but you have to have context in the way in which you do communication. So just posting out a game onto social media and saying, play this game, will never work unless people understand why and what the lessons are and the underpinning of the pedagogy that's going to support those kind of communications and what you're doing. And that was kind of what we found, is like the game is really successful when you have outreach people that go with it and kind of put it into a kind of scaffolding around that session. But what we did notice is that it really promoted this active engagement that I've talked about as PAR-EVO and both Intelligence Rising do, that can lead to the longer-term memory retention and learning gains. So I mentioned our talk recently from both Paul and Scott Slovic, and I'm pinching this from them because it's so wonderful. And the other thing is about how we visualize risk and think about numbers. And so the example on the left is, of course, is the ceramic poppy display that they did outside the Tower of London, which every single ceramic poppy represented a death in World War I. And this was just a really wonderful way of getting people to see numbers and risk. If there's Paul and Scott say this classic thing of like, is 6 deaths different to 7 deaths in your head? And actually, there's a point in which you stop to think about what those numbers mean. And so how can we talk and visualize those risks? And art is definitely a way to do that. The one on the right I also swiped from Seismic, which I just thought was brilliant on their Twitter page, which is one from the Tohoku earthquake in Japan. And this is a poster on the side of the Samsung building in Tokyo. And of course, Tokyo is a major city, right? There's 10 million people living in Tokyo. And the problem is when we start to live like that, we start to disengage with our environment, and we don't seem to understand how we engage in those places that we live. And so they put this poster up, and where the red line is on that poster is the height of the tsunami wave. So right in the heart of Tokyo, they could visualize what that meant to have a 10-meter high wave, which I just thought was a really wonderful way of communicating that risk. And so one of the problems with global catastrophic risks was, well, arguably we've perhaps experienced some global catastrophic risks, but existential we definitely haven't. We're still here. So how can we, one of the things I've been thinking about a lot is how we can kind of draw lessons from real-time crises to inform our work on global catastrophic risk communication. And obviously I can't not talk about COVID. And I'm going to admit that I've been fairly negligent of COVID because I just there's a lot of people there, there's a lot of people looking at it. I don't need to kind of put into that mix. There's other areas I can focus. But I've drawn a few things that I wanted to kind of pull from COVID that I think are pretty salient to global catastrophic risk communication. And the first is transparency. And this is Patrick Valance. What was it? I don't know when it was. I was in France. So, and he basically, on the 17th of March, said to the Commons Health Committee that COVID should die down in 2 to 3 weeks. And of course, a week later, we were in lockdown in the UK. So transparency of information. What do you know? What don't you know? And understanding like where to draw the line in what you're communicating and what you're saying. Accessibility of information, and I had a bit of I was on my high horse about this a little bit over COVID. Just because it's a crisis, it doesn't mean that you should ignore people from information. You should leave them out. And certainly we saw that time and time again with COVID. Sometimes there was not a British Sign Language person available in the conference rooms, and that just means that you're missing key groups of people that deserve to also hear that information. So making sure that our information remains accessible. the public. And I like to adopt the STS term of publics because, of course, I mean, even just within this room, we're a bunch of different people with different beliefs, different values, and different thoughts. So we're not the public. We are many different publics of people. And one of the things for me, I think, was on the positive side is just how powerful the publics can be. And I dare to say that they did anything right, but one of the things that they did do right, in my personal opinion, is at the beginning, when there was quite a lot of uncertainty around what to do, is the empowering messages that they put around washing hands. And we all had Tina Turner singing "I Will Survive" to washing hands. We had Boris Johnson singing the birthday song. Everyone was out washing their hands, doing whatever, because that was this method of empowering that person to give them the information on how to take their own protective action. But also, like, we shouldn't underestimate the power of publics. They are important. They are able to make change. And I think often the power of publics was kind of ignored by the government. And I also can't talk about COVID without talking about this castle visit. Dominic Cummings and his castle holiday. I think personally a key moment in the pandemic in the UK crisis about when we realised that there was a major loss of trust in the government and how important it is to make sure that you're sustaining trust. So I think that was a major point of undermining during the pandemic crisis. So now I'm going to talk about another project that I've been working on with Stacey Edwards. He's joined us from the Seismic Research Centre all the way from Trinidad. And this is where I also worked on my PhD with a video game. So St Vincent and the Grenadines is an island in the Lesser Antilles. And as I mentioned earlier, the volcano had stayed quiet for 42 years. At the end of December 2020, she decided it was time to show signs of life. And this lava dome, so you can see in this picture that black kind of dome is what we call a lava dome. So it's an extrusion of lava within the summit crater, kind of appeared. It continued to grow for 5 months into this slug. And then on the 9th of April, the volcano went explosive. I think Stacey and I probably never wanted to see these photos. And I think that kind of thought about, how I felt seeing these photos that day will stay with me forever. Having spent a lot of time on this island working with communities and stakeholders in the preparation of such a disaster, it was quite shocking to see. Between the period of the 9th and the 22nd of April, there was 32 discrete explosive events, so the explosion of those ash plumes. And the impact was 18,000 people evacuated to emergency shelters, with substantial loss and damages to the agricultural land and a cleanup of about 28 million Caribbean dollars. So last year, Stacey and I began chatting, and Stacey and her team at the University of the West Indies Seismic Research Centre were responsible for all of the crisis communications campaign during the eruption. So that was radio broadcasts, that was doing community outreach, that was doing all sorts of social media things, and it was a pandemic, guys. So we couldn't go to Ireland, we couldn't travel. There was all these things that just meant that changed the entire situation of anything we'd ever thought. And this is a whole story, and this is a whole side of another story. So I'm going to keep this on the global catastrophic risk strain, and I'm happy we've done an extensive evaluation of that crisis communications campaign. But what I want to reflect on here is what we can learn from our experience of this eruption for global catastrophic risk communication specifically. And so that's myself, Stacey, and our colleague Leah, who's just arrived in St Vincent today. We have a film coming out on Friday, so watch your social medias. And she's taking it on a Caribbean community island tour. So that's the team that worked on this. And what I was interested in reflecting on our experience of this for GCRs is how can we make sure that information is accessible, what works for communicating risk, what were the challenges, and how does information flow in communities? So last summer, we went out on a data collection campaign. We did an online and in-person survey. We visited hundreds of people living in shelters, emergency shelters who were still living there. We did community focus groups, and we spoke to stakeholders of all sorts of backgrounds and environments across the island. And some reflections on going through this kind of campaign of evaluation is the importance of trusted and influential voices. And we had a little bit of a discussion about that yesterday with Luke's talk. And using the key voices, and of course Martin reflected on that too. During the communications campaign, one of the lead scientists, Professor Richie Robertson, is a Vincentian. He's from St Vincent, and I think we think that was pretty influential in people taking those messages and voices seriously, but not only just having one familiar face and person, but also having a group and team of people from the Caribbean region in general. So the team from Trinidad being the faces and the voices that people were able to listen to regularly. And they did regular broadcasts every single morning. There was one of the lead scientists and one of the team from Trinidad was on the radio with the Prime Minister talking about what was happening at the volcano. And many of the people that we spoke to said this became a kind of source of comfort for many that were evacuated. And kind of if you think about your COVID experience, I never watched telly, but I always watched, I was in France, I always watched Emmanuel Macron's speeches because it was like that one key thing that we had, those regular communications of those press conferences in the evening that just kept you informed and kept you thinking about what you should be doing and where you should be going, and the importance of that for informing our work on GCRs. Stacey and her team have been working on education and outreach campaigns for over 10 years in the Caribbean region. And certainly many campaigns that they've done, including the Volcano Ready program, which was specifically about preparing communities for the eruption, have just they've proved their worth in increasing the resilience of communities for this exact outcome. Not a single person died in that eruption, and it's incredible. So just the importance of education and outreach just can't be overstated. The biggest and hardest lesson for me is no matter what you do, you just won't reach everyone. And we're talking about a small island of 100,000, and we definitely weren't able to reach anyone. When you speak to someone and you say, do you have a radio? No. Do you have a phone? No. Do you have a TV? No. How do you reach that person? Knocking door to door and going into communities directly. But now apply that to the world. That's the audience we're trying to communicate in GCRs and existential risk. We're trying to communicate certain messages to an awful lot of people. And you just have to accept that we won't be able to reach everyone. But what are the mechanisms and things that we can do to do that? And so what we saw in St Vincent is the role of the Red Cross and humanitarian organisations in communities and villages, and the importance of getting the flow of information and messages into communities. And so perhaps global catastrophic risks and existential risks should think about teaming up much more with humanitarian organisations such as the Red Cross, and we're really lucky to have a few of the Red Cross joining us this week. Expect the unexpected. I mean, that seems pretty obvious. But this one, in all of the years we've ever thought of an eruption in this region, we never thought a global pandemic would happen at the same time. It had some advantages, it had some disadvantages, but this is where scenarios can come in, and it can help us thinking about this a little bit more and try to identify these kind of I don't want to use black swan because I hate that term, but yeah, these are kind of more unexpected events that we perhaps can help build our resilience and preparation. So I've rambled on for quite a long time now. I'm just going to bring it back to my conclusions, which are that we need to adopt theories of change when we're developing communications and outreach to ensure what we do works. So always thinking about impact when you're designing your communications. Communicating about GCRs can be extremely difficult to navigate, but we should use the right dosing of fear. Some fears can be quite good, but obviously some fear is not good. A lot of fear is not great. Not everyone needs to know about global catastrophic risks, and it's really important to understand your audience. We can draw from real-time crises to inform our work on GCRs, and creative communication methods like scenarios, arts, humour, gaming can all be really effective at increasing resilience. And I didn't want to end there. I wanted to kind of set an agenda for this field because this is something I've been thinking about for a few years, but many more people need to think about this too. And so what do I think we need to be doing from here? Risk perceptions. We need to understand how people think and feel about global catastrophic risks and existential risks so we can inform our communications. We need to do greater message testing. There's some early signs of message testing from organisations like CLTR and FLI. We need to keep working on this. What's the effective languages? How can we pitch? What is the content that we need to be using to make sure that the messages we're doing work well? We need a greater adoption of creative communication methods. And I'm super excited to have Pablo come and spend some time with us later this year to try and start thinking about this. But we need much more effort in this area. Education outreach programs are essential. How can we get GCRs onto national curriculums? How can we get it into the mainstream? How can we get people talking about these risks? An evidence-based communication must lead. We must be doing communications that work and know that we know work well. We may only get that chance once. So that's where I'll leave it. Okay, thanks.
Just bear with us 1 second. I'm just getting the mic for Q&A. Thanks, Lara. And now to question and answer. And we've had some great questions coming in already on Discord. Actually, very clear to understand ones. So good communicators. Speaking to you this morning. I'm going to go through a number of those, and then Shahar, can I ask you just to look out for questions in the room, and if you put your hand up if you'd like to ask a question, and we'll come to those after a couple of these. I'm just pressed this. So RS, who on Discord, I'm not going to guess who their real name is, but I can guess, says thanks, Lara, and there's been lots of chat about it being a great talk, very clearly communicated. But they sometimes wonder about whether there is, within the X-risk world, the very binary narrative split along the lines of, if we get through this century, we can have many centuries of beauty and flourishing afterwards. And the idea that between that kind of horror and then flourishing, we see a binary difference is what I'm reading into RS's point. But from a communications perspective, it's very stark. Any thoughts on this? How do we nuance this kind of binary way of I guess, moving between the extremes of existential risk and unhope and existential hope?
Excellent question. How do I think we do that? I don't think there's a one solution. This is something that I think we also need to reflect on a little bit in this field, is how far into the future should we be communicating? What is the kind of, when we're talking about long term, what is that long term? Is it 10 years? Is it 20? Is it 50? Is it a century? Is it grand futures into different centuries? So I think that's where the first reflection needs to come in understanding how to kind of do that. Yeah, I don't really know how to answer that one, if I'm honest with you, because it's quite a tricky one. I think all that we need to be doing is doing message testing. We need to be working out how people think about the risks and understanding how you can tailor messages to do that. And I think that's all I can really suggest for now, is until we understand the way in which people think about risks, it's very difficult to then start developing messages for even that kind of switch and jump.
And a related question from David Wood, what are some of the best examples of messages around existential hope? Maybe that's slightly easier to answer.
It's a bit I love some of the work that FLI is doing. I think they're doing some wonderful stuff on a few bits and bobs. Yeah, I guess there's still not loads coming through on the existential hope side. I think we still relatively focus on the negative, and I would like to see much more on the positive spin. I think some of the stuff that we do here in CESER is pretty good. Some of the work that Shahar's done on, AI and those kind of bits and bobs. But I mean, I'm not sure I can come up with a concrete example.
It sounds like you're setting up a research agenda for the future, though,
wow.
Which is useful. And Matthew Rendell, who we met, asked, and this is maybe a little bit of a leading question. Would a class in school that taught kids to avoid basic logical fallacies, including fallacies of risk, make for a more rational public discourse? Can you connect that kind of education to it? I look at our colleagues from the Centre for Risk Communication who probably have an answer to this as well.
And totally feel free to kind of jump in. Well, I think it is important though. So there's this within disaster risk, why children are so important, and why I focused a lot of my attention in my PhD and things on children, is there's this concept that if you educate children, you can educate adults. They go home and they tell their parents about what they learn in school. And so children are super important. But also, I think we need to be raising generations, then their world is changing. It's a technologically advanced world. And we need to be teaching them how to navigate that too. So teaching them things like critical thinking and thinking about how to critically assess information and info hazards and things like that come their way, I think is also really important. So yeah, I definitely think that we should be thinking and adapting our curriculums to match the way in which we're kind of developing the communication side. Yeah, I think so. Do you want to add anything?
So I just one more question, and then we'll go to the ones in the room. And this is from Matt Boyd, who talks a lot about similar work he's done in human factors training. But he talks particularly about difficult senior stakeholders when you're doing scenarios work. So people who think they've seen it all and know it all from previous experience, and they do have serious previous experience. How, when you're doing scenario learning for very senior people who think they know it all, what is your experience of that, and what have you done to overcome some of that stubbornness?
So I'd say I haven't got that much experience of practice of scenarios. I'm more interested in understanding their impacts. But we all know those people, right? There's always those people that are difficult to overcome. And I think that's why scenarios and experiential learning work well, is because you can show them. And let's be honest, like scenarios have proved, we did scenario planning before COVID. There was 2016, we did the Operation Cygnus here in the UK that came out with a bunch of recommendations that would have made our response to this pandemic much better. But they weren't listened to. And that's because you get people that think that they know it all and think that everything's fine, or they just ignore those kind of warnings and symptoms. And so I think this is where you get like the power of in numbers, when you can have people that, within if you balance the way in which you approach these exercises, that you have people from different disciplines and backgrounds and different, a range of diversity. It can make those people, those old pieces of furniture in the room, feel like, they can understand the evolution of thinking when they're surrounded by diversity of thinking. So that would be what I would attempt to do. But yeah, I think that's something we should probably make sure we reflect on a bit with our scenarios work too.
Nice, thank you. Okay. Coming thick and fast. There's at least 3 questions. Maybe we take these 2 together and then come over here. Sorry.
Hey, this is Elias from the Simon Institute for Long-Term Governance. My question is on the history of wargaming in scenarios. How have the methods changed? I think it's been done already for like 20 years also in the States. Claydex is really just one more in the series. How have we become better at doing these kind of things?
Okay. I can't say I've done a literature review on wargaming, but I would say that we, when we did the scenarios workshop, I think we were all kind of a bit blown away by Centre for Health Security telling us that it was $1 billion experience. Sorry, million. Sorry, yeah, I wish it was a billion. $1 million experience. I mean, that's crazy funding. It's magic. And it just, the grandeur of it, I think, is quite marvelous. Like, they do lots of intensive filming. They have actors come into the, it's a production. And the point is about developing the realism and developing that kind of environment where you can put people that then make them kind of realize that. And I think, with advancements in the way in which we've done that and the funding that's going into scenarios, I think is helping with that. But there's much more evolution to do. I still think we can still do more. This is what it's saying. You can, so, Event 201, which was, that one that everyone felt was like, oh, did they release COVID? It happened just before COVID. Centre for Health Security did it in I think, November, December before COVID. And it had a whole range of recommendations about how to prepare for that pandemic. And, nothing was acted upon. Same with Operation Cygnus here in the UK. So it's one thing about doing them successfully, but it's then how do we get all of those recommendations and thoughts at the back end actually into action, getting people to do something about it. And this is where the work on policy and governance, the people, Carissa's going to reflect hopefully a little bit on that tomorrow with some of the other colleagues, and making sure that we can get that translation. So I think the exercises themselves, I mean, you can do fairly basic scenario exercises and still have a similar impact if you can get the messages taken seriously.
One, and then we'll come to Angela.
Hey, Aaron Tang, Climate Policy PhD at the Australian National University. So then the climate and the science communication literature, there's an often criticized concept of the knowledge deficit model, right? Where there's an assumption that you just need to tell people or policymakers what the knowledge is, and the assumption there, which is often criticized, is that they'll just follow through. And in climate, for instance, long history of just talking about the science, don't get anywhere. Recent changes to talk more about alternate frames like energy independence or rural redevelopment instead of like climate change. So for catastrophic risks, have you come across or seen other alternate framings that could be more potentially broadly effective or effective for specific audiences other than just catastrophic risk?
So this is where I think that, and yeah, I didn't get to talk about this much today, but I think is where we actually need to change the way in which we communicate. Communication should never be a one-way road. They should always be a two-way dialogue. And so how can we bring in the people that we're communicating to develop the messages? How can we do co-creation and participatory methods to kind of make those messages stronger and better? And that's what I think is more important than necessarily reframing the message. I think it's more around that. And that's certainly what we've tried to do with a bit of the crisis communications in St. Vincent. And that's what our kind of film is that we're releasing later this week. It's people telling their stories by them. So yeah, kind of thinking more around that, which I think is really, it can be quite challenging to do. Especially when you have risks that the audience is everyone, in making sure that you get the diversity of voice that you're putting into the development of those messages too.
Thank you. Shahar, there was one question in the front row just before you.
Thank you, Lara. I thought this was Angela Kane. This is a really interesting presentation. And what I found interesting is because you're basically starting at the global level, and you're starting with something very negative, which was the doomsday clock. And, and then you talk about, we need to have messages that kind of evoke emotions and that basically make you a participant, etc. And then you come to the COVID lessons and then the St. Vincent catastrophic risk of the volcano. What I'm wondering, and you didn't mention that at all, but I think it's really, really powerful, is virtual reality. That was missing from your mix, and I think anyone who has seen a virtual reality film feels that's an emotional response that you have because basically you're a participant. But what I didn't see is like you also say messages of hope, messages of empowering, and when you come to the doomsday clock, how do you give people agency? How do you give a positive message that actually makes them involved and wants them to make change? Because that is something that is a very hard bridge to cross. I mean, how do you get there? That's one of the difficulties that I have with it. I mean, you can use some lessons learned, but there aren't that many lessons learned that are positive, and that's the problem in this particular case.
I think that's my main critique of the Doomsday Clock and the Bulletin, is that in all of that, they don't know what the impact is of any of that. Yeah, you might have this amazing reach to 35 million people, but is somebody looking at that clock and saying, oh my God, we need to take action and we need to develop policies and put things in motion to make the change? And the answer is no. And, that's what needs to be happening more. And that's why I think I'm on my high horse about doing, impactful communication, because in all honesty, the only way that you can also stay relevant is if you're having that impactful change. So it kind of, 75 years, that clock and that bulletin have remained there, have remained present, they're developing these messages, but I can't see any evidence of what it actually does. And so that is what I think my main critique is for now. And I think there is small examples. They had a really good one on an article in the Bulletin for COVID, which I think was quite impactful. And then, on the second part about developing these kind of messages for hope and change and examples of those, I agree. And that's because we have this blinkered thing, is that so whenever you get people to come up with future imaginaries, they'll often go to the dystopian rather than the utopian. They'll often go towards pessimism rather than optimism. And so FLI has been doing some wonderful stuff with their world building contest around developing aspirational futures and thinking about how to develop those messages and getting this kind of content out as well. And I think it has to be a conscious decision that we start looking for those hopeful messages and those positive things. And certainly that's in some of the background of the nudge unit within the British government, the behavioural insights team, is around taking the positive messages during the pandemic. So Captain Tom Moore and his wonderful fundraising, that had amazing central focus because it was something that gave hope and gave, showed everybody that we were in this together and developing that community kind of feel. So, but that's what we now need to be doing also for global catastrophic risk. We need to be looking for these things and pulling them from places like COVID and from other disasters around the world and starting to put those together to build the right messaging. Yeah, we're not there yet.
Thank you. There was one question in the middle row up there, and then maybe we could go to Luke afterwards.
So many thanks, Thomas Meyer from the Center for Apocalyptic and Post-Apocalyptic Studies in Heidelberg, Germany. In the first part of your talk, you were mentioning that probably not everybody needs every information, and you had that point in the conclusions as well, if I got you right. This is especially when it comes to mitigation and long-term developing risks and catastrophes, not at the immediate impact. This idea struck me in several ways, and I'm asking on the background that we are living in times of postmodernity and postcolonialism, with empowering, questioning top-down processes, sitting power in groups and individuals, and so on. And so there are three things that struck me. The one is practical: who decides? Who will get what kind of information, and who is responsible for not information? The second one is political. You mentioned that you are working together with elite stakeholder groups. How can you ensure that these groups really have the power to do things, or really have the power to change things in what we see in current developments of democracy? And the third one is more ethical. How does this go together if power equals knowledge, or knowledge equals power, if you retain information from certain parts of the population in a democratic society?
Well, so I think that comes to the transparency thing, is like you might target messages for each other, for different audiences, but it doesn't mean that you don't need to have them visible. So, like, you know, a lot of, I think this is even just within academia, we publish open access, or we should be publishing open access, because, you know, everybody should have access to information equally. And so I would say that it's not about retaining information from certain people, it's about targeting in a language, in a way that speaks to the person that you're talking to. So, yeah, it's not about you can't listen to this because you're the public and this is only going to go through private forums. It's not like that. That's not what I think is the case at all, and that's where transparency has to be paramount. The second was just remind me around power and understanding if you're speaking to the right people in power. An excellent question. And so, I mean, we can only do so much, right? So, with the Par-Evo exercise that we did, that one, for example, was academics, people within governance, and are already within that kind of field, but those that we also have access to, right? We perhaps don't always have access to the right people. But then during our scenarios workshop, we heard from Eric Toner at the Centre for Health Security, who said, you know, just through word of mouth and just through cold calling, we managed to get people in the White House to turn up. So, yeah, I agree. It's difficult to make sure that you're going to cover all those bases. And I guess some of the ways to think about that is just making sure you're doing multiple approaches. And so if you're doing scenario exercises, not just doing one and hoping that that's going to work, but do it with many people, do replicability, and trying to get that through kind of, grand audiences is the way I kind of say. But and then the third point, can you remind me, was?
The third one was about the ethics of information and democracy.
Yeah, of course. Like, I don't think, that kind of on the first reflection that I kind of had about making sure it's transparent and making sure that this is one of the problems, I think, is in some of these, particularly in crisis situations, is withholding information leads to greater chaos later, Partygate, right? And we're all angry about that now because, of course, that was withheld information. So, I think it kind of comes back to the same thing about transparency of information.
Last question in the room from Luke.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I think the one thing that was lacking in terms of creativity was memes. But, oh well, I can't win them all. So this may be a left-field question, so forgive me in advance. You spoke, I think, implicitly from kind of almost consequentialist view of, how can we maximize impact? How can we have the best consequences possible? Do you think there are many duties that we should follow? And you've actually thought about that in terms of the duties we have as scholars when communicating. And I guess a related question is, how do we ensure, since with great impact comes great responsibility, to paraphrase Spider-Man, actually Uncle Ben, that when we're communicating, we don't actually have or do great damage and harm.
Yeah, it's a challenge on the second one for sure. And this is where I think you have the kind of use of trusted voices, but also that. So what I'm very keen for in the way that we're going to approach, communications going forward in this field, is that it's not just us at CSER doing communications about global catastrophic risk. It must be the community. It must be the field of existential risk and global catastrophic risk combining on this, and people that want to talk about these things, and people that from a wide range of different backgrounds and diversities. We must do it like that. And I think that's it's not easy, right? There's we're all scattered across the world. You'll have different ways of thinking, different ideals. How do you kind of bring these together into salient points? And I think that's where this field needs to combine much more and have discussions about what we think is important and how we want to kind of frame those messages and things like that. And this is some kind of reflections, because we've chatted about doing all sorts of things like documentaries and things like this, and I think there's still a lot of work to be done in making sure we even understand how to talk about what our science is at all. And I think that's a major challenge in academia that a lot of people struggle with, is understanding how to talk about their science, one, but also understanding what the impact of that science is. And so when you're communicating, like we're saying, there's potentials of harm too, but also understanding how it fits into that real world picture and how it has relevance into people's lives. And so I think we're far from this still, because it's such a nascent field, and I think we're still fighting with understanding some of the risks, and we're like, bringing in all these different minds and different fields and working out how to communicate with each other and working out how to put all this together. And I still think we're far from that. But yeah, it has to be considered that we have to, this kind of aspect of potentially doing harm, and it does happen, right? Sometimes. In fact, one example of that is during the evacuations of St. Vincent, one of the MPs, as they were evacuating people to the boats, was yelling, "Oh, you're all going to get vaccinated when you get to shelters," which of course people turned around and went back to their homes. So, thinking about, it was not true. They didn't vaccinate people, but, so you certainly can do harm.
That's fascinating, and thank you so much for telling us about those lessons from the wider range of risk communication for our catastrophic risk conversations. We now have half an hour coffee break. I would encourage those on Discord to use the thread associated with Lara's talk, where Lara will be looking later and continue the conversation. There are 4 places left at Lara's workshop, so if you run quickly, you can probably sign up at the reception desk. And we'll continue this discussion at 11:45. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
You may have just seen Tom's picture, which has gone. Actually, that's Tom's picture there too. But Tom's picture that he drew in the last session. Do keep an eye out. He's drawing as we go, and the pictures will be up behind the reception, and they'll be going online. And they're quite an interesting take in a sort of graphical way. Following on from Lara's excellent talk, we're now having a panel, and that's about communication and communicating risk. And we're going to kick off with Robin Gorna. Robin is Vice Chair of the Technical Review Panel for Global Fund to fight AIDS, TB and malaria. She's had a life devoted to exploring the impact of AIDS and similar challenges, and especially those impacts upon women. And she's going to talk now about lessons from AIDS and COVID for communicating risk and uncertainty. Robin.
Well, thank you all, and thank you for this extraordinary opportunity to be with you. As I've said to many of you personally, it's a remarkable honour and a little bit terrifying. So I'm very grateful to SJ and Lalitha for tracking me down and placing me in an environment where I am learning far more than I can ever offer. So just to ground this, I was expecting tomorrow to be flying to South Africa, which is where I'm fortunate enough to spend part of my time, having worked there for the British government. And this is a group of people from the Treatment Action Campaign. Some of you may know that in South Africa we have the largest epidemic of HIV in the world, an epidemic that was allowed to get out of control by malign government policies that denied the link between HIV and AIDS. And this is a remarkable social movement, one of the, I think, the most important social movements in the world, called the Treatment Action Campaign. And I love this because these are all, or the majority will be people living with HIV who are also tackling the COVID pandemic. And I think also doing it with incredible creativity and joy, which is something to pick up, I think, from Lara's communication. The remarks I'm going to make are based on a book that I'm working on about living my life between the two pandemics of AIDS and COVID, which have affected me in very different ways. And I have to give a disclaimer that, as any of you who are working on books know, trying to condense into 25 minutes all these brilliant thoughts that you want to test with people, or not so brilliant thoughts, is extremely challenging. And if I speak too fast, I'm relying on someone to wave at me and slow me down, because I do have that tendency. And the other caveat to say at the outset is I'm going to assume people know what happened in the UK around COVID. So my apologies in advance for that cultural assumption. And this, I think, is my starting point, which is something that I said in an article I wrote for The Independent marking the 40th anniversary of AIDS, which is that new epidemics demand humility, curiosity and hope. And I think humility, curiosity and hope are buzzwords that I've heard through these past couple of days. At the same time as saying that, many of my friends have described me as the Cassandra of COVID, and I have felt that way for the past couple of years. I was really pleased that SJ talked so much about prophets earlier, because I have a secret degree in theology from the other place, and I remember studying prophecy and being quite taken by it. And the reason I wrote about this at the time of the 40th anniversary is it struck me very strongly that on the 5th of June 1981, and I'm sorry for the not so great slides, technology is not my thing, we heard about these 5 gay men in California who had pneumocystis carinii pneumonia. It was shocking, and epidemiologists did what they do, which is try and track what was going on. And on the 5th of January 2020, WHO published its report of those first 4 people in Wuhan, China, with a pneumonia of unknown cause. Now, across the two pandemics, and this is a little photo I took in London during lockdown 1, I think there are a couple of things we need to do is learn from history, look across our borders and tell the truth. And as I was reflecting on this, I have the good fortune of having inherited a library of books from an NGO called Avert, which is an AIDS organisation. And as I was sitting writing every morning and looking at all these books on my shelf, I kept seeing titles and I thought, is that about AIDS or COVID? So when people say to me that this pandemic, I wonder what they're talking about, because from my perspective, there have been two pandemics. And these are some of the things, some of the areas where I think we need to learn across the pandemics as we communicate and as we understand what's going on currently and what is likely to come again. And these are the domains where I think we need to drill down. It's the virus, stupid. We'll remember it's the economy, stupid. One of the things that I want to talk about in respect of COVID and this current pandemic and what we have learned from previous pandemics is how quickly we responded. And I think there's an important lesson there. AIDS was never declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization. There's a very particular reason for that, which is that the international health regulations, which allow WHO to announce pandemics, were only actually passed into law in 2007. And as you saw, we first identified AIDS in 1981. The world stepped up remarkably quickly. It was, in fact, on the 30th of January 2020 that WHO invoked the public health emergency of international concern, which was to state that SARS-CoV-2, this new virus, was something that required an international response. What's also really significant is that this clip from the National Institute of Health, by January 2020, we had the first sequencing of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which led to the ability to put in place diagnostics that are no longer free in this country, but that have had a game-changing impact on the pandemic globally, even if it's not controlled them as much as anyone hoped. By contrast, these two books here are by Luc Montagnier, who with his colleague Françoise Paré-Sinoussi in Paris was the co-discoverer of what we now call HIV. And he was locked into a very unpleasant battle with Robert Gallo from the US, who discovered the same virus a couple of years later. So between 1981, when we heard about those 5 gay men in America, and 1986, 5 years, research teams on the 2 continents were squabbling over who found the virus first, over what to call it, and consequently, because there were huge royalties at play, there was no effective test for HIV over those 5 years. In fact, it took us nearly a decade to get a test for HIV. And I think it's important as we look back and think about what's gone well and what's gone horribly with COVID to remember that scientists, including Professor Gilbert of the other place, have stood on the shoulders of giants and have stood on the failures. So Shots in the Dark is a great book by science writer John Cohen exploring how we have never got an AIDS vaccine. And over my 40 years working on HIV and AIDS, we've always said in 5 years' time we'll have a vaccine. Well, we don't, and we probably won't, because it's a retrovirus, which is an awful lot more complex. But the point I want to make here is twofold. One, we learn from history and we do better because of what went wrong in the past, but also that some of the same problems remain. And in respect to vaccines, I would say there are 2 critical problems. One is vaccine equity, and I think we'll come on to that, and people have spoken about that a little bit. But the other is we risk missing the humanity, and we risk seeing how fundamental social science is to our response to any pandemic. Vaccine, phenomenal. COVID, I hate to tell you, it's not over, and it's not over just because most of us have had a jab. What I think is fundamental to the response to AIDS, and the reason that AIDS is not known as a pandemic generally, is not just because of the international health regulations, but also because we have had a pretty effective response. And one of the reasons we've had an effective response is because communities have responded. And I think Lalitha and others have got things to say about how we define HIV, but these are images from Paris, from America, and from South Africa about social movements that I believe to have been some of the most effective in the world. And in some ways, I think the next 2 photos I have really are about Lara's red triangle. They're about how people respond. They are about the people and about the politics. There's a small woman on the corner there. Her hair wasn't grey at the time, but she was protesting with a bunch of people with AIDS outside the American embassy back in the mid-1980s. And in this country, and it's important that I say this because I'm going to be a little bit less pleasant about politicians shortly, in fact, the Tory government were remarkably good on AIDS back in the day in the 80s, and in part that was because there was always a cross-party response. And Norman Fowler, the then health minister, was remarkably strong in the response. In terms of long COVID, which is something that annoyingly I live with, we've had a similar attempt to mount this kind of response, and I told a few stories of what was going on for me back in early 2020 when I didn't recover from my acute infection. We told those stories to the all-party parliamentary group that has tried to make COVID a cross-party response. And this bottom photograph makes me laugh a little bit, which isn't very kind, because there are now nearly 2 million of us living with long COVID, and trying to mobilise a bunch of people, one of whose fundamental symptoms is profound exhaustion, is extremely difficult. So we haven't mounted the sort of lively community response that you saw in the HIV crisis, but it doesn't mean it doesn't matter, and I will come back to that. But I think, again, people and politics. The other key learning is, of course, the numbers, and we've talked a lot about the numbers, and I really, really appreciated that presentation on maps, which changed my thinking profoundly. I don't want to dwell on this too long, but I just think one of the things that is so important as we look at these numbers and we look globally, and I know that you as a community do that, but look at where those red blobs are in the centre of the graph underneath in terms of COVID. They concentrate in Europe, and those are showing the population density of COVID, and I think we often fail to notice how out of control our COVID epidemics are in this part of the world. I'm sure I'm not the only one who decided to get a copy of the Plague Year during the pandemic. It was very hard to get a copy. And I had to stop reading it at a certain point because the litany of numbers and numbers growing and people understanding, it tells so much of the story of what we're living through. But I also leaned on a book by a friend of mine who published back in the 80s, early 90s, about a book called Safety in Numbers, where he argued that in terms of the HIV crisis, we were giving a message about this being an equal opportunities virus that was false. And I believe we did the same in early COVID, and among the many missteps was not trying hard enough to focus on where the risks really were. In HIV, back in the 80s, a few people published on the inherent racism, which we never dealt with adequately in the response to HIV. And part of why it's a forgotten pandemic is that we did not take seriously the way in which the epidemic was moving and the catastrophic impact it had on Africa. And yet when I started in HIV in mid-1980s, we thought it was going to affect Asia far more than Africa. We didn't think Africa would see much of an epidemic. So the inability to really think carefully and track the data and see where it's going matters. And I'm sure many of you will remember what happened in the early stage of 2020 in the UK. This is just a clip from an article that I wrote, I think it was April 2020, where we looked at the first 100 health workers, and you can see from the images the unequal impact, which was to do with social factors and the total lack of respect for the workers in our community. So focusing where epidemics go is fundamentally important. It's not just that it's epidemiologically smart, but it's also the right thing to do. And underpinning effective responses to HIV and also to COVID, I would say, is a respect for human rights. It's something I could talk about forever, but I'm not going to, because instead I want to just say something about government communication of the two pandemics. To my knowledge, this is the only time that the government has written out to everyone's home in the UK. First about AIDS. In 1987, I received this leaflet, and some of you will have done. Many of you will have been too young to receive it. Now, what's really interesting here is, remember, we'd only called it HIV for 1 year. So we were in the same state of uncertainty, and I think this point about communicating uncertainty is really, really critical. We were under a government that was a Conservative government. We have really great stories from Lord Fowler about how he had to sit down and explain various things to Margaret Thatcher, like oral sex, to which she said, "Do people do that?" And on the basis of those conversations, it was agreed that this pamphlet be sent to every single home in the UK. And I recall at the time people laughing about the fact that little old ladies in Surrey would be being sent things about needles, and they would assume that it was about knitting needles, not injecting drug needles. But we gave the information that we had. And it wasn't perfect, and it's not 100% accurate, but it's pretty close. And we helped people to join in the conversation. This is what we know, and this is what we don't know. Then we got this 2 years ago. People remember getting that? I'm sure most of you received it. What did this tell you? You must stay at home. We are giving you one simple instruction. You must stay at home. And I found this absolutely perplexing when a few months ago we were told to take personal responsibility. How do you take personal responsibility when what you've been told is to obey the law? You've not been told anything about why you might obey the law, what the dynamics of risk are. We didn't know at the time we received this whether to wear masks or not. I'm afraid I was already an early adopter of the mask. It didn't stop me from getting COVID, but then again, I didn't know it was an FP95 I needed. But we did know things about the likely dynamics of transmission. There were amazing scientists who were already saying, I think this is going to be aerosol-driven like TB. But none of that was being communicated. In fact, what's also really interesting is if any of you remember Neil Ferguson, does that name ring a bell? Imperial College, March 2020, his modelling said, expected a compliance rate of between 50 and 70% of the population. So the early lockdown was framed around that. And we then got a surprise, didn't we? Because when you pay people to stay at home in the kind of rather grim and dreary part of the year, guess what? They did it. The compliance rates were way in excess. But what, in my opinion, was going on was responding to a legal instruction rather than understanding a personal risk. And I really look forward to this communications workshop later. Because what I believe, and many of you have spoken about in various ways, is that the arts is fundamental. And I've really struggled to find any artistic response to COVID. I would suggest that actually it's the memes and the GIFs that have been the greatest gift in terms of creativity around COVID. But thus far, there have not been any other great artistic expressions, whereas I could have given you another half an hour on some of the artistic responses to HIV. And indeed, it was seeing the play The Normal Heart that changed my life from being a theology student enjoying theatre at Oxford to getting involved in the AIDS crisis and not managing to get out of that. There are a huge number of creative responses, whether it's the rock musical Rent or the movies Philadelphia. And why does this matter? Well, I mean, we saw it with the poppies. We've also had, in terms of HIV, the quilt, which demonstrates just the extraordinary loss of people to HIV. But it touches our emotions, and it's our emotions that make us respond, not the law and the facts, in a sustained way. And I think the conversation about charismatic people equally really important in terms of getting people who connect with us as humans. And I was very struck by Pablo's word cloud saying that we think about people when we're here thinking about existential risk. So my next set of thoughts is to really think about looking across the borders, and I'm not going to dwell on it, but, you know, I think we know that in this country, one of the reasons that our response to COVID has been so weak is also that we put our trade concerns and our challenges around Brexit first. And some have said that the greatest export we've made over this period of time was the Delta variant. And indeed, there are some indications we did the same with Omicron. Delta has spread, or did spread, at such remarkable speed because we did not do the right thing from a public health perspective. We prioritised trade at that time. But there are far more reasons to think about looking across the borders and to think globally. And this is my wonderful friend, Goodwill Ambassador James Chow, who's a TV host in China, who's been attacked hugely for his work on COVID. And yet he has been, I think, one of the most significant Cassandras, and he was broadcasting from China back at the beginning of 2020, letting people know what was going on, exhausting himself in the middle of the night. And here he was in May 2020. Now, May 2020 was the eve of the World Health Assembly, when the World Health Organization was convening its governing body, the health ministers of the world, and they were doing that when there were 90,000 COVID cases a day. There had been 6 million already. So this had moved at remarkable speed. And as you can read on the slide, I hope, James was already saying, you know, we are mourning for the world. And this is 2 years ago, right? And pleading that we put away our national interests and that we work collectively as a world. It seems pretty obvious. Any pandemic does not respect borders. And yet the backdrop of this is this same point about global health diplomacy, which is also very much where I think I've located my life. And I was talking to some of you about nuclear weapons, and you were saying, where's the treaty? Where's the binding treaty? What happened as a result of this pandemic? Well, in 2007, we had the international health regulations, which were what was used to declare COVID as a pandemic. What happens is that a binding treaty? Well, the response, the global response, was that President Trump withdrew his funds from WHO. The largest donor to WHO, excluding the Gates Foundation, we pulled the money out at the very moment, 1 month before James spoke, that the world needed to respond collectively. And in fact, the public health emergency of international concern requires countries. We have a legal duty to step up, and yet we did not. Globally, we did not. We did not find a way. Instead, what happened was a fracturing and a China-US conflict emerging in the walls of Avenue Appia. Now, a pandemic preparedness treaty is in the making, but the current timetable is that the earliest that it will be delivered is 2024, and those of you who live in and around the global community will not be surprised to hear that there are squabbles between the obvious partners as to what it will include. But there is an attempt to do that. I'm going to skip across these slides, but I did just want to say that as we look globally and we think globally, I just want to underscore this. Think about our local and try and remember that it's not normal. As we live through the let it rip 5 million a day, it's not normal. These are the two graphs that I follow daily. I live in Wealden most of the time, which has a population of 160,000 people, 10,000 of whom 2 days ago had COVID. My sons, lucky souls, currently live on the island of Bali, which has a population of 4.3 million. And in the past 7 days, in the area that they live in, they had about 50 cases. And this has been their outbreak, their Omicron outbreak. So let's hold on to the fact that actually other countries are getting this right, and why are we not learning from each other? This is a graph that shows the vaccine equity. You can see the shameful lack of vaccination in Africa. It's just blazingly obvious. The green countries have got great vaccination. The red have got hardly any. So there's a number of campaigners, many of them standing on the shoulders of people who campaigned in HIV to remove the trade laws that create this challenge. And I think one of the reasons that HIV has had such a response is that the Americans in the top corner trained people like me to be treatment activists, and then when they'd finished with the Europeans, they got involved with supporting African colleagues, and globally we built a response that demanded treatments get into bodies, and in fact that happened far more quickly than one would have imagined in the Gallo-Montagnier squabbles of the early 80s. In the 90s we got there. I'm going to move beyond that. But learning from each other, this is something I think is really important, and I want to go back to the point about social science. We talk often about the global response as being in a very top-down way when we think about pandemics, and this I found on an Australian university website from February 2018 about mask wearing. Why have we got such great or much more effective responses in many Asian countries? Well, it's because many Asian responses know about respiratory hygiene. And we will have heard that back in the early 2020s, particularly people like Jeremy Hunt, the chair of the Health and Social Care Committee, who has an understanding of what happens in Asia, saying, hang on, why are we not looking? Why are we not looking at what's happening in countries that understand respiratory? The term respiratory hygiene I heard first from Dame Professor Anne Johnson, who back in the 1990s was responsible for the National Survey on Sexual Attitudes and Lifestyle, someone who understands behavioural science and social science. We have other public health measures, in addition to mask wearing, that have been very, very poorly deployed. And another one, again, from my love of Indonesia. And finally, after 2 years, I was able, well enough to travel to go and see my son, who'd been happily stuck on the island of Bali for 2 years, whilst I've been slugging it out in central London. And I sat in quarantine for a week. And you know what? I didn't mind at all. But I was following Facebook groups where people were outraged and furious. And I remember reading one comment from a Balinese man who said, if you're not willing to do the quarantine required by the Indonesian government to protect the people of Indonesia, perhaps you shouldn't be coming here. So quarantine is a well-respected and used approach to public health. but it needs to be equitable and thought through. And what you see in this corner is what happened in response to Omicron, which biological epidemiologists tell us may well have originated in this country rather than in South Africa, let me say as an aside. The day when the travel restrictions and the banning happened around Omicron, before people understood its virulence, you can see the countries that were banned from entering the US. They were the countries that didn't have so many cases of Omicron. Look at the red countries. Those are the ones that had Omicron, and only 2 of them were banned from entering the US, South Africa and Botswana. But the US also banned Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Angola, Zambia. Why? They didn't even have any Omicron. I think we know the answer. Now, I need to say there's a bit of a trigger warning. This is a distressing image coming up next. But, you know, going on from travel restrictions as one response, there are other responses in public health world. And this is, let's not forget, there have been other dreadful infectious disease epidemics which continue to recur. And the reason I'm showing this upsetting image is, A, because actually I think infectious diseases which kill are very upsetting. One of the first moments that I started to think about the connections between AIDS and COVID was when I heard about people with COVID being put in body bags, and that reminded me of what happened in AIDS back in the mid-80s. But this is an image from Sierra Leone, and the reason for me it's important is that this was the incredibly distressing way in which someone who had died was treated. And the AIDS community got involved, and they got involved with the faith communities, and they found compassionate ways of dealing with burial and funerals. And so we need to start that interrelationship. And now to something slightly more joyful, the Easter Bunny. Does anyone remember this? So, I mean, we talked about how we communicate and politics in terms, and I really appreciated Lara's sort of commentary on this, but I thought the difference between these 2 styles of communication was so fundamentally important. And I don't know whether any of you had the pleasure of watching Jacinda Ardern communicate. And if not, I recommend it as a happy way of spending your time. But Easter 2020, she came on to the official channels and she told people that the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy are essential workers. They may work through lockdown. And by the way, if they don't get there, put an image in your window to help the other kids who want to get their Easter Bunny because, you know, it might be a bit busy. What did we do? Stay home. Don't put your friends and family at danger. Nothing about who might be at differential risk. Okay, my final very brief news or thoughts are to move on from this fundamental point about humanity at the heart. You know, when I was thinking about this, I said, tell the truth. There is so much to say about this. And how ironic it was to hear you mention happy birthday at the time we're thinking about birthday parties in number 10. And this was my favourite bit, and I thought we might need a little bit of levity by this point. Do you remember the wonderful presentation from Boris Johnson, which Matt Lucas from Little Britain ripped off as, so we're saying, don't go to work, go to work. Don't take public transport, go to work. Don't go to work. Stay indoors. If you can work from home, go to work. Don't go to work. Go outside. Don't go outside. And then we will or won't something or other. And my point on this is simply we are living in a time of uncertainty and we have to find a way to deal with that. And I've run out of time to tell you what that means for long COVID, but simply to say that in March 2021, we got this long-term plan from the Blair Institute, which reminded us that those of us who didn't get well, who got sick in lockdown 1, were just told to stay at home and treat it like the flu, as people are being told now, which is perhaps safer with vaccination, but not entirely safe. But unfortunately, many of us didn't get better. And then people like me thought we were better 11 months on, and have recently had relapses and discovered that this virus appears to continue to do damage. And in fact, there's emerging medical data showing us that long COVID is very real. And there are now nearly 2 million of us with long COVID. There are now over 200,000 NHS workers infected at work who are challenged and unable to work full-time and who are being fired from their jobs. The long-term catastrophic impacts of the long COVID epidemic, I believe, are something we need to investigate, and I will very happily answer questions on that because I've run out of time to tell you more. But here is my lovely friend Talia, who thought she was better too, but got a dose of Omicron. And she had a happy 28th birthday, but she's back in bed now and, like me, monitoring her pulse rate daily because it keeps going really, really wonky. So we need to think about how we talk about what we don't know. And I think you are the people who know how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. That was an amazing combination of the individual and the global. Thank you. We're going to take a very short break from COVID and AIDS and talk about Fukushima. We've got Julius Weitzdörfer, who used to be at CERI, working very closely with Martin Rees on issues around responsible innovation. He's now Professor of East Asian Law at the University of Hagen. He's Professor of East Asian Law at the University of Hagen. Julius.
Thank you very much, Paul. Let me start with my sincerest gratitude to CESER for the time I could spend at CESER and for inviting me back, and also to the organizers of this conference. I had the honor of co-organizing the very first conference on catastrophic risk back in 2016 together with Catherine Rhodes and others, so I know what kind of work is entailed in this. So my topic today is the Fukushima accident, not in terms of a nuclear accident, but in terms of its potential for us to learn from it to prevent future catastrophes of existential and global scale. Especially managing extreme technological risk, which was our project at CESER initially. The questions I'm going to address is, why is Fukushima such an interesting study case to think about a reduction of existential risks? How can we do this? And what exactly are the most important lessons now 11 years after the disaster? Significant time has passed. It's also very far away. There are much, much more immediate catastrophes unfolding as we speak. A war, the climate emergency, and the pandemic. And let me assure you that these immediate threats are also in my mind, because I've been fortunate enough to host a Ukrainian refugee family for 3 weeks now. They're in my apartment now that I'm in the UK. So these threats are very immediate and present, but still I think it's worth to think back about Fukushima. My angle is an institutional angle. I'm a lawyer by training and a Japanologist. I think about risk governance and technology policy. What we're not talking about today, but which is also important, is of course the future of nuclear energy, the potentials and risks involved, but that's not going to be my topic today. So why is Fukushima so interesting? SJ has told us today, this morning, about the importance of real catastrophes as study systems. And Fukushima, as it happens, was the costliest disaster before the COVID-19 epidemic globally, at least the costliest single disaster. It is interesting in that it represents a combination of natural and technological and social factors that have contributed to it. It is a so-called NATEC disaster. It was a triple catastrophe of an earthquake, a tsunami, and subsequent nuclear meltdowns, or in other words, a double whammy of nature and technology. And therefore, due to its complexity, I think is especially interesting when we think about future compound disasters and concurring crises. It's also interesting because it involves a dual-use technology, nuclear fission, that, like other technologies, has strategic importance to our national economies, but also poses certain risks. It's interesting because Japan was a high-tech economy, an advanced economy with sophisticated levels of governance that would have otherwise not thought it to be the setting of such a disaster. Another interesting aspect is the high level of political contestation. If we think about, say, the Challenger disaster, there was much less political and social implications around it. But what is likely is that future existential risks do entail a certain level of political debate, I would assume. Furthermore, it's interesting that the Fukushima disaster has been well studied technologically, and also socially, which makes it distinct from, say, more historical cases of collapse that are more in distant history and we don't really have the data on. And finally, Japan is also relevant in that it's strongly underrepresented in the existential risk community, in the existential risk scholarship, possibly due to reasons of language, while at the same time it offers, of course, a high level of technological innovation, scientific advances, and particularly disaster scholarship is highly advanced, highly experienced in Japan, and we're not drawing on these voices, on these scholars adequately in the X-risk community, I would argue. So these are some of the reasons why I think the case is of particular importance and interest. But how exactly can we learn from such a localized event in Japan for potential global catastrophes? The challenge, of course, is to prepare for the unprecedented. We've talked about this yesterday, and we already heard about 3 different approaches, including imagination, foresight and forecasting, and even wargaming. And scaling up lessons from smaller disaster is another way of thinking about potential existential risks. So the idea for me and my colleagues as legal scholars is to shift the focus away from the hazard, and the existential risk community has been, at least in the past, very much focused on interesting existential hazards, and shift the focus to vulnerability, particularly the prevention failures and the mitigation failures involved in this accident, which appear to be, I think, cross-cutting. So the governance failures that we could see in this case and in other cases, I think, are prevalent. Whether you think about climate change, nuclear weapons, there seem to be recurring failures in the governance that seem to be the bottlenecks of X-risk reduction, to me, much more than a lack of scientific understanding. So how do we transfer these lessons? It involves a process of, first of all, translating Japanese scholarship, transferring knowledge, transposing ideas into other sectors, and transplanting solutions. It's about scaling the lessons from smaller disasters to potentially existential ones, to a wider range of sectors and a higher magnitude of risk. So the idea is not to think about a supersized Fukushima scenario. Rather, it's about identifying patterns of social, corporate, and government vulnerabilities that could be relevant in future catastrophes. So this kind of social turn has been a movement in the conventional disaster sciences a long time ago, but I think it's still to fully happen in the X-risk community. So Fukushima is an interesting case of us being aware of certain risks, having possible solutions, prevention and mitigation measures at our disposal, but still failing to implement them in an effective way. So knowledge and even availability of solutions does, of course, not necessarily lead to prevention. Let me talk about 2 groups of law and policy lessons that we have as a collective team of around 20 authors who have collaborated with me in a volume on Fukushima and the law, which is long awaited but very soon forthcoming, which is now at almost 800 pages, but you have the opportunity to get the gist of it in these 10 minutes from me. Let me try to summarize in a simplified way. First of all, the disaster exposed the high degree of regulatory, administrative, scientific, and even media capture by a single industry. Capture here refers to a specific private interests dominating and undermining broader public legislative interests. So the expertise, the monopolistic structure, The profit and the strategic importance of this industry helped to create this process in the case of Fukushima, but we can easily think about other sectors today where we have similar tendencies. Secondly, and related, is a problem of the ownership of high-risk industries. Of course, neither private nor public ownership of these entities engaged in inherently dangerous activities are perfect solutions, but the limitations of ordinary corporate law in these areas have been, I think, very easy to see, and they require, if not only reforms of corporate governance, perhaps even novel forms of stewardship of such enterprises. Another related aspect is the corporate veil that helps to externalize risks away from shareholders, in addition to special exemptions granted by nuclear law, which have effectively shielded the entire corporation, in our case Tokyo Denryoku TEPCO, the operator of the nuclear power plant, from back-end and fat-tail risks and costs. I've expanded on this in an article for the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. The financial incentives reward a certain degree of underinvestment, at least beyond the regulatory required level, in costly safety measures, and the legal exceptionalisms prevalent in nuclear law, but not only in nuclear law, prevent a certain deterrence of those crucially responsible for the safety of these technologies. This is, of course, even more concerning given the inadequacy of conventional tort and criminal liability systems which operate ex post facto to prevent disasters in the first place. So in the absence of adequate legislation, it is reasonable for a corporation not to prevent losses exceeding a certain threshold, as it would be bankrupted either way, which calls for reforms of corporate governance and specific rules for investors in companies engaged in inherently dangerous activities. Another factor is the limitation of the legal concept of standing, which prevents third parties from intervening before an accident has happened. Overall, the risk governance lessons from the case of Fukushima are focused on moral hazards in so-called take the money and run companies with unsolved back-end and fat-tailed costs. And that, of course, is not limited to the nuclear industry. The second aspect of risk governance lessons relates around the nexus between government and public interests. First of all, and we've heard about this, I think, sufficiently already, is the lack of trust in government in the government in the response phase. If you remember, the time after Fukushima, there was a lot of uncertainty, perhaps similar to the case of the COVID-19 pandemic, and involved in the health risks of this accident. Similarly, there was certainly an inadequate level of risk communication in the immediate wake of the accident. There was also, and again I think this resonates with our memory of the COVID-19 pandemic, a lack of effective coordination, not only nationally, if we think about the various government agencies involved in Japan, so it was about disaster reconstruction, it was about regulating the nuclear industry, and so forth, but also a lack of effective coordination internationally, at least in the immediate aftermath of the disaster. The disaster also demonstrated the failure of the IAEA's review system, which before the fact had been praised as a very effective way of dealing with nuclear safety internationally. And finally, there are even vertical and horizontal issues of collaboration within the government in Japan and between certain sectors that are siloed from each other through different areas of law. For instance, nuclear safety and radiation protection are two entirely different concepts in law, and any nuclear installation operated by the military, again, is again exempt from nuclear law. So even within nuclear law, we have these regulatory silos that prevent a holistic approach. It's even more trivial to say that a potential existential catastrophe would ultimately affect all sectors of society. So if we fail to deal with a limited disaster nationally, administratively, we would certainly fail to do so with a global existential disaster. Now, let me conclude by a few more observations about the lessons learned. There are a lot of lessons observed from Fukushima. These are well documented in international technical reports by the IAEA, the Japanese government, and others. What's striking, though, is that very few of these lessons have been adopted, implemented on an international scale. For example, there is not a single IAEA internationally binding legal agreement that has come about after Fukushima. This is very different to, for instance, the Chernobyl accident, which was followed by 2 or 3 important international agreements. There are no such agreements in the wake of Fukushima, although it perfectly demonstrated the inadequacy of the previously praised IAEA safety review system. Secondly, another interesting example is that the European Union revised its civil protection framework very soon after Fukushima. However, there was no reference made to the Fukushima accident and the lessons entirely included. A third and perhaps most striking example is the United Nations Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the so-called Sendai framework enacted in Japan in 2015, 4 years after the disaster. If you look at this framework, it's again striking that it is limited mostly to natural disasters, and so-called NATEC disasters at the interface of technology and society are excluded from the remit. This has a number of reasons which have to do with competence, but it also has to do with the fact that the Sendai framework was negotiated in Japan, and because Sendai is very close to Fukushima, there was also an element of not upsetting the Japanese, and therefore all this was kind of excluded. In a similar way, the Fukushima accident has been disowned as a disaster made in Japan, blamed on certain cultural and societal factors that wouldn't be prevalent otherwise. I question this, and we question this, because the elements of Japanese society, including a high degree of, say, respect for authority, groupthink, high pressure from above, these are not social phenomena exclusive to Japan. I would argue they are prevalent in many corporations and other contexts outside of Japan. Now, these are somewhat sobering results, I would say, but I hope that they have conveyed the reason why I think the Fukushima accident remains an important study system, and hopefully you will see the results in our forthcoming book very soon. Thank you very much.
Julius, thank you. And my apologies to those online who couldn't hear me before, but as I'm just filling in between speakers, you don't really need to listen to me. Next we have Lalitha Sundaram, who is a research associate here at CESER, a very, very valued and appreciated one. And she's going to be talking about her work on biorisk and particularly around regulation. Lalitha.
Thank you very much, Paul. So as Paul said, my primary focus within biorisk at CESER has been and continues to be regulation, governance, biosafety, biosecurity, and primarily looking at that in synthetic biology. So what I'm going to address here with you today and in this panel is in one sense a departure from that. But in another sense, it's a return to my previous life. I think the biggest cliche amongst existential risk scholars is that most of us ended up here through quite circuitous, unconventional routes. There is no conventional route to end up here. My own started when I began working on a synthetic biology biosensor. The aim of the project was to detect deadly arsenic in drinking water in wells in Bangladesh and Nepal. So we engineered a bacterium to change color in response to arsenic concentrations and do that for us. So one way to trace that story to where I am now is to think about the risks of deploying uncertain technologies in the field, how to regulate genetically modified organisms, how to do responsible research, and that is what the bulk of my research focuses on now. The other route is one that I'm much less adept at navigating and let alone talking about. And that's actually the one I'm going to be talking about today. It isn't as well developed in the context of X-risk, and I hope this is a forum to unpick those ideas and figure out as a community what we think is valuable to think about and to contribute to. So I was working on a SynBio tool to help address the challenge of what is essentially a chronic health issue. Arsenicosis, causing a large range of cancers, long-term degradation of health with intergenerational effects. The WHO in the year 2000 called it the biggest poisoning of a population in history. Is this not catastrophic? Perhaps if we're being quite cold-hearted about it, we can say, well, it's not existential. It sucks to be Bangladeshi, but it's not even globally catastrophic. Why should we care? For me, that misses the point completely. And I think the point of these 3 days is to invite us from this community to question our assumptions, to question the boundaries we draw or that we feel we need to draw, and most importantly, to consider deeply where we can gain insights and learn lessons. I don't think we need to circumscribe where we learn our lessons from based on how many people die. In fact, we'd better not, or we'll have learned those lessons far too late. So I entered the world of global catastrophic biological risk, GCBRs, with in the back of my mind an inkling that important lessons could and should be learned from local catastrophes like arsenic. Slow-moving ones, perhaps, and these didn't have to look like pandemics from the movies. But typically, definitions of GCBRs go along the short, sharp shock model, where the risks involve rapidly spreading high mortality events. That's kind of a folk understanding, so let's dig a little bit deeper. There's an entire special issue of the journal Health Security that I would encourage you to look at that focuses on GCBRs, and that includes a working definition. I'm going to read that out. Those events in which biological agents, whether naturally emerging or re-emerging, deliberately created or released, or laboratory engineered and escaped, could lead to sudden, extraordinary, widespread disaster beyond the capability of national and international governments and the private sector to control. If unchecked, GCBRs would lead to great suffering, loss of life, and sustained damage to national governments, international relationships, economies, social stability, or global security. You'll notice that fatalities are just one element here. Mostly, this is about widespread disaster. And I think Robin has argued quite persuasively, there has been widespread disaster already. We continue to see widespread disaster. That same special issue asks the question, has HIV and AIDS in sub-Saharan Africa been a global catastrophic biological risk? And one way to think about that is in some of the earliest definitions of catastrophic risk and even existential risk of a marked inflection point in the trajectory of a community. That same special issue also argues that human fatality is just one measure of harm. It's not the only measure, nor is it likely the best. A biological agent that debilitates its host, especially when the effects manifest over a long period of time, might cause greater devastating harm. If the effects prevent productivity and demand expensive and limited resources, there will be psychological, social, and economic impacts that would scale and sustain more extensively than deaths alone. So essentially, catastrophic societal damage is possible by biological agents that do not cause mass casualties necessarily. And for me, this meant biological events that were chronic, and that piqued my interest. So this was the starting point of a project that we embarked on at CSER about 3 years ago with Lauren Holt and Catherine Rhodes. Before the short, sharp shock of COVID, I know it doesn't feel very short, and certainly before our dawning and belated realization of long COVID, which I hope Robin will be able to go into in much more detail during the Q&A. What I'll go through now in an abbreviated form is our exploration of that subject. What we were interested in was chronic illness, where the risks are obviously not of immediate mortality, but long-term morbidity. And we saw this as an understudied facet of GCBRs. We had some intuitions, but intuitions aren't analysis. In order to study these risks, we compared case studies to explore the immediate and long-term effects associated with them at varying levels of intensity. So the case studies we looked at were natural outbreaks, but additional risks could come from deliberate engineering of chronic disease pathogens and their use as bioweapons. Policies to address the risks associated with engineered pathogens also generally focus on perceived lethality, and they pay very little attention to the possibility of engineered pathogens leading to chronic conditions, although these may well be more insidious. they may be more difficult to detect and to treat. And of course, this is against a backdrop where everything is getting easier to engineer. Pathogens, whether they are chronic or acute. Toxoplasma, my favorite organism because it's what I studied for my PhD, is one of the most genetically tractable parasites. It also results in a lifelong infection. By most estimate, about half the people in this room are infected with a chronic infection of toxo. It might be a bit lower because a lot of ex-riskers don't eat meat. It might be a little higher. A lot of ex-riskers have cats, but roughly half. And when you're chronically infected, toxo lives in your muscles, it lives in your brain, and has a constant, complex, and largely cryptic interaction of signaling. Despite this, despite its tractability, despite its potential engineerability, it's on nobody's biosecurity radar because it doesn't kill all that many people, except for in the case of comorbidity with HIV and AIDS. It's chronic. So leaving aside that nightmarish and potentially slightly information hazardy scenario, it's still true that even for natural chronic threats, the impacts accrete over time. So traditional means of surveillance and response that can limit the spread are likely to be inadequate. So for us exploring this notion of chronic GCBRs, first was the question of definitions. In the past 2 years, I reckon most of us fancy ourselves epidemiologists now. At least we do when we're on Twitter. We all know what R is, we all know what R0 is. We know the difference between virulence, pathogenicity, or do we? I'm not sure that we really do. Actually, definitions are pretty tricky. You only have to look at the mess that was caused by the discrepancy between lay, medical, and epidemiological definitions of airborne to realize that definitions are crucial, or at the very least, a common understanding. So what is a common understanding of a chronic disease? Loads of institutions, governments, professionals, doctors work with these kinds of problems in human health that are understood to be chronic, but not always understood as the same thing. There's not agreement about what that means, nor is there agreement even about what attributes are the most important to look at. For instance, there is one broad assumption that chronic disease refers exclusively to non-communicable disorders, cancers from smoking, obesity, for example. But as we've just heard from the HIV and AIDS case, that needn't be so. They are by no means exclusive. Increasingly, many of the diseases traditionally classified as non-communicable are being found to have an infectious element to them. Many cancers, for example, I just saw a headline today about prostate cancer having potentially a bacterial element to it. Peptic ulcers are another example. And there's also a move to reclassify so-called, I hate this phrase, but lifestyle diseases like obesity and type 2 diabetes as socially transmitted. So definitions are crucial here. And in trying to build an understanding of the scope and characteristics of chronic disease threats that could be GCBRs, what we did was a bit of a dissection. We developed a framework for analysis that focuses on the characteristics of chronic disease that contribute to its overall severity and therefore to GCBR potential. As a starting point, and also to draw some bounds so that we could actually do some of this work, we started with those that are decidedly communicable, where the source of the disease is an infectious biological agent of some kind. We actually did a bit of a case study on AIDS, but that's been covered by someone far more expert than me, so I'll leave that out. One of the cases that I wanted to talk to you about is polio. Polio is caused by a single-stranded virus of the Picornaviridae family, in case that's of interest to anyone. It was thought to be an ancient disease. You can see ancient art with depicting people with withered limbs, but very little actual poliomyelitis was seen until the early 20th century. We had seasonal summer epidemics in developed countries. Polio is transmitted through the fecal-oral route, and the R0 is estimated as between 5 and 7. That's scary enough. But what's even worse are its transmission characteristics. Individuals are infectious 5 to 20 days before symptoms appear. They're most infectious 7 to 10 days post-symptoms, but polio is communicable for 3 to 6 weeks, even without apparent symptoms afterwards. With those kinds of characteristics, quarantine was completely useless. Believe me, it was tried, but completely useless. The good news was that for the vast majority of people, these symptoms, if they ever came up in the first place, would resolve. The vast majority of these infections were asymptomatic, 90 to 95%, undetected. That's terrible news for the transmission dynamics, but very good news for the health outcomes of those individuals who were infected. Symptomatic infections could follow different routes, with roughly the following outcomes and proportions. Minor illness, 4 to 8%. Non-paralytic meningitis, about 1 to 2%, which could progress to paralysis, and the rest was paralysis. Could be spinal, could be bulbar, that's lower brainstem, with impeded breathing and swallowing, or both. Of these paralytic cases, and I realize it's a bit confusing, we're talking about percentages, but some percentage, 5 to 10% of those would die, 10% would recover completely, and the remainder would have some permanent paralysis. And I want to make a note here about context. Those figures assume the provision of respiratory support. Without this, mortality goes up to 25 to 75, and of course, respiratory support was not available then everywhere. It's not even available everywhere now. But if paralysis reached the chest, what was usually used was a tank respirator, what's called the iron lung that you might have seen in old movies and old pictures. That could be used to keep patients alive. The treatments range from a few weeks to the rest of the person's life. And cost estimates are a bit tricky to come by, but in general, the ballpark we're talking about here is that an iron lung would cost as much as a house. Now, polio, devastating as it was, would not, under most definitions, be called a GCBR. Why? It's because of the characteristics of the disease. Only a few percent of infected people went on to develop these forms of paralysis. And now, of course, we're on our way to eradication. Although, of course, there are setbacks in that as well. The second example I want to talk to you about is a bit more current. It's about Zika. Zika is another virus, and another one that usually manifests at first with easily resolved, mild flu-like symptoms. One of the potential consequences of Zika infection, however, is that for a proportion of pregnant women who become infected with the virus for the first time, this infection will result in children born with congenital Zika syndrome. That's thought to affect about 5 to 10% of babies born to women infected with this virus just before or during pregnancy. Of these infants, up to 2/3 will experience intellectual disabilities, though the long-term consequences are not super well defined. But what we do know from the data that we have is that although the lifespan of these children is not thought to be reduced on the whole, severe problems can arise due to microcephaly, which is one of the sequelae that we see. Problems feeding, impairments in motion, vision, hearing, and speech, developmental delays, seizures. And some of these might be fatal, severe seizures, for example, but this, again, depends entirely, almost entirely, on the context of care and where these children are being born and how they're being cared for. And again, there's the cost. There's not been enough data on this to be entirely sure, but the CDC and others have estimated the lifetime cost of a child with congenital Zika syndrome as being about $10 million, and that's in the US context. Zika is tricky, and I talked about difficulties of detection, and actually, a higher than expected number of children born with microcephaly is often the first signal that a Zika outbreak is underway, because the symptoms of the adult infection are very similar to other diseases. Dengue, chikungunya, mild flu-like symptoms, it could just be a mild flu. And control measures for Zika are twofold. You have control of Zika itself through vector control, although this has problems as well because the mosquitoes are finicky beings and don't like to be killed all that easily. And, or through the sexually transmitted route. We can also control that. One of the reasons why Zika hasn't been a GCBR, congenital Zika syndrome hasn't been a GCBR in the traditional sense, is that for now, this mosquito is geographically restricted. That's not going to be true forever, though, as we see the effects of climate change. The range of these mosquitoes is going to expand. They're going to interact with naive populations in far further reaches of the globe. And these mosquitoes have been, in their 1s and 2s, been seen in more temperate regions in places in Europe. So we need to be prepared, we need to be vigilant. We can't wait for some cases of microcephaly popping up in hospitals for that to be our first understanding that that's what we're facing. So what can we learn from looking at these examples? That dissection that we did revealed some interesting insights. None of our cases were GCBRs under most traditional definitions, but all of them could have been. If you imagine like a dashboard of dials, each with certain characteristics, it was often just 1 or 2 dials that needed tweaking. They would have been. And so those dials are the ones that merit particular attention and where I think we can draw lessons. These are the dials that we need to pay attention to not just for these diseases that I was just talking about, or for emerging diseases across the globe, but for the really big ones. Some of these are pretty obvious, so I won't go into them. Things, pathogenicity and virulence, mortality, transmissibility, susceptibility, that kind of thing. Others are more specific. Detectability. How do we know that a problem is a problem? And this is absolutely key for chronic disease, because we're in a sense presupposing an insidious phenomenon. This is distinct from ease of diagnosis. This is the recognition that something is amiss in a population, and it relates to the specificity of symptoms. For example, the first indications might be quite generic, these mild flu-like symptoms, HIV, polio, Zika, lots of other infections. But this may also extend to further symptoms beyond that initial infection. The constellation of symptoms associated with AIDS made it difficult to recognize in the early years of the epidemic in the United States, for example. And that's one of the reasons, by my understanding, why it was so difficult to package together as a syndrome. We have detectability, we also have diagnosis, and that is the recognition that it is an agent, a genetically distinct one, that is responsible for the phenomena that we're seeing. Again, early in the AIDS crisis, there were hypotheses that this might be respiratory illness due to the use of poppers in nightclubs. I mean, it's preposterous now knowing what we know, but until you know how to diagnose, or what you're trying to diagnose, this is very difficult. Next, we have the speed of disease progression. How quickly the disease goes to the end state, whether this is irreversible or reversible morbidity or death. How much time do you have to act? How much time do you have to administer post-exposure prophylaxis, for example? For an emergent disease, how much time do you have to develop it in the first place? And then we have morbidity and sequelae, which are, what are the actual consequences? Is it lifelong care? Is it life in an iron lung? Is it recurrent periods of exhaustion where you can't function and live your life in the way that you want? And that is also related to the degree of care needed. This cost can be calculated in several ways, and none of these are perfect. Man-hours of carers, economic cost of interventions, health-related quality of life metrics, highly contested, like QALYs, DALYs, that kind of thing. But also externality-based measures, like loss of income for carers, for example. And finally, engineerability. How much is known about the genetic characteristics of the pathogen, especially relating to transmission, speed of progression, all the characteristics I just talked about? How much is known about the elements of these pathogens can be manipulated in the lab? What is the feasibility of performing these experiments? How free is access to the technical knowledge, the genetic data, the physical materials, and the infrastructure? We could do this for good, to develop countermeasures, of course, or for weaponizability. So, on this cheerful note, I will end here and hope that it's just been a glimpse on how we can maybe think a little bit more broadly when we think about catastrophic risks and the lessons that we can learn.
That was really great, thank you. And finally, we have Jochem Rietveld, who is also a research associate at CSER. We're going to be returning specifically to COVID, and because Jochem is very active within the learning the lessons from COVID, which I'm sure many of us are looking forward to. Okay, cheers, Jochem.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me first start with giving a bit of background to the Lessons from COVID project. So this was a project that started about a year ago at CSER. And we're interested in analyzing the pandemic response and analyzing the key moments, critical moments in the response, where particular interventions or decisions or the lack of decisions and interventions significantly altered the death toll. So we explicitly take a global catastrophic risk perspective in that regard. And to that end, we have identified a number of clusters that we want to focus on in our research agenda that we recently finalized. And that's first of all pandemic preparedness. So then you can think of running pandemic exercises and training, having relevant stockpiles of PPE, and having relevant decision-making processes and structures in place for when a pandemic actually occurs. And then we've got early actions, so what kind of actions are taken in the first few months after an outbreak and after an outbreak is declared a pandemic. We've got a cluster of vaccines, and then finally non-pharmaceutical interventions. So those are things like lockdowns, mask wearing, social distancing, all interventions that aim to slow the transmission rates that are non-pharmaceutical in nature. And within these clusters, we've also identified relevant aspects. So first of all, we asked, what was the information base? What was the information available to decision makers when the novel pathogen of SARS-CoV-2 was detected? And what were then decision-making processes? What did they look like? What kind of expertise was consulted and what expertise was not consulted? Then we look at the questions of implementation and capacity. So when you take certain decisions, are you able to implement them? Do you have the relevant capacities to do so? And we also look at communication. So now I want to speak about a few key themes that emerge from a panel like this. And first of that is vulnerability, because I think many of you will remember that in the early days of COVID, there was an early narrative that we were all equally affected by COVID and we were all equally vulnerable. So we heard about prime ministers and presidents affected by COVID, being hospitalized, admitted to ICU, and there was even talk about COVID being the great equalizer at that stage. And of course, that soon changed as we learned that certain communities, particularly poor and minority communities, were disproportionately affected, often because of frontline occupations they held, about dense living conditions, other socioeconomic factors. And then globally, a big issue was, of course, vaccine inequity. So rich countries were able to produce and pre-purchase vaccines at a very big scale. And we even saw that rich countries were starting their booster campaigns, whereas many countries in the global south still had frontline workers and healthcare workers waiting for their first dose, which was a massive problem with regards to global justice, was also raised many times by the WHO as a thing that really deserved our attention and still deserves our attention. It's still a massive challenge. So then there's also an issue of inclusion. So in many countries, we saw that scientific advisory bodies were set up. In the UK, there was SAGE. So you have a group of experts that advise the government on what policies to take and how to approach the crisis of COVID-19. But we can then also critically ask if these bodies are actually reflecting the populations, the wider population. So do they kind of represent different communities and groups as well? So to ensure that particular challenges that felt particularly in certain communities are also voiced and represented at government level. And I think asking that question is also answering that, is that often we haven't seen that diversity within these expert bodies, which is definitely something to also learn lessons from, that we should do this differently next time. And obviously, we're now also starting to talk about recovery. So what lessons are we actually going to learn from COVID-19? First of all, my hope is that we will really see much more structural investments in pandemic preparedness. Previously, we've had many years of cycles of panic and neglect. So there would be a local, regional outbreak, and we've had a lot in the past 20 years, like SARS, MERS, Ebola. So yeah, when there's an outbreak, there's a lot of attention and there's panic, and there's this notion that we really need to do something. But if after a few months it seems that the outbreak is manageable and it stays local, regional, we have a period of neglect again, and we wait until the next outbreak. So that's something we will really need to do differently to be better prepared next time. And I think what will also be really important is that we will engage in critical self-reflection, especially in the West. And I think that in the first few months after COVID was detected, that there was a strong sense of complacency in Western countries. It was seen as a Chinese problem. There was stereotyping as well. It was a typical Chinese reaction, lockdowns, very top-down, authoritarian. We would never do anything like that. And they're overreacting. It's just a strong flu. So there was a sense of complacency, and there was not a sense of urgency at all. And I think that was also hand in hand with overconfidence, because many Western countries have been sending health experts all across the globe to advise governments on how to tackle health emergencies, how to do that. So there was a sense that actually we were pretty well prepared. We had the experts, we had state-of-the-art health systems, you had things like the Global Health Security Index that tried to make a ranking of countries with regards to pandemic preparedness. Many rich and countries were topping that list. It was even mentioned by Donald Trump at the time that, well, we're number one, number two when it comes to preparedness. So we're fine. You can all sleep sound because we're prepared. And of course, that turned out very different. So I think there's a lot to be learned from that we can show a lot more humility and in that sense, and learn from other countries, because we saw many countries actually in the global south that when the WHO sounded the alarms, that they were very eager to engage with the WHO and to have discussions of what kind of actions needed to be taken. And we saw much less engagement from Western governments in that sense. And again, that overconfidence that we know how to handle these things. We don't need to talk to the WHO. And that turned out to be not the case. So finally, I think there's an important question if we will see an inclusive recovery. In the short term, that means that we really need to urgently address vaccine inequity. So we will need to see many more vaccine donations, either through COVAX, bilaterally, other multilateral arrangements. That's highly needed. But then also, with an eye on the future, it will be necessary to also build production facilities across the globe, and not only in predominantly in rich countries, so that when we have a next pandemic, we can very quickly develop vaccines very close to the communities where they will have to be delivered. And that will then hopefully also address vaccine inequity in the long term. But I think also very importantly is if we want to have an inclusive recovery, we really need to learn from those communities most disproportionately affected by COVID-19, but which are at the same time often communities that are socially, economically, and politically disenfranchised, and we really need to learn from how this crisis has affected them, and then to incorporate these lessons and also include them in policy making. So next time we'll face a pandemic or another GCR, that we have the tools to also protect these communities much better. So yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. We have a very brief time for questions, and I've just got a few online first, but if you're in the room, do think of some. We've got a few for Robin, and David Wood asks, well, you gave some striking examples of bad communications about COVID from various politicians. Do you have any positive ones? Who communicated better, and what prevents the rest of us from learning from their examples? We've got a meme from Crystal Foyer that goes something like this. We also have a question from Robin from Arena Matanas, which goes, involving other communities like the faith or AIDS communities have worked well in some situations. How do we find the relevant communities for any given crisis? It seems to require having broad contact network for the GCR community and a system for bringing the relevant ones into the loop efficiently and diplomatically. What are your advice on how to achieve this? I think that's probably enough for now.
Lovely, thank you. Whoops. And thank you to the fellow speakers. Have I got the right microphone? Yep, okay. They're great questions. I mean, I think in terms of good communications from politicians, I talked about Jacinda Ardern, and I do think she had just the humanity and the straightforwardness, and speaking very openly and honestly and personally as a mother as well as a leader, At the same time, with no disrespect to Kiwi friends, it's more of a city, you know, it's a small country, and that proximity and warmth of communication is more viable in that kind of context. The other example I've been given, and I stand to be corrected by Australian friends, is the Premier of Victoria, whom I believe had a very similar approach. And in Australia, you know, across the different parts of the country, there were different COVID responses. And I think it is telling. I think, strangely, in some ways, the Italians did it a lot better as well. I think it's just, you know, fundamentally, I would say the mix has been about getting the humanity into the conversation and getting the truthfulness about what we don't know, but also sort of allowing for a roundedness. And I think when we overthink health catastrophes as being about science, we miss the opportunity, and that's, you know, that I think has been the challenge, and so the communicators that have done well have been those. And I think the new administration in the US has rebalanced some of the challenges of the way the communication was done. So those would be my immediate top picks from politics. But I did want to pick up on a couple of points that Jochem made about inclusive structures around managing COVID, because actually some countries really got this right. And I suppose Canada, very interesting example in terms of having had a very small epidemic. I mean, again, pretty good communication from the top. And like South Africa, they have had national coordinating committees that have been led by people with experience of the HIV crisis. And I think that has been very interesting, because those people who've often come from a sort of fairly classic public health background, but have been schooled in human rights and health. And so they've taken an approach which is much more inclusive, and also is inclusive of communities. And I think those could be interesting models. I'm not just going to hammer on HIV because it's my thing, but I think we do need to think about that, and I think we need to also be really cautious on recovery. I stupidly missed my final slide, which were the two images of It's Not Over, a campaign that I ran at the Terence Higgins Trust in the early 1990s, when people were saying that the AIDS crisis was over, and we ran a campaign called It's Not Over. And also some images that I saw in central London in 2020 saying there will be better days. And this is when I was staggering along trying to get more than 5 minutes walking in a day, about 3 months after becoming ill. And there will be better days, so there will be different days. And I think that's one of the things, as we talk about recovery, we need to be sure that we're not talking about going back to how it was, because it's not going to go back to how it was. And we have an epidemic of anxiety amongst children and young people that we need to address, and that do no harm is so important. In terms of the point about bringing in communities, faith-aids communities, thank you for picking up on that. I think the truth is we have to look where the risk is. And actually the communities most affected by COVID in this country, yes, there was the huge impact on Black and Asian and other ethnic minority communities here at the early days, but also the impact has been on health workers and on care workers. And we're really not doing enough at listening to them. And one of the things that from the health workers I know and the doctors and nurses who are struggling with long COVID is they're expert patients. They understand what's happening in their bodies. They understood, and they were trying to respond both from what they were experiencing personally and what they were seeing in the people they were caring from. And we've really done pretty badly at listening to them. So I think when we want to reach out to communities, it's really about being granular with data and looking carefully. And the ONS actually has been phenomenal. I think they've been the heroes of the British epidemic. They have really solid data about where the risks lie. And I would be starting by looking there. And then it depends community by community how you reach out diplomatically.
We've got a couple of questions for Julius, but before that, I'm going to give the microphone over here for the first question.
Thank you very much. I wanted to point out that with regard to the COVID, what I really found interesting in terms of the experience and the lessons learned is I find that when it comes to the communications, there's no unified structure. And that basically, I think, is one of the major faults of this whole experience. I mean, you know, now I live in the United States where all of the individual states have their own jurisdiction when it comes to COVID. I lived in Vienna during the pandemic, and basically even small Vienna with a total population of 9 million couldn't guarantee that there was a unified structure because the figures were worse in Vienna, but not in the other parts of the country, and so therefore there was no unified messaging to the people. And that was really bad because the other thing is that even Lower Austria, where most of the people commute to Vienna, basically had different regulations, but they commuted every day to Vienna, basically. I mean, that's what it was. So I think that there also have to be lessons learned in terms of a unified communication structure, because that's the message that's going out seems to be very, very confusing to people. And when it comes to Germany, my home country, they were able to actually get a unified structure, even though the federal states had their own responsibilities, but they were able to top down, basically ensure that there was a single message that went out as far as the virus is concerned.
I think that's a really important point. I think also, though, I would pick up on one of the points that Lara made, which is about the fact that different communities need different messaging. And so when I think about what we did well in HIV, we did many things not so well, but we had a backdrop. We almost had the wallpaper message. So those AIDS don't die of ignorance messages, people, you know, the Grim Reaper in Australia, people can critique them and say, oh, they were too alarmist. But what they did was they created that backdrop of unified conversation, and then they enabled people to get focused. And I think we haven't got that balance right on COVID. So, you know, and particularly it's more challenging because we do live in the fake news environment. We do live in the democratic access to information that may or may not be correct. And so the challenge for official communication channels is how do you deal with that, and how you might communicate to a bunch of anti-vaxxers in Bali is going to be different from how you communicate with care workers in Surrey. And they are going to need slightly nuanced messages against a backdrop. So I think it is one of the challenges, and perhaps where we've gone a bit wrong with COVID is trying to give one message. So the message stay indoors was very effective for the short period of time. But then when people came out of doors, you know, I remember hearing so many people go, I don't have to wear a mask now, it's not illegal. But maybe, you know.
Thank you. That was Angela Kane asking that question. And then go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Sean Hagerty, Centre for the Study of Existential Risk. This is, well, maybe a question for Jochem, but for maybe the entire panel. One of the fascinating things about trying to learn lessons from COVID is that it seems to me that every couple of months it flips. Every exemplar we have of a country that's handled COVID really, really well, 3 months later, it's a disaster. Hong Kong's the most recent example, but, you know, we talked about China, you know, came down too heavy, but then that seemed like genius, but now they might be walking into a food security crisis because of heavy handling. So I guess my question is, how long is it going to be before we can really learn robust lessons from this? And to what extent are we going to be limited by the fact that it seems to you that with such a complex challenge, if you handle one aspect well, you open up a vulnerability to be kind of blindsided from another side?
Yeah, thank you. Excellent question. I think, yeah, that's very true. We had in the first wave, we had an idea some countries really getting it right and others not. And then we go to the next stage, vaccines, and then some countries really doing that really well that struggled maybe in the first phase. So I think it's kind of breaking up those lessons, maybe also in the clusters that I identified. So we can think about pandemic preparedness and then look at which countries did that really well. So which countries actually already had an infrastructure in place before this pandemic emerged. So we can, when it comes to preparedness, we can really learn from them and how to set up successful exercises. Then perhaps we want to look at the countries that were really quick in rolling out vaccines. What were the factors kind of leading to that success? Perhaps we can see that there were a few countries that overcame vaccine resistance. So what kind of communication tools or what kind of means did they use to do so? So I suppose I think it's helpful not to think of successful and unsuccessful countries, but to like break it up in these different clusters and then to see where can we learn the lessons, different parts of the world. Yeah.
Going to have to move on because we've got so little time. I've got a couple of questions rolled into one from David Wood and Matthew Randall. So they're both for Julius. Were there wrong lessons learned? In particular, the rush to close nuclear power plants on the basis that they're going to kill everybody. And following up from that, Matthew Randall, that wouldn't tighter regulation of nuclear power increase its costs, then encourage states to substitute fossil fuels, and then increasing the risk of a genuine worldwide catastrophe?
Thank you. I think the second question is really important, but maybe we don't have time for it, so I'll focus on the first one, because isolation and evacuation is maybe an aspect of the Fukushima disaster that has some resemblance to some elements and issues, social issues, of the COVID pandemic as well. I think it's possibly a wrong framing to see the botched and hasty and, in hindsight, excessive evacuation around the crippled nuclear power plant as a wrong lesson. I would rather see that as an immediate response, and a response that had to be decided on upon enormous scientific uncertainty. I think in hindsight we can now say that the evacuations were excessive, overly precautious, and they did indeed lead to a lot of deaths in the area of at least 100 or so. I think what's, however, wrong to assume is that in any future similar scenario, governments wouldn't be politically pressed to react in a similar way. I think there's always, and the COVID pandemic has shown this as well, there's always an element of panic, social uncertainty, and social reactions, and governments, at least in democracies, have to respond to that. So I think these hasty evacuations will be seen again in future nuclear accidents of the same scale, and there maybe they have to be factored in as costs and likely consequences of nuclear meltdowns.
Thank you very much. I'm Jinty Kirschwood from UNDRR, and I have one comment and one question. And the first one is, I'm glad to tell you that I think that in terms of the move from single hazard to multi-hazard to a more systemic approach to hazards, there is actually now quite a movement. And there is a document that we published as UNDRR last year, which is a new set of hazard definitions along with the International Science Council, which does in fact include technological disasters along with 303 others. And I'm happy to share a copy with you. And I think that's an example of an approach to looking more multi-hazard. But actually my question is, I think the point that you make about the financial disincentives for the private sector in when disasters get too big, we can walk away. That lesson from Fukushima, I think, is incredibly interesting in the context of the climate crisis. And I would be very interested to hear if you think there are particular elements as we sit now and in the next year or so, and the discussion around loss and damage and the discussion about managing and also incentivizing the private sector in the context of climate change, really speeds up. What lessons you'd have for those processes? Thank you very much.
Wow. I think it is a feature of corporate law that enables innovation, that enables risk-taking, that you can form a corporate entity that shields you from liability if something goes wrong or the corporation goes bust, and that's very important for driving innovation. But if we know an activity to be inherently dangerous, I think there is a big problem of moral hazard, and I would argue that we have to make fundamental changes to corporate law and corporate governance to reduce these moral hazards. Perhaps in the area of fossil fuel companies, it's already too late, because if we factor in all the externalities that have been created for the world, I think I would assume or estimate that all of these companies would be bust tomorrow.
Thank you. I did have one for Lalitha, but I'm afraid we've just gone straight out of time. So those questions that are online, we can answer at another moment. Because right now we've got a really, we're very honoured to have Nandini Shiralkar from the Cambridge Existential Risks Institute, who came to Cambridge from the school that my daughter's just been admitted to. So very keen to hear what you've got to say about engaging youth. I was going to introduce Nandini a bit more than that, but she's going to do that herself.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction, Paul. It's fantastic to be here. This is my first ever talk about CERI that I've given in person since we started in the middle of the pandemic. It's been quite a virtual setting so far. Before I begin, I would like to start with a brief introduction of myself. I am a second-year engineering undergraduate at the University of Cambridge at Trinity College. And from a very young age, I've always been very altruistic and motivated by the entire philosophy of effective altruism, doing the most good, helping as many people as we can. So I actually discovered effective altruism at King's Math School, so a fantastic school to be at, where Alex Lawson, who is now an advisor at ATK, ran an EA club. It was wonderful to discover that there was an entire community of people who were thinking about the sorts of questions that intrigued me from a very young age. I then matriculated at Cambridge in the middle of the pandemic, and EA took a bit of a backseat. Being a student in the pandemic was incredibly difficult. But then I founded CERI last year, which is the Cambridge Existential Risks Initiative, knowing that there is tremendous potential to have an impact here at Cambridge. I'm now actively involved in the community and most likely will prioritize community building in the short run. But I'm also very entrepreneurial, so I will likely explore establishing an impactful startup, working on long-termist issues in the future. There's much uncertainty in my personal plans as of now, but that's exactly how I like it. I don't like to have boxed-in path laid out for the next 5 years, so I like it how it is. But now, moving on to CERI, a vision for the future. Sounds very ambitious, doesn't it? In an ideal world, undergraduates such as myself, who have read about X-risks, would readily find a local community where they can explore these ideas further. In an ideal world, those who are starting out in the X-risk research field would have access to the resources that they need to make impact in this space. In an ideal world, those who want to work on some of the biggest problems of this century would have the mentorship and the support to be ambitious enough to work on them. But this world is far from ideal, and starting out as a junior researcher in this field can be challenging. Mentorship can be hard to find, testing your fit for a particular course area could be costly, and finding impactful projects to work on is incredibly difficult. This world is far from ideal, which is why CERI exists. At a meta level, our goal is to reduce X-risk by raising awareness of and promoting research within X-risk by improving the junior research career pipeline. But to explain why this mission exists, I would like to take a step back and give a very brief overview of CERI's history thus far. So a journey of growth, what started as a 3 a.m. thought last year, has now turned into the organization that it is today. It was just me at the start, and I spent lots of time virtually meeting people and getting feedback on various CERI ideas. There were many uncertainties at the time. Is it worth running a research fellowship in 2021? What are the risks? Will we get the funding? Are we being too ambitious? To help us navigate this, I wrote up a meta-strategy document, and I actually posted about it on the EA forum quite recently. I built up a core team, and we decided to start small and stick to being virtual due to the pandemic. We had incredibly short timescales for application evaluation, mentor matching, and getting funding. And none of this would have been possible without the incredible support from EA Cambridge. But despite all these challenges, CERI was established, which was very valuable because that set us up to do the things that we are doing today. Till August 2021, so this is the CERI Summer Research Fellowship cohort from last year. It was all virtual, but then till August 2021, CERI was predominantly organized by the student team. The student team now leads many of the local community building events, such as our social events and existential risk introductory course. But we have an ambitious vision, and to help us achieve it, we have expanded our team to include a co-fellowship team with course area leads and a dedicated operations manager. We benefit from a shared office space in central Cambridge, which is also where our summer research fellows will be based. We are very grateful for Open Philanthropy's support to our organization and our fellowship program. To make progress towards our mission, we are excited to develop pipelines to introduce junior researchers to the X-risk research field. We hope to do this by leveraging the ecosystem which already exists within Cambridge and by adding many more programs which suit those from a wide range of backgrounds. There already exist many avenues for individuals to start learning about X-risks, At CERI, we are planning to organize a 3-day existential risk summit for promising undergraduates and graduates of the University of Cambridge as part of our targeted local outreach. We also organize a trial run for our existential risk introductory course, which is a multidisciplinary 8-week course providing an overview of X-risk coupled with some career planning support. The next stage of the pipeline consists of course area seminar programs. As you may already know, EA Cambridge organizes the AGI Safety Fundamentals program, and CERI helps run a local version of that within Cambridge. We also support the Effective Climate Change Mitigation program, and many more such programs are in the planning stage. Our motivation behind running these programs is to help participants upskill in a specific course area in a more interactive format so that they can go on to test their fits for careers in that course area and make connections with others. This is, of course, followed up by our flagship Summer Research Fellowship program. We organize an annual research symposium as part of the SRF, and we have many plans in the making to provide a holistic experience to the CERI Fellows. For example, we are planning potentially a trip to the Parliament, maybe trips abroad to help them network and get a real sense of the field that they're trying to establish careers in. CERI Fellows can test their fit for X-risk research under the guidance of a mentor and with various forms of support from the CERI team and our collaborators. But the most important of all, and this is something that CERI will be focusing on in the coming few months, is retention. How do we support our members to make X-risk a long-term career consideration? How do we help them become a part of the community and actually work on the most pressing problems of this century? We have thought hard about our theories of change and conversion activities which support undergrads, create a community here at Cambridge, kickstart ambitious projects, and generally have a very entrepreneurial vibe. At the crux of it all, we really are just trying to support aspiring researchers in safeguarding the future of humanity. I would like to circle back to what I started with. In an ideal world, all talented young undergraduates who want to work on mitigating X-risks are able and supported to take on this grand vision. To add to that, we want to be in a position where we encourage even more undergraduates to work on the most pressing problems that we face this century. You can also read our specific theories of change for the various course areas on the EA Forum. Our vision for the future is one of ambition and hope. We intend to deepen our collaborations with various organizations, such as CSER, and establish an external board of trusted advisors who will help guide us and ensure that we stay value-aligned. Rather excitingly, the CERI team is quite entrepreneurial, and we are particularly keen to explore how we could help incubate more mega projects and support the creation of aligned potential founders. With the support of our network of experts, these projects could grow to large sizes and make big impacts. We hope that our growing network will spur recognized initiatives focused on X-risk reduction. Our vision for the future is one about learning, collaborating, and most importantly, motivating. Our vision for the future is about the community that we are trying to build here at Cambridge and beyond. It is about reducing X-risk by building resilient organizations and support systems for those who want to change the world. To conclude this talk, I would like to take a trip down the memory lane and bring up one of the quotes from the letter that Lord Martin Rees had written for our Summer Research Fellows last year, which is one of my favorite quotes. It is encouraging to witness more activists among the young, unsurprising as they can expect to live to the end of the century. Their commitment gives grounds for hope. Let's hope that many of them become scientists and true global citizens. There are a few rare times when there seems to be a special motivation to work together across nations and across generations for the benefit of humanity. This feels like one of those times. If all this sounds like something that you might be interested in getting involved with, please get in touch. We are always on the lookout for potential projects and ideas to test. We have built a thriving community of the next generation of X-risk researchers who you may be interested in collaborating with. You can email us, join our mailing list, follow us on social media, or drop into our office on Sydney Street. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nandini. So that wraps up this morning. I hope you feel that that was an extraordinarily content-rich and enthusiastic and energizing morning. At least I certainly did. Those of you that are going to the workshop, bring that energy with you because it's going to be used to great extent by Lara. And those of you that are going to come in here for the lightning talks, that'll be just as energetic, obviously. So that's starting at 2:30. You know where you're going, and if you don't, then come and nab me afterwards. Lunch before that is upstairs again in the same place as it was yesterday. To access lunch, you go up the stairs or up the lift that's just by the door you came into the building from. Good. See you at 2:30.
We're going to kick off, I guess. So this is the second day of the Cambridge Conference on Catastrophic Risk, and we are kicking off a series of lightning talks. Yesterday was absolutely incredible, just being absolutely bombarded with lots and lots of different great new ideas, great new perspectives, and we've got some wonderful talks coming up today in the next couple of hours, or however we have, covering all kinds of topics from ecocide, axiological futurism, the stratospheric aerosol injections, nuclear weapons, island nodes of complexity. We've got a great series of talks coming up. So we're going to kick off with Kayla. Oh, I should add, we're going to be taking questions in the room, but there is a very vibrant discussion going on the Discord. So please do keep the conversation going there. People will be responding to your questions on the Discord. I'm going to hold. We're absolutely military efficiency here. So it's 10 minutes per speaker. We've got 7 minutes they're talking, and then 3 minutes for questions. I'm going to hold up a yellow one after 6 minutes, and then the red, and start doing increasingly less polite coughing at 7 minutes. So we're going to start off with Kayla Matucci. Kayla, do you want to take it away?
Hello, everyone. My name is Kayla Matucci. I am a researcher at Center for the Study of Existential Risk and Leverhulme Center for the Future of Intelligence. And today, if I leave you with one thing, I want to leave you with some ideas about how the global catastrophic risk community should talk about the risk of nuclear war. And so typically people will talk about strategic stability as sort of a measure of stability and security in the nuclear space. I'm going to give an overview of some geopolitical and technological factors impacting the likelihood of nuclear war. And I'm going to offer my thoughts on an alternative framing of risk reduction and review a few proposals that have been put forward in that space. What is strategic stability? It's a hotly debated term, and one that is used by governments and scholars alike, but often quite ambiguously. I would say in general, it hinges on the idea of some sort of balance or mutual security that reduces the likelihood of nuclear war. And I want to note here that it is indeed a very subjective term. Who can say that stability exists? I think later I'll refer you to risk reduction, which is more of an idea that we can reduce the inevitable risks that result from possessing nuclear weapons. Some relevant geopolitical developments. First of all, a breakdown in nuclear arms control, not just in recent years, but even in the early 2000s with the United States pulling back from the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. We had more recently a Russian violation of the INF Treaty, and the United States withdrew under President Trump. And the Open Skies Treaty was less of a traditional arms control treaty, but it was a very effective confidence building measure, and that as well has disintegrated. Secondly, a renewed buildup of nuclear arms, which includes both intent and or expressed intent to increase arsenals numerically, but also to develop new types of systems. We've seen both the United States and Russia rolling out plans for novel systems and an increase in tensions and competition among great powers, which includes also kind of a bit of a shift in partnerships. We've seen Russia and China cooperating increasingly on areas such as defense and energy. And then you saw recently the emergence of a partnership between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States for the sharing of technology. And then last but not least, I think it's important to say that there is, right now, there are no rules of the road for engagements between the United States and China. They lack the sort of precedent that the US and Russia have from the Cold War. And so I think it's yet to be seen how they will develop common language and shared understandings of how they will communicate during crisis situations, which we hope do not arise. And here I just want to say another development that's relevant within the overall international space, even when it comes to non-binding measures, is the fact that the UK noted its intent in the 2021 integrated review to expand its nuclear arsenal. I think this is important because the UK was previously viewed by non-nuclear weapon states as a trusted partner for making progress on the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty's commitment to disarmament. And here I'll just list a few technological developments that are relevant. So overall, we can say that there are more ways in which nuclear arsenals can be held at risk, and that includes both physical or kinetic means, such as maneuverable missiles like hypersonic cruise missiles, and as well as more accurate and destructive conventional weapons. We also have so-called left-of-launch capabilities, which could include cyber and other non-kinetic threats to nuclear command, control, and communications. There are developments in military artificial intelligence that could be further destabilizing, especially to the extent that AI is included in nuclear decision-making processes, and there's a more congested information environment. The impact of some of these changes is to increase feelings of uncertainty and vulnerability. I think it's fair to say that decision-making time will be compressed. Decision makers will work under increased pressure, and they have more information to process. As I said, there are more ways for malicious actors to compromise nuclear arsenals, and adding to the feeling of insecurity is the fact that leaders at any given time have no way of knowing with certainty that their nuclear arsenals are secure from things such as cyber attacks. And let's turn now to risk reduction, which I think in comparison to strategic stability is a better way for the GCR community to talk about the risk of nuclear war. Importantly, the P5, the Permanent Five of the UN Security Council, came together this year and endorsed a framing of risk reduction. It was just a statement, so we hope that some concrete actions and confidence building measures will follow. But let's just say that risk is a function of hazards, vulnerabilities, and exposure. And here we're talking about the risk of nuclear weapons use, whether that's intentional or not. And so whereas stability, who can say if stability exists? I think that's a subjective concept. Whereas I think that whether you agree with possessing nuclear weapons or not, you can agree that inevitable risks come from possessing them. And so risk reduction is my preferred framing for approaching the risk of nuclear war. And here are some risk reduction measures that have been proposed in recent years. I want to draw your attention to these as you think about what this space will look like moving forward in the next few years. You could look beyond US-Russia diplomacy to have a more inclusive dialogue that includes not only just the P5, but perhaps India and Pakistan or other nuclear states to the extent that they're willing. You can convene dialogues, I think, particularly as this Carnegie report notes, between China and the US to talk about perceived vulnerabilities of nuclear command and control to things like cyber attacks. You can reconstitute and improve confidence building measures and transparency measures, such as existing hotlines or increased measures for resolving disputes. And then finally, there's an opportunity to limit exercises or the testing of new technologies. So overall, I'll just leave you with this. I think arms control for the sake of arms control is not valuable, and this might be a moment to pause and assess, and risk reduction offers a way forward in the coming years and a good conceptual frame for the GCR community. And now I would love to take some questions.
Great, thank you so much for that wonderful talk. Great, cool. Any questions from the room immediately? Yeah. If you could just say your name.
Hi, I'm Tomo from the Daily Telegraph. Is there a single course of action that you would recommend the UK take that it's not currently taking?
I can't say that I would pin one down, but reversing the changes indicated in the integrated review would be something that I would personally favor. I know there are others who disagree.
Great. Any other questions from the room? Oh, yeah, great. Sorry, behind you.
Hi, Kayla. Thanks so much for that. It's Jess from CSER here. I just wanted to hear if you had a view on the interaction between environmental security and nuclear security. There have been some talking recently about how moves towards environmental security could be a way to more useful, productive, constructive global narrative discussions on nuclear, and whether you'd seen that interaction in your work. Thank you.
I've seen it and I've thought about it, and I think it can be a productive comparison as long as we don't conflate what's needed in each individual space for change, because the nuclear weapon space is controlled by such a small number of actors in reality, whereas I think environmental issues require traction on such a broader, more diffuse level. But you know, there are activists within the nuclear space, especially pro-abolition types of people who view these as sort of twin threats. And I think these can be productive to frame together. What I would say in closing is probably just that we can think about it practically. If we don't make progress on curbing emissions, for example, and a nuclear war happens, we're going to be in a much worse space of not only having widespread environmental harm, but the added environmental and otherwise harms from nuclear war. So I think it's good to be thinking about not just in a vacuum how these would occur, but also the destabilized world in which climate change is not addressed and nuclear war could then be more likely.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your time, Kayla. Thank you. And people should follow up with questions or thoughts on Discord. Yeah, just while our next talk is going to be from Amanda Sandberg on a safe governance space for humanity. I think just reflecting on Kayla's talk, certainly it feels like we're in the worst nuclear crisis since like the early 80s or something. So for 40 years, and it's just interesting to reflect on, you know, we've had two whole generations, the millennials and the Zoomers, who, you know, Generation Z, who have not experienced that kind of like real deep fear and like looming dread of nuclear war as it hanged over several previous generations. So it's interesting to see that kind of the sort of Damocles back over our heads. Right, Anders, I will hand over to discuss a safe governance space for humanity.
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to hang over your head without trying to give some ideas about what we can do to make the world safer. So in the previous discussions today and yesterday, we have been dealing with a lot of issues related to complex adaptive systems and complex adaptive networks. And the properties in this disparate class of complex systems involve that they're composed of parts that are connected in some form of structured network. They exhibit various forms of self-organization. That is, the parts inside these systems are adapting and responding to each other and exogenous inputs. Quite often this produces strong correlations, even though they might be independent, there are emergent behaviors. Some of that means that we have distributed control. It's rare for these complex adaptive systems to have a centralized control. And a very generic property is that they show chaos. Sensitive dependence on initial conditions, but quite often make them behave in very different ways. They have a vast repertoire of ways to respond to an input and can respond to the same input in different ways depending on the internal state. And there are quite often various forms of emergent orders. One can, of course, go into a long talk just about what distinguishes different kinds of systems from each other. But let's just generically note that this talk is about what happens when we try to govern these complex adaptive systems, and especially the networked ones, whether that is a river and trying to control flooding, or the situation in a war-torn country, or an ecosystem. Now, global catastrophic risks and most disasters show the elements that are complex adaptive networks. Homer-Dixon et al. Did this interesting model of synchronous failure, where they demonstrated that you can have both a system under pressure, that hence different parts become correlated with each other. Then you get cascading effects across the system. And then as a final insult to the injury, you also get multiplicative effects when various bad things happen at the same time. And of course, we have already several times been mentioning this interesting issue of how a relatively simple volcanic event can cause a cascade of various impacts on various human systems that can then snowball into worse outcomes. And when we think about, of course, the example du jour, the COVID pandemic, we find that there is a fundamental core system, essentially viruses replicating in different bodies, that has a network effect because of spread among the people in their social network. But we also have these nonlinear interactions with the healthcare system. The healthcare system acts to inhibit the pandemic, but the pandemic is also wearing out the healthcare system. And both of them are affected by a governance system that is trying to handle this. And that governance system in turn is affected by other systems. So this sketch I have is just a small example of how you might map out the causal interactions in the COVID pandemic. Now, the interesting thing here is that there have been many attempts at describing governance principles for global catastrophic risks, and many of them are very abstract. There are also this increasing recognition that when you add a governance structure to try to govern a complex adaptive system like a pandemic, you're adding another complex adaptive system full of people, full of reflexivity, full of updating connections depending on what political and economical opportunities are exhibited, that is now acting on the other system. So we're ending up with an even more complex system. And it turns out that quite a lot of the governance structures we're having are obviously unsuited for this. So what Len Fisher and me did was we were trying to look for necessary conditions for effective governance. And many of them are fairly self-evident. So one of them is that the traditional goals of certainty and control are not achievable in a complex adaptive network, simply because you can't get all the information necessary to do a good regulator. And you will be having a system that is changing. You need to actually use some other methods to govern this. And that is typically a form of flexible, rapid decision-making process. Again, we might imagine using something like Ashby's law of requisite variety, having a governance system that totally understands what it's governing. But because of reflexivity, since the pandemic is in some sense responding to what the governance is doing, this is going to be problematic. Indeed, we can use heuristics instead. We can use fast reaction that are not perfect, but can handle the lack of information and uncertainty. Also, because of the distributed nature of this, you actually need integrated monitoring and action. You actually need to have nodes inside the network that can act. It's not possible always to affect this system from above or from the outside. Also, very obviously, that is going to require cooperation and coordination, both on an individual level, on a national level, and on an international level. Again, COVID gives a good example of how this can both help and hinder when it fails. And finally, we need to invest in resilience and preparedness. In the paper, we outline this in way more detail. You might say all these things are truisms. They're kind of obvious, but they're interesting because if even one of them is lacking, it's pretty clear that we are not going to be able to respond in any adequate way to the complex dynamical system, and even less to the unfolding global risk. So to conclude here, there have been many proposed governance solutions to handle risks, and we compare them to the various conditions and found that many of them miss them. But there are also some that actually do have full coverage. And it looks like you could probably repair some of the ones that are imperfect. There are ways of including the elements we identified in the paper. So the final question in the final 20 seconds is, so what? Well, these are not sufficient principles. Maybe that's not even possible in general to find. But certainly, if we can't achieve the necessary conditions, we're not going to succeed in the governance. Also, the really interesting question, and that's what Len and me are trying to work on now, is can we find enabling conditions, how to move from our current systems of governance to new systems of governance that can fulfill this well. And that way, give us a better chance to handle complex global catastrophic disasters. Thank you.
Again, 7 minutes almost on the dot. It's remarkable stuff. Okay, questions from the room. Any immediate thoughts? Yeah, at the back there.
Thank you for a really interesting talk. I was wondering, you had a lot of obviously discussion about the effectiveness of governance, and you outlined some conditions that might make governance more effective in this context. You didn't mention any kind of normative terms like legitimacy or accountability. So I was wondering if you had anything to say about possible trade-offs between accountability and other kind of normative ideas and the effectiveness conditions that you're interested in.
I think the normative aspects do show up when we try to achieve cooperation. Usually cooperation requires that you trust the other agents, that you think that this is a legitimate endeavor, etc. So they come in enabling the cooperation. But this framework is still rather abstract. We're mostly thinking in terms of systems dynamics, what interactions are happening in a system in the abstract, rather than going into the really important thing of how do I actually tell the people to do the right thing? What information do I need to send? So that is the next layer over. And I think this might actually be where we get into the enabling conditions. Because I do think that if you don't have a legitimate way of enabling this, then it's not going to get enabled. So I do think that is almost the next step. But that's going to be a talk for next year, hopefully.
We hope so. Other questions in the room? Otherwise, I guess I'll just abuse my privilege and say I was reminded during your talk of Adam Tooze's concept of a polycrisis, that we're facing this kind of multi-headed, self-reinforcing crisis at the moment of COVID, inflation, and so on. And his view of global governance for like most of the 20th century, but especially over the last 10 years, as being kind of just continued crisis management, and the governance kind of emerges out of our responses to crises. And I was kind of wondering if you had any reflections on that, thoughts on that.
I think the polycrisis concept is really useful, because many of the different boxes I had in my diagram for the COVID pandemic are, of course, boxes shared by other disasters or ongoing problems. Populism is maybe also best seen as something happening about our epistemic system and lack of political legitimacy and some generational shift in society. But here it overlaps with the responses to a particular virus, etc. And it seems like if you want to have governance to deal with these things, you're going to have to distribute it, and it needs to be trying to handle everything at once. In order to do that, it also needs to, in some sense, be distributed. No single prime minister or expert can handle all the different crises. However, you might have several ones that are interacting, again, in an adaptive network to try to give each other effective support.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your time, Anders, and looking forward to asking more questions about this later at the conference.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so our next talk is going to be from Simeon Campos on what travel networks can teach us about future pandemics and global catastrophic biological risks, or GCBRs. It's unfortunate Anders is not presenting in person, because he normally ends his talks by doing a sort of like nice bow to the audience, which I really enjoy. It feels very formal, and it's a nice aspect to it. classic dead air problem. Just talk amongst yourselves, I think, or... Oh, I guess I would say, so we're about a quarter of the way through now. We just heard 3 very different talks. So I would just say, like, I don't think you're going to be able to take in sort of everything, huge variety. So, I mean, pick up on interesting things, note them down, and dig into them later at more depth. Oh, I'll hand over to Simeon Campos and to Pedro. Hello.
Hello. Thanks for hosting this conference. So should I stand now? Yes, I guess I do. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Simeon. We are going to present our research on catastrophic biorisks. And basically, the question we're asking is like, imagine you are the United Nations and you want to target one or a few countries' policies so that they evolve. Which countries' policies should you target? And so basically our research question is like, which countries' policies matter most when it comes to when you want to address pandemics? And the key claim we're making is that contrary to a kind of common belief, a few countries' regulation only and pandemic preparedness measures are playing a disproportionate role to fight pandemics, and especially GCBRs, global catastrophic biorisks. And these countries are the US, China, France, Germany, and the UK, Russia, Italy, and India. And you can see that these are not poor countries. And the way we come to this conclusion is answering, giving tentative answers to 3 questions. The first one is, on average, which countries will suffer the most from future pandemics? The second question we're addressing is like, which countries pose the greatest risk for the world via BSL-4 labs? And the third question we're addressing is, if we account for travel ban dynamics, which countries are the most likely to spread viruses?
So most of our results come from running simulations of epidemics, and our simulations have a few main components. First, we have a geographic distribution of the risk of origin of new pandemics. So for instance, there might be a 0.01% chance that a new pandemic originates in the United States in the next year. And then after this distribution of risk, we have an epidemiological model that simulates the course of a pandemic for a given country of origin. So for a given country where the pandemic started. And this model takes into account real travel networks. And later on, we consider also the impact of travel bans on this dynamic. And just to make things clearer, to get our results, for each possible country of origin of a pandemic, we simulate the entire course, the course of the pandemic for a given period of time. And then we aggregate the results. So we average out the results of the simulations by weighting each simulation by the relative risk of origin of the country of origin in that simulation. And so imagine that you're mostly worried about risks from naturally occurring pandemics. Then this map shows that on average, after about 10 days of a new pandemic, infections concentrate mostly in Africa. And this is largely because the risk of origin that we're using, the data on risk of origin that we're using, concentrates risk of origin mostly in Africa. So this reflects that at the very early periods, mostly infections are in Africa. But really the striking result is that even if that is the case, at 30 days, most infections are already concentrated in the large and rich countries that we mentioned earlier. And so this means that mostly what determines the outcome of a pandemic a little bit after the first few days is the travel network, and who are basically when the pandemic ends up concentrating at the big travel hubs.
So now imagine you're mostly worried about artificial pandemics, and because one reason for that would be that you might expect the worst pandemic to come from engineered viruses or pathogens. And basically, one question you might ask is then, where is it likely that these risks come from? And one way one important part of the risk might be from lab leaks, in particular BSL-4 labs. BSL-4 labs are the labs who are managing the most important, the most lethal pathogens. And basically, when you look at the concentration of BSL-4 labs, the BSL-3 labs map looks very similarly. You can see that they are concentrated in the same few countries. So there are 11 BSL-4 labs in the US, there are 6 of them in the UK, 3 of them in France, and 3 in Germany, Italy, China, and India. And so you can see that here, even if you care about mostly about artificial risks, you should be mostly worried about well, these countries. Finally, a last question we're asking is: imagine so when some pathogens are very lethal, you might think that like countries will do travel bans, and that might change the dynamics. So, for instance, imagine there's a very bad pathogen coming from Botswana, and then every countries will cut the travels. And then the question you might ask is, what are the intermediate countries that might help, like might be responsible for the global spread of the pandemic? And so what's again, because of the structure of the global network, because the US or the China or France are connected to roughly every country and with a great volume, the countries, if you account for travel ban dynamics, the countries who are the second biggest spreaders on average of the pandemic are these same countries. And that's what you see on the map. So to conclude, our contribution is that we challenge a belief according to which we should focus our attention on poor countries' policies. And we show that, in fact, we have reasons to believe that a few countries, and a few, they happen to be roughly rich, countries are extremely important on 3 major dimensions. They are very likely to be hit hard by any pandemic. They are very likely to be the origin of most dangerous outbreaks because they concentrate probably the artificial risk, and they are likely to be very important nodes in the global spread dynamic. And so finally, these countries' policies are the ones that matter most, and that's a pretty good news because it's much easier to shift 7 countries' policies than 90 countries' policies, in our opinion. So thanks for listening. We are happy to answer to any question, and if someone has feedback or if someone would be happy to collaborate, feel free to reach out.
Thanks so much. I really find this very interesting. The shift from what's the weakest link in the chain to sort of what's the most connected, what are the most connected links in the chain. Yeah, really interesting. Questions from the room. If no one's immediately wanting to volunteer to put their hand up, I would just be interested if you could, if you would have also considered looking at which countries had significant biological weapons programs in the 20th century, because I imagine it would overlap pretty substantially with the 7 you identified.
Yeah, so we didn't dig that much into that, but you're right that it's likely to overlap. So basically, the one I'm aware about is the USSR, who had one of the greatest bioweapons program. But yeah, as far as I know, there's not a lot of information currently on which labs, which countries are the most active in this domain. I know there were like some attempts to do some OSINT on that, but I don't know if it's fruitful.
Pedro, do you have any thoughts you wanted to add, or?
No, I think that's perfect. Simon's answer.
I just had one question, Abdullahi here. The first point around poorer countries are not the ones very likely to be hit hard by the pandemic. I might have missed the point as to how you got to that conclusion. Could you explain that again?
Yeah.
Pedro, if you want, you can.
Yeah, I can go on this one. So basically, it's not, so we aren't here considering sort of vulnerability. So we're not counting hit hard in terms of who will necessarily suffer the most from the pandemic. Basically, what our simulations tell is that on average, so sort of in the expected pandemic, we have most cases, so most infections concentrating around these big countries. So in the beginning, infections will usually concentrate in many poor countries because these, according to the data that we have used, are the ones most likely to generate a pandemic. Obviously, it's not so general like this, but overall, this is kind of the statistic that we get. And so in the beginning, these countries are generating the pandemic, but usually cases are concentrating after 30 days in these big countries, the US, Russia, China, and usually countries in Europe as well. So does that answer the question? Or I can, yeah, if you have another question, I can go on.
If you want, just one thing to add is, so for instance, one huge type of effects our model don't capture are economic effects that come in the aftermath of like lockdowns or that kind of stuff. So that for sure mostly hit poor countries. But in fact, when you look just in terms of cases, the countries we mentioned are actually among the top 20 countries on COVID, for instance, except China, who did like very harsh measures. But yeah.
Also, maybe another thing to mention is that
if I can just ask you to follow up on Discord or to discuss later in the conference, if that's okay. Sorry to be so terribly rude. Okay, cool. Right. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Cheers. Great. Yeah. Yeah, that talk reminded me of something that the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, says, where we're focusing on these particular communities or countries or whatever, not because they're more to blame, but because they've got they have a greater responsibility, not because they're more to blame, but more that they can do the most to reduce these risks, which I thought was a nice framing. Okay, so next talk is from Rumtin Sapaspor about the policy relevance of the existential risk studies field. We had the pleasure to work together, Rumtin and I. So Rumtin was a CSERs visitor a couple of years ago and has done some incredible work on existential risk and policy, which he will now tell us all about, I'm sure. Okay, Rumtin, over to you.
Thanks, Hayden. Great to be here. I haven't practiced my slides, but I'm aiming for a Anders Sandberg level of pinpoint accuracy on the 7 minutes. So here we go. Today I wanted to talk about essentially answering this question of how policy relevant are we as a field. I started by basically collecting all the publications over the 2016 to 2021 period, focusing on obviously those publications, academic articles, government submissions and reports that are specifically relevant to the field, whittling down from a long list of 758 articles that sort of came up in my search. 376 of those were directly relevant to existential and global catastrophic risk. And of those, 190 of those were identified as directly relevant for policy. When I broke that down a little bit further, so about just over half of that of those articles, publications in general, were policy relevant, where they specifically stated policy implications or policy ideas and options. Interestingly, over the last few years, the number of publications has been pretty steady and the policy relevance has been pretty steady. Breaking it down by risk category, the top two sort of categories were general, essentially meaning where the publication was focused on either multiple risks at the same time or just talking generally about existential and global catastrophic risk. Technology was the second highest category. That was almost entirely AI, though nanotech and a few other things popped up in that category as well. And then we see that wasn't, that didn't change so much once it went down to the policy relevant publications. Similarly, general risk and technological risk were the most policy relevant, and then biological and environmental risks had the next level of policy relevance. What I did then is look at, well, which of those policy relevant publications included policy ideas. So of the 190 policy relevant ideas, policy relevant publications, 68 of those provided policy ideas, at least one. If it just had one, that was enough. And of those 68, I've captured so far 29 of those sources into a database where I've collecting the policy ideas. So far, I've captured 298 policy ideas from those 29 sources. Most of those ideas fall into two sort of policy intervention categories: governing risk and understanding risk. Somewhat surprisingly for me, preventing and preparing had much less policy ideas. The sort of big caveat I would say there is that given that I've captured only 29 of the 68, I may be missing many publications that do focus on prevention and preparation. But so far, that's at least the focus has been primarily on those two categories. So if I sort of summarize, how policy relevant I think we are is, at least when it comes to the publications that are coming out of the field, over half are directly relevant, and we're pumping out a lot of policy ideas. It's really about translating that into practical policy advice. So I'm going to leave in the spirit of giving practical recommendations. These are sort of 5 recommendations I've come up with. Firstly, maybe we should focus more where policy relevant work is underweighted. So nuclear weapons and extreme climate change might be 2 areas we might need to focus a little bit more on. AI has a lot of policy ideas, but they're lacking specificity. So we might also need to put a bit more effort there. We might need to focus more policy ideas towards prevention preparedness. I think we've got understanding and governing risk reasonably well handled, at least in terms of ideas. Maybe we need to shift a little bit of our focus. Making the policy implications very clear. 40% of the publications made claims, but that may or may not be relevant to policymakers, but they didn't make that very specific link, and therefore, policymakers aren't necessarily going to pick up what you're putting down. So making those very clear implications, even if you don't venture into providing policy ideas or policy proposals. I think developing more translation products and services, so being able to take their policy ideas and putting them into the more digestible formats, so that's something that you can actually put in front of a policymaker. A self-promoting one, if you want to help me with my completing these 2 databases, the research database and the policy ideas database, I'm more than open to people's support. And a bonus recommendation, just a shout out to Clarissa, who's obviously leading some session tomorrow. I've been following definitely her lead in the amazing work that she's doing on policy relevant and policy relevant engagement. So, translating all of this policy research into a engagement strategy with our policy counterparts. And I'll pause there.
You came in at about 6 minutes. So actually, assuming you don't want to kind of vamp for a minute or so, looking around the room for questions on this topic. I would note, obviously, tomorrow we're going to be having, quite a substantial day on talking about policy and how we can make these ideas relevant to policy. So we'll be getting into this at more depth tomorrow. But yeah, if I can go to you.
Thank you. I noticed that your highest percentage was govern, 45%, and I was wondering what that actually meant. Was that trying to affect governance, or what was the main content in relation to govern?
Yeah, essentially that was it. It was mostly relating to those structures putting in place structures that govern risk at a sort of broad level. So it might be international or national level governance structures. It could be things like, say, like putting in risk management frameworks and structures, or future generations bills, or those sorts of things that relate to sort of future generations. It might be things like chief risk officers, so sort of like the bureaucratic and legislative structures that underpin risk efforts, as opposed to specific reduce this threat, increase our resilience here, reduce the vulnerability there. So it's much more about that sort of the underpinning governance structures.
Yeah, I'm wondering how how did you go about doing the search for all of the papers? I know there's some projects existing for like Terra, for instance, for trying to track all existing X-risk relevant papers. So I'm wondering what you used for that. If it was just manual or yeah.
Yeah, I use the bibliography that Terra conveniently provides a sort of downloadable CSV. So I started there, and then it was all pretty much manual. I went organization by organization and found all the articles that they publish or put on their own websites. I know there's some work that's undergoing to take Terra to the next level, but sort of this is a bit of a, it's definitely not going to replace an automated process like that. But it was useful, particularly for identifying, at least the manual element became, not only collecting them, but figuring out how policy relevant are they, which ones have policy ideas, and then translating it over into the sort of other separate database.
Congratulations for trawling through all of those documents. You're a brave man. Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Cassidy. So I was just wondering, have you looked at, or will you be looking at kind of the sort of the other side of it, how successful those policies put forward have been? And if so, were these kind of academic publications in specific global policy sort of journals, or were they kind of more nuanced and stuff like that? It'd just be interesting to see the kind of next stage, and if you're thinking about that.
Yeah, there's a few evolutions, I guess, to go through on this piece of work. I mean, the first is trying to tick off the remaining 40 or so publications that to catalogue the ideas that are there. And I think there's an element of providing some judgments about which ones are at certain quality levels. So we might want to upvote, and promote certain policy ideas that we think are good. I think then the sort of further evolution beyond that is then working out, well, where have certain policies been implemented that we may have picked up, that we may have proposed, how successful have they been, and even taking our search a bit wider and going, okay, this is what the existential risk field proposes, but what's the next sort of circle of related organizations? What are they proposing? So there's lots of different ways the scopes can grow. I think that the first step is just cataloging what do we actually think policymakers should do. Let's just start there, and then we can sort of build on that.
Well, wonderful. Thanks so much, Tim. And unfortunately, please do ask further questions in the Discord and follow up there. Thanks so much, Tim. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you.
So from one great Aussie to another, we've got a fate worse than warming, stratospheric aerosol injection and global catastrophic risk from Aaron, who's here at the conference, but is currently off in another room to preserve the mystique. When I check in with people when they appear on screen, it feels a bit like Eurovision when they, greetings from Ljubljana. They're going to give us nul point on biorisk. Yeah. Great. Aaron, would you like to take us away?
Will do. So how far are you willing to go to address climate change? In the world of insufficient emissions reductions and potential catastrophic risks from climate change, we may resort to approaches like stratospheric aerosol injection. This is where we put a bunch of aerosols in the atmosphere, most likely, let's say something like sulfur. This would whiten the sky ever so slightly, such that you reflect around about 1% of the incoming sunlight. And that cools the Earth. And the idea here is that you're trying to buy time for renewables changes and innovation and development of negative emissions technologies. It's also important to point out that stratospheric aerosol injection is also relatively accessible. This is not like high-level machine intelligence where we have to come up with all these crazy innovations. Here, you'd mostly be working with modest adjustments to aircraft that already exists, essentially modified drones, in my opinion. One of the recent cost estimates for stratospheric aerosol injections puts it at around about $20 billion a year. And that might seem like a lot, but well, that's a lot cheaper than the trillions necessary for rapid and deep decarbonization. And 20 billion a year is also very much within the grasp of powerful states, coalitions, and private sector actors. So then it's really important to emphasize that in terms of actually making a difference to global temperatures in our lifetime in a good way, this is one of the most feasible things we can do. But it's also one of the most high-risk things we can do. Luke Kemp and I analyzed stratospheric aerosol injection along a holistic risk assessment that not only looks at direct threats, but also interactions with other hazards, systemic risks that can cascade across different global systems, and long-term latent risks. The point here is that we're not trying to just look at stratospheric aerosol injection in a vacuum. We're trying to look at stratospheric aerosol injection in the context of a crazy, unpredictable world that is also sometimes irrational. We're looking especially at some of the more extreme downside risks of stratospheric aerosol injection. The idea here is that, well, we're trying to look at the threats or issues that are most important to address, try to figure out if they even can be addressed, and get an overall, better picture of the risk profile of stratospheric aerosol injection, especially in comparison to climate change. So then the golden rule, if we're talking about potential risks of doing this stuff, is that it depends on how it's done. So then if you have, let's say, a thicker injection and you're masking more warming, or let's say you're doing things in a more uncoordinated way, let's say you have a bunch of different countries around the world kind of doing their own thing, then the impacts are most likely or more likely going to be severe. For instance, the big one in terms of direct threats of stratospheric aerosol injection is just the unknown ripple effects across ecological systems. So then we're playing around with energy balance here. When you inject aerosols in the atmosphere, that affects cloud formation. The big direct thing that could happen here is, you affect rainfall patterns that can affect broader drought patterns that can ripple into changes in plant or species distributions, which themselves can ripple further and further and further across ecological systems. The entire point here is that Earth systems are very, very complex. We won't really understand them. And as much as we want to do the research and get all our monitoring as perfect as possible, there's always going to be a specter of unknown unknowns across a complex ecological system. And it's also important to point out that if you want to have the best measurement you can have, you also need substantial improvements in climate and ecological monitoring across the world. And that also assumes that that climate impacts are going to be clear and measurable in the first place. But then that's only the biophysical. Things get a lot more ripply and crazy once you start thinking about the broader social and political knock-on effects. I mean, I can't go into too much detail now because it's a 7-minute talk, right? But then just to give you a taste, it's like you can potentially see a future where we do stratospheric aerosol injection, and for one reason or another, let's say agricultural yields in one country goes down. They might reasonably say, hey, you're playing around with sunlight, you're playing around with rainfall. I'm blaming you for this agricultural kind of tough spot that I'm in. We go into issues of attribution of impact. So then in climate science, impact attribution has always been an area of high uncertainty. This would be another area of high uncertainty. And even moving beyond the science, there's an issue of, misinformation. Could impact attribution or perception of impacts be driven by just poor media or poor public discourse? This could all lead into stratospheric aerosol injection becoming politicized, where it can foreseeably turn into, let's say, an election issue, where instead of having a very measured and delicate approach to how we manage a complex, delicate system, the management here would just be based off of, let's say, just election politics rather than a long-term strategy. But the big one is termination shock. So then if, let's say, we have this mask over the Earth, and we remove it without reducing greenhouse gases underneath, we potentially risk slingshotting temperatures in a way which would essentially be worse than worst case climate change. Where let's say if you're hiding 2 degrees and suddenly that mask comes off, suddenly we're in 2 degrees of warming, and that would happen in, let's say, a matter of decades. Climate change we see now since, let's say, 1850 is only around about 1.1 degrees. So then 2-3 degrees right now in a matter of decades, that's worse than worst case climate change. That's where we run into a problem of the Thanos dilemma, where just like snapping your fingers and killing half the universe to solve overpopulation, that might be a solution that's worse than the original problem, where, look, irresponsible interventions into Earth systems might be worse than the original problem of climate change. So what does this all mean in terms of a broader risk profile? Well, the way I see it is that it makes the more likely outcomes, actually, I'll get the little pointer. It makes the likely outcomes, let's say, more likely, so this curve would be more about here in terms of the peak, but it makes the unlikely outcomes, the fat tails, the unlikely catastrophes, the unknown ripples, those are substantially worse than climate change. And it's also worth pointing out, okay, what could knock off that mask over the Earth? Let's say extreme space weather, let's say nukes, let's say just poor economic decision-making. There are many things that could knock out this global mask. So then, in terms of what this means for future policy, look, first thing I'll say this: in a world that's ideal, where you have international cooperation to design and limit deployment, you would limit politicization, you improve climate monitoring, you change to renewables and negative emissions very, very quickly. In that ideal world, stratospheric aerosol injection can be very, very good. But we don't live in that world. We live in a world of complexity and chaos. So even initial attempts at governance and the UN Environment Assembly, for instance, have failed. And the governance issues will only get more difficult and political in the future moving on. It's also worth pointing out that we're on a pathway of around about 2 to 3 degrees, where we're looking at more scenario of a rapid escape clause rather than a clear measured response. So then my concluding point here is actually going to be very, very deeply unsatisfactory, but it's also very, very, very simple. And it's, look, stratospheric aerosol injection is probably very imprudent, but what else do we do? What else do we have? And I'll take questions from here.
Great. Question to end on. A great question from the audience, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that. This is a new idea to me. I didn't know this, but my immediate response is we're starting on the route of going down to covering the Earth with volcanic ash or going for a nuclear winter, and there's a spectrum there that could start with best of intentions and end up doing the worst possible solution, isn't there?
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I think a big issue I see in the geoengineering literature right now is that there's an assumption that this stuff would be done just for climate. There's, just to alleviate climate issues. There's also another potential of, let's say, this stuff is just done to optimize climate, optimize rainfall, optimize something else. So then, agreed, yeah, there are potential uses potentially that we wouldn't even necessarily foresee.
Thank you. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to elaborate a little on your conclusion, because you left. I was surprised at the shift to, it's awful, it's going to be here are all these terrible, terrible effects, but maybe what else do we do? It might be nonetheless worth considering. So yeah, is your position that even notwithstanding all these terrible, terrible things, we should go ahead and engage in research and development, or do you think there should be, even at this early stage, we should just stop researching it and we shouldn't even contemplate it in any kind of form? So I guess just an invitation to say a bit more about what your conclusion at the end there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think my first gut reaction there is, is that I personally think that research should keep going. Deployment obviously seems very, very infeasible in terms of effective good governance. But I think a deeper and more important question there is how the research is done. So then, in terms of the framing of these approaches in current literature, especially among the more scientific modeling-based papers, it's very much about if you optimize these things and do these things, this would be good for global security. Well, it's not a would, it's could, with a bunch of assumptions. If the research progresses and it frames this as a very reductionist technology, as the climate and Earth is something you can manage easily or relatively easily, then that's probably going to be more dangerous. If research continues, that's got a bit more humility, that better understands and integrates complexities in play, that can be more useful. But there's also the issue of, okay, what do you do about climate change? Also, a very simple and unsatisfactory answer. Like, it always just comes back to, we just need to reduce emissions tomorrow. But that's not really going to happen, unfortunately, given how things are going right now.
Or yesterday. Great. Well, thank you so much. Thanks so much for your time. And sure, you'll be willing to take questions later around the conference. I spotted 2 references to the Avengers and Marvel movies in those slides. I assume they were Luke. We're running this paper together, and he keeps on putting Wakanda Forever in a footnote, and I keep on ticking out and being like, no, we just sneaking it back in. So next one is on ecocide. Can international criminal law prevent ecological collapse? From Daniel Bertram. We had an interesting discussion at dinner yesterday about whether Thanos would have caused more damage by just killing, half randomly, or whether if it had been concentrated on particular continents, that would have caused more damage. So we're using our time well. Great. I will pass over to Daniel. Please take it away.
Brilliant. Thanks, Aidan. Hello to Cambridge. 12 points from Florence, sunny Italy. No, just kidding. My name's Daniel. I'm a researcher at the European University Institute. I'm also a former research fellow at the Legal Priorities Institute. And in my 7 minutes, I'd like to answer 2 big questions about an up-and-coming debate in international law and policy. So I'll be stealing some of tomorrow's thunder on global solutions. So the first question is actually, what the heck is ecocide? And the second question is, how might ecocide do something about catastrophic risk? So let's start by diving into the first question. What is ecocide? So picture yourself sitting at this anti-war conference in Washington, D.C. in late 1969. This biologist, Arthur Galston, walks on stage and he presents his research on the really devastating ecological effects of the US military intervention in Vietnam. As many of you will know, over the course of the war, the US dropped over 20 million gallons of an herbicide called Agent Orange on Vietnamese forests. Agent Orange defoliated about 2 million hectares of land and severely affected the health of thousands of persons who were exposed to these chemicals, including many US veterans as well. So now at this conference, Galston was really outraged about this type of environmental warfare. And to express his outrage, he called the US actions ecocide in reference to the concept of genocide. And he proposed to outlaw herbicides as a legitimate means of conducting hostilities. If you fast forward 50 years, today the most sinister forms of environmental warfare are actually banned as war crimes. But there's a growing movement for whom this isn't enough. In particular, this group of activists, initially headed by the late Scottish barrister Polly Higgins, wants to make the infliction of severe environmental damage an international crime in times of peace as well as in times of war. So almost all countries on the planet criminalize specific instances of environmental pollution, for instance, the emission of toxic pollutants. And some countries like Guatemala even have a general ecocide law. But if ecocide were to be recognized at the international level, it would require all countries, or at least all ratifying countries, to enact and implement comprehensive criminal laws to the same effect. And then, of course, the crucial question is, how exactly do you define ecocide internationally? And to grapple with just that question, a panel of legal experts recently came up with a working definition, which includes 3 elements. The first element is severe and either long-term or widespread damage. That was second element, caused by unlawful acts. And the third element is knowledge of substantial likelihood of such damage. Now, all of these 3 elements have been criticized as setting the bar either too high or too low, but to some extent, the draft definition seems to have met support among states, and it is currently also the center of most legal and policy debates on the topic. And this then brings me to the second big question that I'd like to answer, which is, what can ecocide do about catastrophic risks, if anything? And I think here it's useful to first think about the types of catastrophic risk that ecocide may be able to cover. And I can think of at least 2 major ones. The first one is climate change. There's quite some agreement, as we've heard previously as well, in the X-risk community, that climate change beyond a certain threshold would be catastrophic. And if Ecocide manages to lower that risk at all, by any degree, I think it would be helpful, presumably. And it seems likely that the most severe and outrageous forms of climate crime, think of really unlawful acts, the unlawful burning of fossil fuels, for example, by company directors who fail to comply with their climate due diligence duties that are developing in many countries. I think such behavior might reasonably fall under the purview of Ecocide. And the second risk is that catastrophic risk would be the large-scale disruption of ecosystem services independent of climate change. Millions of people and many critical infrastructures directly and indirectly rely on functioning ecosystem services. And I think the most salient example here is the way in which biodiversity is a crucial safeguard against zoonotic diseases, as many studies have shown. And so how exactly would Ecocide contribute to lowering these risks? There are two sort of overarching theories in the criminological literature. The first is the idea that making something a crime deters people from engaging in it. This deterrence idea is backed up by some empirical research in relation to domestic environmental crime. But in international criminal law, deterrence has less of an empirical footing. You can think about the outlawing of war crimes, which quite visibly hasn't decreased the number of such crimes being committed as the Ukrainian war is just painfully illustrating. And then second, calling something an international crime has a very strong, expressive, symbolic function. It says something about the type of behavior that we as a global society are willing or not willing to tolerate. So keep in mind that international criminality is the most damning label the law has to offer, anywhere, anytime. So, and I think that is actually where the biggest potential of Ecocide lies, in this cultural dimension. By enshrining Ecocide internationally, we might create cascading effects as business and cultural elites incorporate the norm into their practices. So I think in conclusion, there's well-founded reason to believe that the international criminalization of Ecocide may reduce catastrophic risk to some extent, although it's quite difficult to quantify how much exactly the benefit would be. But given that the costs in terms of time and effort of this are rather low, it seems like a very reasonable initiative to support from a catastrophic risk point of view. And moreover, I think that if Ecocide were to succeed, this may also strengthen the global governance regime more generally and create these sorts of positive institutional spillover effects. So in that sense, I think the Ecocide debate is here to stay. And for X-risk researchers, this might also serve as a sort of petri dish from which to draw lessons for future institutional reform. So I'll leave it here, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. Cheers. I know. Oh, yeah.
Hi, Daniel. Thanks for the great talk. I'm just curious about one claim you make about that international criminal law has little deterrent effect, but you think the symbolic effect is more promising. But I mean, outside Russia, I think that if you look at smaller jurisdictions, you find that the deterrent effect is actually pretty powerful. Uganda, some East Africa countries there. So I'm just curious how you arrive at the claim that the symbolic impact would be more promising than the deterrent effect.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a really good question. And it's a really big point of discussion in the literature. I think, so in the literature, deterrence has come under some attack on the general level. But if you differentiate what types of crimes and also the countries, the specific situations that you look at, whether you're talking about specific deterrence or general deterrence, deterrence might work in rather narrow scenarios. But I think when it comes to Ecocide, deterrence is probably not a major factor if you look at the types of actors that would be targeted by Ecocide, company directors, very powerful actors. And I think there's reason to believe that they might not be very strongly deterred. But that also depends on the kind of behavioral theory that you build on. So I'm not discarding deterrence at this point, but I think from what I've read so far, the symbolic effect seems to be more promising. But if it turns out to be very deterrent, all the better, right?
Well, thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you. Cheers. Have further questions, do please follow up on Discord and with Daniel directly. Okay, so we move on from ecological collapse to societal collapse. It's a laugh a minute at these conferences. So it's Nathaniel Cook talking about weathering the storm, societal resilience to existential catastrophes. Nathaniel started working with us as an undergraduate here in Cambridge and has done some really interesting work on collapse, but also resilience and what the lessons we can draw from that. So looking forward to hearing from him. He's another one that's in another room, sort of nearby. Great. Okay, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm Nathaniel Cook. I'm a research affiliate at CSER and a postgraduate student at the UCL Institute of Archaeology, and I'm here to give you a crash course in societal resilience. So we work in catastrophic risk mitigation, and we like to think that we're going to prevent every catastrophe, but we are going to make mistakes sometimes. And there are also unknowns to deal with that I think we are still right at the beginning of figuring out even the sort of space of possibilities for mitigating those. So what if something bad happens anyway? And we need another layer of defense, which is to just be resilient as a species, which is the ability to essentially recover from a catastrophe after it's occurred. And the word resilience has been used in GCR scholarship for quite a while, but not in a sort of formal sense and without a huge amount of engagement with the pre-existing massive body of literature on resilience. So I'm going to try to unite these two. So as we all heard during COVID, resilience is very popular. There are lots of contradictory definitions, but everyone agrees that it's great and that we should spend lots of money on it. However, it mostly orbits around the idea of bouncing back or sort of absorbing some kind of disturbance and like going back to the way things were. And the best sort of syncretic definition I've been able to come up with is a system's ability to adapt and transform in the face of disruption while retaining its essential character, which is a term that we'll come back to in a moment. So before we get going with the resilience itself, it's faced a lot of critiques. As we heard yesterday, it's not a normative quality. So lots and lots of things can be resilient when they shouldn't be. And that says nothing about the moral quality of that society or system. And also it can be quite vague. So are we talking about the resilience of humanity as a species, or are we talking about like some broad idea of our potential or civilization even, or are we talking about a particular state? And in disaster risk reduction circles especially, it's been criticized for talking about going back to the way things were or bouncing back, when often it's the social structure that we're bouncing back to that caused the catastrophe in the first place. And finally, it's involving ideas of adaptation and change, but of course, like essential character is fairly arbitrarily defined. So you can, how far is transforming too much, right? But with all of those in mind, humanity still does need to be able to adapt in the face of catastrophic events. So what we're doing is we're trying to take the things that have been said about resilience in GCR so far and combine it with all the other kinds of resilience that we can track down. So that's essentially a literature review covering a huge array of subjects, covering pretty much all of the natural and social sciences, and then choosing the sort of syncretic papers that have characteristics of resilient systems that are applicable to social systems and especially to extreme events. So in resilience in GCR, we have quite a bit on redundant food systems. Still definitely more to be done, but Ulfed has got this locked down pretty well. So I think listen to them, not me. Isolated refuges, I believe we're hearing about later today. So again, listen to them, not me. But they seem to be, I think, not particularly well developed at the moment as a concept, but very popular and becoming much more so. There are ideas of having either isolated islands with self-sufficient populations or sort of proper underground bunkers and that kind of stuff, with the idea being that people can sit in there pretty much isolated from the rest of the world and then be able to at least somewhat repopulate the Earth after an asteroid or nuclear war or anything similar. Then we hear about most in the media is space colonization, which I do think is viable in the long term, perhaps, and it's a good way of making sure that we are genuinely resilient to most things, but it often falls victim to what's called sort of sci-fi reasoning, insofar as you don't start at humanity must become resilient, therefore colonize space. You have, I want to go to space, and it'll save humanity if we go to space. So, come on. So we're trying to avoid that, I suppose, in the meantime. So there are lots and lots of principles of resilient systems. I'm going to choose a few of the big names. So we have redundancies and reserves, and that can be either having food stockpiles or backup systems, or sort of tools, especially like specialist components, where like if one particular factory shuts down, there's no other group of people in the world that knows how to make them. So we're having those stored away somehow is a good plan, as well as information. There's a paper with Seth Baum that talks about underground schools and libraries to maintain humanity's shared knowledge after some kind of catastrophic event. Diversity is the first one that gets named in most papers. It can be a bit folksy, but it essentially rests on a fairly intuitive principle that the more options you have, the better you are at adapting to unexpected and unknown and complex ways of change. So it is just maintaining diversity of almost all things at all levels. Especially modularity is the one that's come up in relation to COVID-19 with sort of border control and stuff, insofar as you want to have relatively well demarcated subsystems that can be separated off from the outside world, so that if something goes wrong within one system, that doesn't automatically wreck the entire system. And finally, self-sufficiency. This is a really difficult one, considering how interdependent we are in the sort of the modern world system. But there is also a strong argument for giving people, significant self-sufficiency training, like sort of basic agriculture, first aid, the kinds of stuff that allow people to create some form of life, even if like the global shipping network has been shut down. So in application, modern humanity is staggeringly resilient in some ways, insofar as we just are a very adaptable species, and there are lots of us. However, like having an incredibly complex networked world where we're all relying on shipments arriving just in time is pretty much a recipe for disaster, as we saw when one ship blocking the Suez Canal shut down a good chunk of the global economy. And also the principles are quite, they are very abstract, and they're an excellent source of ideas, but they are simultaneously quite difficult to interpret sometimes, and also cost money for the most part, because if you're setting up backup systems or no longer engaging in the global economy, that's not good for pretty much anyone, at least in the short term. And finally, it's quite easy to use by certain political groups who use the emphasis on sort of decentralization and self-sufficiency to make everything the responsibility of local authorities and then slash their budgets. So doing that is something that also we would want to avoid advocating. So the final point is, just in time, that we need to essentially not leave this up to the academics entirely, and essentially have a pretty open conversation about what we're willing to invest in and why.
Wonderful, thanks so much. Great. Looking around the room for, yeah.
All right, that's great, thanks. Is it possible to have globalization and resilience?
In some senses, yes. I think this does come back to the question of resilience of what to what, and also how much we're willing to pay for it. So I'm sure there is some kind of sense in which we could maintain the sort of the globalized world as it stands, at least in the short term, while maintaining sort of food stockpiles and having sort of youth training to make sure that people can do subsistence agriculture, that sort of thing. But for the one thing, you're still maintaining systemic risk in that respect. So you're increasing the frequency and magnitude of catastrophes, which may be worth it in the terms of the sort of economic growth benefits, but that is still a trade-off. And also, there are some things that just are very, very, very difficult to pull off if you are already interconnected politically, because given the choice between spending huge amounts of money on training every single person to, be a part-time subsistence farmer and not doing that, the majority of governments simply won't. So it's possible, but whether or not it will happen in practice remains to be seen.
Great. Well, thank you. Wow. Thank you so much, Nathaniel. And I'm sure people will have further questions around the conference. Great. Thank you. Great. Okay, so our next talk is, to take a bit of a shift, is on the risk of a superintelligence and the precautionary principle from Shahir Hassar. Oh, you'll note that I'm kind of moving to maybe just the one question per person, just because I did not keep an eye on the time and we're running a little bit over, and I want to make sure that you all can have a bit of a break before the next session. Here we are. Great. If I can pass over to Shura. Hi.
Hi, everyone. Hi.
Take us away.
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Murilo Krasinski. I'm a professor at PUC Paraná, Brazil. And together with my colleague, Murilo Mariano Vilaça, professor and researcher at Fiocruz, also in Brazil, we are here to present our paper whose title is Make It More Complex, Axiological Futurism Within the Reflection on Existential Risks. So I'm going to share my screen here, and we're going to start right now. Well, when Murilo would like also to thank FAPERJ, Fundação de Amparo Pesquisa do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, for funding this research. In addressing existential risks in this presentation, we have in mind the possible serious and harmful effects of non-therapeutic use of emerging and converging technologies. Our orientation is on specific anthropogenic extinction factors, namely those that could cause catastrophic consequences and would be associated with so-called human enhancement technologies. To make the task of thinking about the issues of risks associated with interventions with enhancement purpose more complex, in addition, we draw attention to something that has been included in the debate recently, namely the concept of axiological futurism. And in summary, we aim to. So first one, we would like to argue that the concept of risk, which is central to the human enhancement debate, should neither be disregarded or underestimated, nor overestimated or used arbitrarily. But another way, one must take the concept of risk seriously and not use it simply as a term in a discourse or rhetoric, whether pro-enhancement or anti-enhancement. 2, highlight that the complexity and limits of anticipated consequence in the future time of an intervention in terms of risk, but also of benefit, become even more challenging if we consider that risk is closely related to the threat to something that is valued by us in the present time. 3, to propose a reflection on a question that seems fundamental to us. Considering that risk analysis or risk assessment about human enhancement technologies is a kind of futurological and axiological investigation, and that our values change over time, how to deal with some level of objectivity and estimation accuracy with the risks of human enhancement. To introduce our presentation, we would like to highlight 3 trivialities. First, scientific and technological progress has elevated human capacity to intervene over nature, include so-called human nature, a concept that deserves great critical attention over the various sphere of reality. Second, our capacities to intervene and change seem to demand the capacities to foresee, predict, anticipate, estimate, prevent, and take responsibility for the risks of causing harm. Third, human enhancement technologies point to unprecedented anthropotechnical possibilities and responsibilities. In our analysis, we assume that risk is one of the key concepts in debate about human enhancement technologies. On the other hand, despite such relevance, its theoretical epistemic importance is obscured by a non-technical but rhetorical use of the term. We understand that the concept of risk has largely become a kind of instrument of the bioconservative or anti-enhancement rhetoric, characterized by heuristics of fear, but it can also be subject to some misuse by those who take an overly optimistic stance regarding the benefits of technoscientific innovations aimed at human enhancement. Another important point that should be clarified by researchers concerns the magnitude of risk, which can vary in terms of scope, intensity, and probability, as proposed by Bostrom. In this sense, to preserve its epistemic value, the risk, as we have already said, should not be arbitrarily assessed, neither for less, underestimated, nor for more, overestimated. This requires the application of scientifically reliable risk analysis methods. Moreover, we think that a theoretical approach to the relationship between risk and value can lead us to another level, deeper and more complex, of understanding about what lies ahead in a future even more strongly marked by techno-scientific advance. In this sense, our focus is on relationship between risk and value. Therefore, in the first place, we endorse the argument of John Danaher, for whom it is necessary to develop an axiological futurism that is a systematic and explicit inquiry into the axiological possibility space for future human and post-human civilizations, with a specific focus on how civilization might shift or change location within that axiological possibility space. Also, according to Danaher, this job of the axiological futurist is to sketch different possible axiologies and anticipate the future trajectories we might take through the axiological possibility space. Since the axiological possibility space may be too broad, susceptible to overly imaginative speculation, we endorse the suggestions of Jerome Hofstede, for whom, first, axiological futurism would benefit if it restricted itself to what it calls realistic possibilities. Two, the axiological futurist should be aware of realistic possibilities that entail substantial normative risks. It seems plausible then, in the wake of Hofstede's thought, that axiological futurism adopts a historicized approach to moral change, which involves an analysis of the process of historical moralization and demoralization, the perception that morality evolves through social pressures, a deepening of what elements are involved in the stabilization and disruption of values, as well as the development of a more rigorous theoretical framework of how morality can change and what is predictive of moral change. From such premises, our researchers walk untitled fertile ground for discussion, especially when we take into consideration the risks related to human enhancement technologies and how they can disrupt the present and the future axiological space. We understand that the analysis of axiological futurism within the reflection of existential risks is fundamental for a better understanding of the future that awaits us. We hope to have contributed to the debate, and here are our contacts. Thank you very much.
Apologies for mistaking the name of the talk. Great. Any questions from the room? Yeah, please.
One of the interesting challenges in this space is, of course, what constitutes a realistic scenario. While some people are willing to say, oh yes, artificial intelligence and group intelligence, that's not realistic. But then human enhancement might be realistic. I certainly encountered many people thinking about, oh no, human enhancement is not realistic, even though that's actually being undertaken. So how do you define realism in this kind of discourse in order to help axiological futurism?
Yeah, that's a great question. When talking about these scenarios, people think that we're talking about scientific fiction, for example, or they are talking about something that might never happen in the future. So we are trying to make research that comes to a scientifically approach when it comes to risks. And this, of course, is our task. It's not so simple, and we have to manage all those objections, both coming from people that sees that this kind of discussion is like science fiction or things that will never happen. So we have we try to have this kind of approach in a scientifically way of thinking the futures, and risk cannot be just a hunch or something that we just say that will never happen. So that's the task, and we are trying to find solution for this kind of answer for them.
Wonderful. Great. Thank you so much, Murilo. Yeah, if people have further questions, please do follow up with them. Great. Thank you very much. Cheers. Okay, and now we have Shira Ahesar on the risk over superintelligence and the precautionary principle. I was so keen for it that I introduced it early. Here we go. And here we go. Hello. Hi. Would you like to take us away, please?
Yes. Hi, I'm Shira. I'm from LSE, and I'm going to be talking about applying the precautionary principle to the risk of a superintelligence. So the precautionary principle is a principle that is meant to prevent existential risks and to prevent us from letting uncertainty about the chances of catastrophe be an excuse for inaction. So according to the principle, if we are uncertain about those chances, we should err on the side of caution and adopt a better safe than sorry attitude. So superintelligence is an intelligence that is far greater than that of the smartest human beings. And because it is highly capable, it could potentially enslave and even exterminate all humans. So in his book, Superintelligence, Nick Bostrom lists several possible scenarios for existential risk from superintelligence. And each of them involves several technological capabilities. So for example, a whole brain emulation scenario involves developing high scanning capabilities, developing an automated translator, turning scanned data into a 3D model, developing strong hardware, and not waiting until the control problem is solved. So now I'm going to talk about applying the precautionary principle by voting on a conjunction of potential actions. So as you can see from the whole brain emulation scenario, the existential risk from superintelligence can result from different combinations of several technological advancements, each of which is not harmful on its own. So for example, strong hardware is not harmful on its own. So it is not enough to ask whether each single advancement individually violates the precautionary principle, as none of these advancements have any possibility of leading to catastrophe on their own. So for example, advanced scanning capabilities, if we just ask whether they violate the precautionary principle, the answer would be no. So what should we do? We should adhere to the precautionary principle by addressing the combination of these potential actions. So how would this be done? Ideally, a group of agents would simultaneously vote on all actions that their combination, independent of other things, would cause existential risk. So on a complete scenario of a harmful superintelligence being developed. So how would this happen in practice? So all large-scale potential actions that could be relevant to a scenario of an existential risk from superintelligence should be put to a separate vote. So this means several different scenarios of achieving general intelligence before solving the control problem. So now I'm going to explain why voting on a conjunction adheres to the precautionary principle. So voting on a conjunction adheres to the better safe than sorry spirit of the precautionary principle. And specifically, it is equivalent to the false positive bias interpretation of the principle. So what is this interpretation? The false positive bias interpretation of the precautionary principle as interpreting the principle as a preference to falsely identify a causal connection between a possible action and an unacceptable harm, and thus to believe that the action is impermissible rather than to deny a true causal connection and commit an impermissible action. So you can think of it as a shift in the burden of proof. So instead of needing to prove that an action is risky or potentially harmful and having a null hypothesis, we have the hypothesis that it is harmful and we need to prove that it isn't. So how is this similar to voting on a conjunction? So voting on a conjunction has the property of having a bias towards negative reliability. That is the probability of voting that X is false, given that it is false. So this reliability is much better than the positive reliability when voting on a conjunction. So this means that when a conjunction is impermissible, it is almost never accepted. So when voting on a conjunction, the positive reliability is just the reliability on a single conjunct to the power of the number of conjuncts. But the negative reliability is this reliability, which is actually much better, even if R is very low. It is going to give us a very good reliability. So how are these two things similar? So if we take a conjunction of K premises to be equivalent to the claim that a certain combination of acts is permissible, then false positive bias is equivalent to the bias towards having a higher negative reliability, as both of these biases can imply preferring to believe an action is impermissible when it is permissible than to believe an action is permissible when it is impermissible. In other words, they both adhere to the spirit of better safe than sorry. So it's a preference to be wrong about something being impermissible than to be wrong about it being permissible. Okay, so what is the conclusion from this? So by voting on a conjunction of potential actions, we are adhering to the spirit of the precautionary principle. The precautionary principle is considered to be the right approach towards existential risk. The risk from superintelligence is an existential risk, so we should vote on a conjunction of potential technological developments that could lead to superintelligence. And now, importantly, these different technological developments that are relevant to the same scenario or that we suspect could combine create this general intelligence rather quickly can come from different institutions or different companies. So this requires a collaboration between different companies and institutions and a certain coordinating body so that we can vote on these different scenarios together and have an implication from one on the other. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think a really fascinating approach. Yeah, if we can go Nat at the back.
Hi, I really enjoyed your talk. Thanks. I'm Natalie Jones from here at CSER. I was wondering if you could elaborate on who is the we who is doing the voting? You know, who are the agents who can vote in this idea?
Right, good. So it wasn't my focus here, but I think definitely the we should not be only interested parties that have a conflict of interest in voting on those things. I was imagining an overarching body of perhaps researchers, but it could potentially also be the general public. So one advantage of having many voters is that we already have one premise of the Condorcet-Jury theorem be right here, because we have a high reliability, even if the reliability on a single conjunct is low. So potentially having a lot of voters is a good idea as well.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I think this is like a really very clever, interesting approach. Yeah, I really like that. Great. Thanks so much. Cheers. Right, to stay on the topic of AI, our next talk is by Bia Heon, I hope I pronounced that correctly, on deceptive AI, a blueprint for legal and technical synergy. I hope it's not a real blueprint, otherwise we're going to have to cut off the YouTube stream halfway through. Yeah. If we see a deep fake pop up. Hello.
Hey.
Great.
Cheers.
Please head into your discussion.
Fantastic. My name's Bear. I'm an honors student in computer science at the University of Sydney in Australia. And today I'm going to be outlining a strategy to de-risk the X-risk of deceptive alignment. This is very much just a snapshot of research in this space. So I have created an interactive hepto with extended insights that I'll drop a link to in the Discord chat for anyone to investigate further after. The motivation for this work is very much the inner alignment challenge within AI safety research. And here we have a situation of an advanced AI system, which is itself an optimizer, which chooses a second optimization algorithm to best achieve its base objective. And the inner alignment challenge is making sure that the objective of that second optimizer matches the objective of the base optimizer of the first system. Now, deceptive alignment is the situation where that second optimizer appears to be aligned and it is able to model what the base objective is. However, that is only a proxy alignment. During training, it demonstrates this proxy alignment. However, once deployed in real world settings, it goes ahead and pursues whatever its true objective is. Now, the upshot here is that such an AI system, if it was sort of in control of a very high stakes setting, such as if it was integrated with critical infrastructure, and it was going ahead and unexpectedly optimizing anything but what its engineers designed it to be optimizing for, the negative externalities here could be really catastrophic. And now this is very clearly a technical issue that requires a technical solution. However, a governance strategy is really useful here. Governance levers can be used in tandem to de-risk deceptive AI in tandem with technical success within this space. And that's very much what this blueprint aims to show. So the first part of this research was outlining 4 eras of technical bottlenecks that must be sort of progressively achieved to challenge deceptive alignment. And the second part was identifying and justifying the proportionality of 4 governance levers to move in tandem with each of those technical eras. So we'll start with where we are now, which is that MESA optimizers can be understood. They can definitely, however, not be prevented from being selected within an advanced AI system. They cannot be obstructed, and they certainly cannot be aligned. And the proportional governance response here is prize incentives by national technology offices. And this is very much motivated by the work of Thomas Kahle, who is the former deputy director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. And the idea is to give a legal mandate to national technology offices worldwide to be able to encourage firms and researchers to come up with technical solutions that can identify MESA optimizers within advanced AI systems. And this very much leads us to the next technical era where MESA optimizers can be detected. Now we've got a little bit of meat on what an intervention could be to challenge MESA optimizers, but it's still pretty lean. We can just detect them. We can't really do anything about it. And the proportional intervention here, given that sort of lean circumstance, is to embed AI safety standards within an existing international governance organization. The explicit intervention recommended is to embed them within the World Trade Organization, and the mechanism to do so is outlined here. The key goal here is that from an X-risk perspective, you'd be able to avoid the deployment of advanced AI systems, which included MESA optimizers in very high-risk settings, such as critical infrastructure. However, the trade-off is that it would come at the cost of just universal deployment of such advanced AI systems, which takes us to our next technical era, that we can actually go ahead and obstruct MESA optimizers to some degree. And this is finally where we actually have some meat on an intervention that we can use to challenge deceptive alignment. And that's when the proportionality is justified to actually have an AI safety body, to have an international organization which is focused on verifying compliance of advanced AI systems inclusive of MESA optimizers, And there's some further tangible insights on the methodologies of how that could work here, such as through Van Eck radiation analysis. And it would effectively help bring us to the point of that next technical era where we finally can actually align MESA optimizers. Deceptive alignment is no longer really necessarily a thing because we're able to prove that these MESA optimizers are robustly aligned within advanced AI systems. And at this point, the recommended and proportional governance intervention is an updated civil liability framework to support adjustments to existing national civil liability regimes, because we've reached a point where manufacturers of AI systems can and should be held responsible for the outcomes of those systems because they can be proven whether that system is acting with the intention of what the developers programmed it to do. This concludes the blueprint. Some final thoughts is that the harms to humanity from deceptive AI really can be monumental. This blueprint sought to recognize that even though this is a real technical problem, governance levers can and should be used to incrementally de-risk this X-risk. I'm going to drop a link to this HEPTA in the Discord chat. There's some further resources in here to check out this research further. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Bert. Yeah, I think that combination of your technical steps and then institutional proposals is really interesting, and of course the slides or whatever this is very fancy also. Okay, any questions that are immediately jumping out? I guess I had a question just about your first step on the detection. Yeah, so do you have any idea of kind of current proposals for detection? I mean, I quite like the idea of just setting up a prize and getting people to come up with their own best ideas. But yeah, did you have any kind of views yourself?
Yeah, I think this is one of those things where there's lots of plausible strategies, but none have proven to effectively work quite just yet. Also, you'll note throughout this HEPTA, it's far more in language, and it often mentions non-trivial. And the reality is that we just don't have these advanced AI systems today where a MESA optimizer could exist in a non-trivial way. So a lot of this is very forward-thinking. It's about coming up with a strategy that essentially builds out a safer realization of our shared future. But the exact strategies really are not known. And that's very much why, Thomas Kahle actually has a lot of great documentation on this. He's at Schmidt Futures now about how prize incentives can really, challenge the momentum towards coming up with solutions to technical problems.
Really interesting. Another cool one could be companies offering bounties themselves for, have you spotted anything? Okay, great, cool. Well, rather than just us having a very interesting conversation, interesting to me conversation, we'll thank Bear very much for his time. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Carried on that. Oh wow. Okay, so the next talk is from Nick Wilson on catastrophe, existential risk, and preserving island nodes of complexity. I think this is what Nathaniel was referring to earlier. We're in the last two talks now, so well done everyone. Getting just a huge amount of cool ideas and massive literature reviews that people are trying to summarize in 6 minutes. So yeah, please do follow up on all of this on YouTube and on Discord and with the individuals. Great. Hi Nick. I'll hand over to you.
Hi, my name's Nick Wilson, and with my colleague Matt Boyd, we've been looking at catastrophes and island nations. So first of all, one of the areas we've looked at is islands and border control to exclude extreme pandemics. And historically, there's evidence that this has worked for the 1918 influenza pandemic with a number of Pacific nations. But also these Pacific nations were often quite successful in keeping the COVID-19 pandemic out, often for at least 2 years. And there's 3 Pacific nations that still have had no COVID cases due to successful border control. And successful examples of COVID-19 elimination have actually occurred in a number of Pacific nations as well, with repeated elimination, though these three nations have all actually failed to exclude the Omicron variant. We've actually published a paper that looked at different islands as refuges against extreme pandemics, with some of them having relatively high scores on this index: Australia, New Zealand, Iceland, and Japan, for example. But also islands may be good for improving survival chances after sun-blocking catastrophes. These include nuclear winter scenarios, extreme volcanic events, and asteroid impacts. And that's partly because of the well-known thermal moderating effect of the ocean. But also some of these nations have excess food production capacity, and obviously they have access typically to marine food resources. So looking at this more closely, we've got some work underway with the Effective Altruism's Long-Term Future Fund, and we've looked at 38 island nations for which there's information about nuclear winter scenarios and data on dietary energy production. And this suggests after a very severe nuclear winter scenario with 150 megatons of soot in the stratosphere, 5 of these islands would still have capacity, food production capacity to feed all their populations. In fact, Australia has such vast production capacity that it would still have a large reserve of food energy production, enough to actually feed millions of refugees. And even in other nuclear winter scenarios, there'd be some other island nations that could also have this energy production capacity. But it's important to note that there's enormous uncertainty around all these nuclear winter impacts. There's also historical evidence around a real sun-blocking event, the Tambora eruption of 1815. And we've looked at how islands did compared to other continental land masses. And it does seem a general picture that islands around continental Europe did a bit better in terms of temperature and precipitation anomalies. Similarly for North and East Asia and some islands around North America. So we've also looked at within the islands that were impacted by Tambora. Most of these islands did experience altered climate and about half reduced food production. Some even had food riots and increased death rates. The worst impacts were for Great Britain and Ireland. Some islands had only a small climate impact, Japanese islands, Taiwan, and so on. And there's some islands where tree ring and other historical data show actually no significant climate impact. Overall, the pattern was suggestive that islands in the Pacific did better than those in the Atlantic. So the idea of islands as nodes of persisting complexity has been proposed, and King and Jones in their publication did identify a short list of 5 islands: New Zealand, Iceland, UK, Tasmania, and Ireland. And in fact, if you look at Australia, as I mentioned, it's got vast food production overcapacity and also energy self-sufficiency. It's got a strong utility sector, and it actually can make things like vaccines and pharmaceuticals. And Taiwan is another example of a very high technology island, and it's a global leader in the semiconductor industry. But planning for island refuges has really got some big challenges. Island nation governments often don't consider any of these issues, and New Zealand's an example where its risk register is classified and its documents about the long-term future ignore completely issues like nuclear war. Generally, there's efficiency is prioritized over expanding resilience, and there's a lack of knowledge about what are the critical components needed to sustain things like the internet and telecommunications. And also a lack of understanding about how to maximize social cohesion and minimize disinformation after catastrophes. And we've seen a number of countries like Australia and New Zealand still had riots associated with COVID-19 pandemic responses, even though they performed pretty well. So to conclude, island nations can succeed with border control to keep out extreme pandemics. We've seen historical evidence of this. Islands might do better in terms of surviving sun-blocking catastrophes, such as nuclear winter, and Australia is an example of extreme food self-sufficiency. And there's some real-world data from the Tambora eruption that favors island nations, especially those in the Pacific. But there's actually very large challenges still about how to plan such refuges, and island governments typically don't seem to be acknowledging these risks and adequately investing in technological and social resilience. Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Oh, great. Okay, well, I found that absolutely fascinating. Yeah. Do we want to go Tom and maybe a quick one for Anders? Maybe not.
Hi, Nick. Tom here from the Daily Telegraph in the UK. Could you assess the UK's viability as an island nation in those respects, please?
Yes, well, the UK actually doesn't seem to think of itself much as an island. It's sort of connected with a tunnel as well. And certainly with the COVID response, it didn't seem to take any serious measures to keep out COVID. So I think there's a sort of a conceptual problem there. But also, it is very close to the European continent. So in events like a nuclear winter, it would be influenced by continental climate. And we saw that with Tambora. It did suffer quite a lot from that climate change event. And its weather was influenced by the European continent. But in other ways, the UK is technologically relatively advanced, though it doesn't have significant food self-sufficiency. I think it's highly dependent on imports. So generally, island refuges are probably better to think about those in the Pacific and further away from continental land masses.
Do you want to do a quick one, Anders? Yeah.
So are the technologies like an OTEC, ocean thermal energy conversion, that would be suitable even during good periods for island nations and then could enable them during a crisis to maintain themselves well?
Sorry, I missed it. Is the precise nature of that question again?
Things like OTEC seems to be a good idea when things are going well, but in a crisis they would be even more useful because they would give survivability a pretty big boost.
Yeah, I missed that word. OTEC?
Let's take it on the forum then.
Energy self-sufficiency of these island nations, perhaps.
Yeah, I'll try and pick that up in the forum.
Okay, great, cool. Great, well, thanks so much, Nick. That was absolutely fascinating. Thank you. Great, thank you. Someone was telling me a story about traveling around the South Island of New Zealand, and they're having a drink in the pub, and a local kind of points over and is like, "Oh, that's Peter Thiel's house right over there. If anything bad happens, that's where we're going to go." So you can have a bolt hole. It might not work. Okay, so our last talk today, and indeed of the lightning talks of the conference, is Matt Boyd on step 1 in solving existential risks. Include them in national risk assessments. Cunningly, we've left the one that says step 1 to absolutely last. Great. I will pass over to Matt. Matt, take it away.
Great, thank you. I'm in New Zealand, so you've got my 4 in the morning face. Apologies for that. So in recent years, many countries have undertaken a process of national risk assessment, producing national risk registers, and in many cases, risk matrices for communication purposes. However, there's many shortcomings to these processes. For example, prior to a 2010 eruption of an Icelandic volcano, volcanic eruption did not appear as a risk in the UK National Risk Register. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, Similar registers thought that emerging infectious diseases might risk 100 lives. And also the summary of public feedback to the proposed New Zealand National Security Long-Term Insights briefing this year does not mention the word nuclear. Yet nuclear winter, emerging infectious diseases, and major volcanic eruptions are considered globally catastrophic or even existential risks. Outside of the national risk assessment process, a number of arguments are made for why X risks are so salient. It might be to do with moral aversion to discounting future lives, or the importance of anticipatory governance, or perhaps the importance of continuing human scientific and cultural endeavours over long periods of time. But perhaps national risk assessment processes reject these arguments. Well, we can reject all the arguments on the previous slide and all consideration of the future. And to avoid problems of Pascal's mugging or the need to compare lives across time, we can cap potential harm at just the 8 billion people who exist today and look at just the next 1 year. And this number of people could be weighted to any country's national risk assessment. If we then apply published estimates of X-risk probability, crudely assuming a static probability across time, then we find that the expected harm in year 1 is higher for many existential risks than for all natural disasters combined. For example, the expected harm from nuclear war of an existential magnitude is 80,000 lives in year 1, compared to natural disasters which sum to 60,000 lives in total. And an engineered pandemic, for example, has an expected harm of 2.7 million lives per year, just considering the existential risk component. But of course, the expected harm of existential risks goes far beyond the harm of the actual or an actual existential instance of that risk. Taking the case of pandemics, to the 2.7 million lives at risk in the previous slide, we can add the expected harm from non-existential manifestations of the event, of engineered pandemics, of natural pandemics, laboratory escapes. And when we sum this, we find that the expected harm is 3.5 million lives per year under what are relatively conservative calculations. And even if there is great uncertainty around the probability of these risks, and even if these probabilities as published by Ord are out by 2 orders of magnitude in year 1, then there are still 800,000 expected lives at risk when summing the pandemic harm. It seems that national risk assessments should assign high importance to these kinds of risks. But methodological and normative choices bias national risk assessments and what they consider. And societies really need to agree on things like fundamental assumptions like the time frame of interest for these assessments, the scenario choice, whether we're looking at worst case, most frequent case, or some challenging but plausible scenario, any discount rate used across time, and any decision rule applied. And a single risk matrix, as is often presented, hides a complex set of assumptions and uncertainties. For example, a risk might be possible in the immediate future, but with minor consequences. Another version of the same risk might be unlikely in year 1, but catastrophic if it were to occur. Across 50 years, the risk may become frequent and serious, with a likely and catastrophic outcome. And trajectories across time may not be represented in national risk registers. So should we be looking at just 1 year, across 50 years? Should we discount the future? Should we consider reasonable scenarios or the worst case? Should we maximize the minimum outcome or address the most common risks? There is no public mechanism, and this is the problem, to explore the outcome of national risk assessments under different assumptions. And choices about which risks to include in national risk assessments and which assumptions to base risk characterization upon are issues that merit public consultation and merit open expert peer review. Published national risk assessments are just one possibility among many. So we favour the development of a two-way public interactive communication tool. And we've seen during COVID-19 how interactive dashboards where assumptions can be adjusted have led to wide public and journalistic understanding of the risk. We've all come to know what R is and how it can be adjusted in estimates. Similar work could be undertaken with national risk assessments, and this could provide a vocabulary for national risk discussions. And such an online platform, driven by a database of risk information and relevant forecasts, could allow exploration of uncertainty, scrutiny of knowledge, identification of omissions, and maybe even crowdsourced solutions and many other features. We can give diverse people and diverse experts the tools to author their own national risk assessments and achieve experiential learning. So in summary, we've suggested that even rejecting all the standard arguments for the salience of existential risk and performing simple expected value calculations, then X risks look more salient than all natural disasters combined in year one. But furthermore, to avoid groupthink or politicization of national risk assessment process assumptions, wide engagement is needed. The public must legitimize national risk assessment assumptions. And if many countries' national risk assessments highlighted existential risks, then a more outward-looking and cooperative approach around the globe might be fostered. At the very least, inclusion of these risks in national risk assessments or in the national risk process might make the case for investment in improved X-risk characterization. Thank you.
Let's give him an extra round for calling it at 4 a.m. I think that's great. Any question in the room? This is something that we are very keen on as well, and have been putting submissions into the UK government as well to try and improve our national risk register. Could you just maybe say like a little bit more about how you envisage this interactive communication tool? Like, what are some of the things that could be adjusted? What are some of the sliders? Could you say a bit more about that, please?
Yeah, sure. So look, I think there's some different things here. There's the underlying assumptions of the process itself, and then there's the characteristics of individual risks. So I guess the underlying process assumptions include quite fundamental things like what time frame are we looking across, and if a risk has a relatively low probability across maybe 2 years, of just a few percent. It might look like it's unlikely, but if you're looking across 50 years, then you would expect that risk to manifest. And so I think the public and and expert stakeholders and so forth, need to be able to have this sort of put in front of them to play around with and to perhaps answer a set of questions about which assumptions they prefer. Do they want to discount the harms over 50 years, or do they want to not apply a discount rate, and so forth, and see how the risks rank basically when they do those sorts of adjustments.
Fascinating. Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for your time, Matt. Cheers. Thank you. Okay, that brings our lightning talks to a close. I'd just like to say, I think, can we all say thanks to Laura Elmer and the tech team for so ably doing all of these Zooms. Really incredible stuff. Like 30 different Zoom calls. They're like switching between them all is really remarkable. Okay, great. So we're going to have a 15-minute break now, and then we're going to be back to hear from the wonderful and very interesting Ariel Conn. Great. Thanks very much.
the screen behind me, but I'll talk for a couple of minutes just while she's arriving. So we're back for the final session of Tuesday before we move into a slightly shorter day of the conference tomorrow. And we're going to hear from two people in the next hour and few minutes who really work in risk communication in a non-academic setting. So bring to us from the fields of, there Ariel is, magic. Good afternoon, Ariel. Bring us expertise from their fields. We're first going to hear from Ariel for about 15 minutes, and she's going to leave up her contact details at the end and on Discord, so you can speak to her later if you want. And then we'll hear a keynote from Brian Walsh until about 5:40, and then some Q&A, both here and hopefully on Discord, although I've had a little bit of trouble connecting in the last few minutes. So Ariel Conn is the co-founder and president of TANGO Futures, which is a non-profit working on kind of ambitious communication to do with catastrophic risk. She's worked on everything from autonomous weapon systems to AI ethics and climate change, amongst others. And she seeks to bridge the communications and knowledge gaps between technical experts, policymakers, industry, and the public. She's going to tell us a bit more about TANGO Futures now and a bit more about what they're doing at the moment. Take it away, Ariel, and thanks for joining us from the US today.
Thank you. Okay. So are you all seeing the screen? It looks like it. Okay. All right. So as she said, I'm Ariel. I am really excited to be here with you all today to talk about TANGO, which is a nonprofit that I've launched with Susie Snyder. TANGO Future, Technology, Arts, and a New Global Objective for the Future. So TANGO is an effort to help address some of the world's biggest problems, which we believe can only be solved by bringing more diverse voices into discussions. And today I'm going to talk about who we are and what we're trying to do. So our world is increasingly global, and the problems we face will continue to affect an increasing number of people around the world. As participants and attendees of this conference, you know better than anyone how catastrophic some of the threats we face are. At TANGO, we believe that if we're going to have any hope for a better future, we need people with more diverse expertise and with more diverse life experiences involved in these discussions to address these problems. So our mission is to improve and facilitate communication, understanding, and interactions between disparate groups in order to ensure diverse voices and experiences are heard in discussions regarding the most important aspects of creating a better future. Or more simply, our goal is to amplify underrepresented voices and ideas, and we want to improve representation of people and ideas to address some of the world's biggest problems. So just a real quick overview, we're putting together an online platform that will include a database of people from around the world who are traditionally underrepresented. This will be primarily women and people of color, though not exclusively, because our focus is as much on diversity of ideas and experiences as anything else. Our goal is to help solve problems. In addition to putting the database together, we will be actively facilitating meetings between our members, policymakers, and others who want to hear from more diverse voices, which I'll get into here in just a moment. So just real quickly about myself and some of the other people who are a bit involved. I was previously at the Future of Life Institute, which I suspect many of you know. That's an organization that focuses on existential risks. That's also where I met Susie Snyder. She was involved in Pax's Don't Bank on the Bomb campaign, and she's been heavily involved with the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons for quite a while. SJ, as you probably all know, is with CSER. Tasha is a tech entrepreneur. She's currently with GeoSim, and among other things, she sits on the board of OpenAI. Ankit Panda is an expert on a variety of military and non-proliferation issues in the Asia-Pacific region with the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. And Ambassador Stevens is, she was an engineer and representative of Sierra Leone, and she now works on humanitarian issues and disaster risk reduction in Africa. We are a young organization just getting started. We are actively growing both our decision-making board and our advisory board, so we expect to have new people added to this list in the near future. We are also officially a 501c3 nonprofit registered with the US IRS. And so I want to talk a little bit about these gaps that we're trying to bridge. So as I mentioned, Susie and I both met working on issues that we discussed at the UN. We met with policymakers at the UN, and we met with policymakers from countries. And we had firsthand the experience that I'm sure some of you may have experienced or that you've read about, where a lot of policymakers just aren't familiar with emerging technologies. They don't understand how the technology works. They don't understand how the technologies will impact people around the world. And they don't understand how the policies they're creating may impact people or how they may impact the technology. On the other side, we have the people who are developing these technologies who also may not always understand how the technology is impacting people around the world. And they also may not understand how policy works or how policy will impact their ability or not impact it to develop the technologies that they want to develop. So that was sort of the jumping off point that we had as we were considering starting TANGO. But as we looked at it and considered this more, these gaps exist everywhere. It's not just between policymakers and people who are developing emerging technology. It's in all fields. We see it in academia. There's a big issue with academics working too much within their silos. There have been a lot of efforts to try to break free from that, to develop interdisciplinary programs, and those are great, but it still tends to be academics working with other academics. And so they're not necessarily interacting with the public. They're not necessarily interacting with policymakers. There's a lot of other problems that need to be solved with regards to things like climate change, with regards to getting vaccines out to the globe. And so we need all of these people who are experts in their fields to be able to interact with more people. And then this also includes small and medium-sized businesses who often are very siloed. They're in their own fields and they don't have access to talk to people who are developing technologies. They don't have access to talk to policymakers. And so they often don't understand, they may not understand how a policy will impact them. They may not understand how they can get involved in discussions about policies. They may not understand either how a technology could impact them or how they could benefit from a technology. In terms of policies affecting businesses, one of the big examples that we use is the GDPR. And if you're not familiar with it, very simply, the GDPR was a policy that the EU passed a couple of years ago to help protect privacy for European citizens on the internet. But the thing is, the internet is global. And so while this policy was geared mostly for Europeans, it affected everyone around the world. And so here, I'm American here in the US, we saw a lot of small businesses, medium-sized businesses, just not knowing what to do with this. And a lot of information was produced and we dealt with it, but it would have been really helpful for them to have access to talk to experts, to talk to people who better understood this, even if just for an hour or two. And then the last group of people that we're sort of looking at are artists and communicators. There's been a lot of talk and I think a lot of acknowledgement among scientists and policymakers and academics and others that they need to do a better job of storytelling. They need to be working with communicators and artists and visual artists to get stories out about their work that they're doing. And I think that's great and it's necessary. But I think there's another component to that as well. And that is the artists and communicators often understand the general public better than an academic might, especially depending on what the academic happens to be studying. And so they might be more tapped into understanding how the public is going to respond to various issues. And I think it's a shame that the conversation is often one-sided with artists and communicators being told what to communicate and not being asked to give their input and insight as well. So that's part one of these gaps. And then I want to talk just a minute about what some of the gaps are more specifically. So I really liked Hashton.com's definition of a communication gap. And that is when the meaning intended by the speaker or sender is not what is understood by the recipient. And there are a lot of reasons this can happen. Different cultures interpret things differently. Even people from the same culture, but who come from different racial, gender, socioeconomic, and educational backgrounds, and even different generations, can have different ways of interpreting words, phrases, events, etc. I also use knowledge gap. There is technically a definition of knowledge gap that refers specifically to educational differences for people from different socioeconomic backgrounds. And that's included in how I use it. But I use it because I find often that the phrase communication gap doesn't seem to fully encompass the fact that our knowledge and understanding of the world is actually quite personal. Our own backgrounds will affect how we understand what someone else is saying. And that's something that I think we need to try to figure out how to address better. This last one, the trust gap. So people have a tendency to trust those they feel most connected with, and one of the ways that they might feel connected is if someone else looks like them or has expressed ideas similar to theirs. So they may prioritize those they feel connected with socioeconomically, racially, or by gender over those whose expertise and experiences might better contribute to solving specific problems. And even when someone recognizes that each of these gaps is an issue, and even when they want to try to address it, it can be really difficult to fix if they don't know where to go to find people outside of their current spheres. So we've identified two sort of pillars that we're looking at with TANGO. As I've mentioned, the first is this issue of diversity. We sort of look at there being two reasons for diversity. I'm sure there's more, but for our purposes, the first is leveling the playing field and improving equality. And that is absolutely something that is of incredible importance to us. But even more so, for the purposes of what we're trying to do, we believe that the only way to develop better solutions is by accessing more diverse viewpoints. We believe that the world's biggest problems can only be solved when people with diverse perspectives and experiences are allowed to participate. In most cases, this means more women and people of color, but more broadly, it includes all of the world's underrepresented voices. And then the second pillar that we're looking at is this idea of interaction. There is currently no shortage of ways for people to become more informed. And without even looking at issues associated with misinformation, just good information, there's plenty of ways to get it. There are articles, there's books, there's podcasts, there's videos, there's interactive games. There's all sorts of ways to learn more. But what we don't have easy access to are opportunities to actually talk with the people who have that information. And so we believe that it's the interactions, it's the opportunity to ask questions and provide answers, receive answers, and basically have that conversation that can help people better understand an issue in more depth and with more nuance. So what are we doing with TANGO? So at its most basic, we're developing an online platform that will include a database of women, people of color, and other underrepresented voices from around the world who have relevant expertise or lived experiences. As we build up this database, we want to do more to facilitate meetings and interactions between our members with policymakers and with various stakeholders depending on the problem that we're trying to address. We also want to facilitate paid consulting opportunities for our members so that they can go meet with businesses who might have questions, so that they can go speak at conferences. Excuse me. And we also ideally would like to provide extra support to ensure women can participate. Women tend to face more hurdles with things like childcare and other issues that can make it harder for them to, say, travel for an event or something like that. We want to try to help figure out ways to make that to help address those issues. And finally, one of the big things that we're trying to do is develop experimental modes to encourage interaction and conversation between people from different groups around the world. So what would it mean to be a TANGO member? So to start, if this is something that you're interested in, I'll have my email information on the next slide. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to talk with you. Right now, we're at very early stages, and so simply by joining as a member, it helps us a lot. We're using our database as a prototype to ask for funding. So by joining, you would be supporting TANGO's development. And then as we continue to develop, we would be able to provide you with opportunities to talk with policymakers about the work that you're doing, to talk with other stakeholders relevant to your work. I do want to clarify real quick also, when I say talk with policymakers, I know that can sometimes be scary. We mean it in more of an educational and less of an advocacy perspective. We also want to give members opportunities for consulting or speaking or writing. We want to give members the opportunity to partner with other members from other fields on projects of interest. We want to give members opportunities to have conversations with each other. We are trying to build a very diverse network, and so this is a good opportunity to expand your own circles. And finally, this will be a little bit later stage, but we want to provide opportunities both to mentor and to receive mentorship, depending on what stage of your career you're at. And I think that's about it. If you have any questions, there's a lot more that I can talk about. I actually found it really hard to squeeze this down to 15 minutes, but I think I've done it. I'd love to talk with you more. I realize the irony of me sitting here saying that we need a conversation as I'm talking and no one can respond, but please contact me, Ariel, at tangofuture.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel. Ariel, as the one person in the room you can see, I hope that round of applause made at least some of that conversation two-way. Thank you so much for such a clear overview of your approach, and best of luck setting up that valuable network. And as Ariel said, her email address is there, and we'll be sharing it on all of our other channels from Twitter to Discord. So we're going to move now to Brian Walsh, who was meant to be with us in person, but unfortunately was held back by pandemic-related reasons. So he's now coming up to us, I think, from home, at least somewhere in the US. Brian is the editor of Vox's Future Perfect section, which is dedicated to covering the best strategies in policy, technology, and philanthropy that can help us make the future a better destination. He also wrote a book in 2019 called End Times, A Brief Guide to the End of the World, another one to add to your catastrophic risk bookcase if it's not already there. Hi, Brian. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Where you are.
Hi.
This is Jess from CERI. Thanks for joining us, and I'm sorry you couldn't be here in person. I'll hand over to you. Okay. I'll hand over to you to speak for a while. I'll be watching the questions on Discord and then pass some on to you as well as some in the room once you're done. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I'm very sorry. Obviously, I can't be there in person. As you know, I tested positive for COVID shortly before I was due to fly to the UK for this conference. And, my symptoms have been very mild, but I'm very glad I caught it in time because I really would not have wanted to be the person who accidentally started a COVID outbreak at a conference on catastrophic risks. A little bit about me. Maybe, have you seen that? Sorry. A little about me. So I'm the editor-in-chief of Vox's Future Perfect. I've been a reporter and editor for more than 20 years with stints at Time, at Axios, at Medium. I've covered international news, climate change, technology, public health. As you noted, I'm the author of End Times, A Brief Guide to the End of the World. And unlike most of the speakers of this conference, I do not have a PhD, but I have once wrestled a Burmese python in Florida while reporting a story on invasive species. Looks like. I'm not sure these are, sorry, I'm not sure these are sharing. Zoom share.
Sharing's working.
I think you might have.
Progress.
Is it?
Yeah, we can see the first slide, but not the one after.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, it says, sorry, it says my screen sharing is paused. Is there someone else who's controlling that, or I'm trying to resume?
Yeah, I'm not the one to answer, but Laura, who is the third person on the Zoom conversation, may be able to answer in the chat. That's okay. It may be because it's Google Slides. Doesn't.
Possibly. No, that's the problem. Okay. Sorry, it was working a second ago. Resume share, stop share. No.
Maybe just start and share again. Sometimes that works.
Yeah, let me try. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, it's started, but it hasn't finished.
Okay. The perils of technology and...
Yeah, I was going to say you're from a more professionalized communication discipline than academia, but I'm not sure.
You'd think so. Apparently not, yeah. Not sure why this is not sharing. Here we go. No? All right. Okay.
Is there a way of speaking without them and we can share afterwards, if that's...
I guess I can, sure, why not? Yeah. All right, I'll just go with that then. Okay. Sorry, let me just put that. Anyway, as I said, well, obviously the picture of me with the Burmese python is not going to be very useful without the picture of me with the Burmese python, but I'll just try to keep going on. Trust me, it's a great one. So, as I said, I'm the editor of Oxford's Future Perfect section. My beat, more or less, is the end of the world. That's a major challenge because to work in the media is to focus on the here and now and whatever problem sees the public's attention in the moment. Sometimes that's important. More often, it's really not in any lasting way. But covering catastrophic or even existential risks means endeavoring to really try to divert the public's attention to disasters that would have a high consequence but a very low likelihood in any given year of occurring, whether or not we do anything about them. And that's a really major mismatch for how we... for how much of the media does this work, really. So, what you'd see here basically is imagine a basic graph. Like you have an X-Y axis, a Y-axis. On one end, you have consequence. On one end, you have likelihood. So high consequence, low likelihood, that would be your catastrophic risk, the things you're talking about here, your out of control AI, your human-made global pandemic, your comet, et cetera. And then on the other side, you have what we in the media are covering on any given day. You have legislative hearings, you have presidential speeches, you have jobs reports, you have celebrity feuds, just about anything to do with sport. And that's high likelihood, but very low consequence. And that's not just the fluff that might fill the internet on any given day, but it's really what many of us would even think of as hard news. But that's kind of where we're at here. And too often, when the media reports on existential risk, it kind of looks like, oh, here's your major story about a nuclear bomb that might stop a giant asteroid headed to the Earth, in 6 months, or it might be here's an eruption at Yellowstone supervolcano that will plunge the Earth into darkness in just a few decades. Or of course, there's a picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger as the Terminator. Here's your fear about AI. And trust me, all these stories I've just taken have been from the Daily Mail, which by sheer amount of content, if not exactly quality, really covers more about existential risks than almost any other outlet. The result really is a kind of paralysis or avoidance. So, pressed to cover existential risk, we often fall back on sensation or science fiction. We have headlines that might grab eyeballs for a few seconds, but really not much more, which has the purpose, I think, of making these risks, both things that are unlikely and unknown, the stuff of the cosmos or of human error, so fantastical, the audience is either left paralyzed in fear or simply ignores the story altogether. Either way, we kind of end up often in the same place, doing nothing to protect ourselves and our future. Now, I've experienced this throughout my journalistic career, which time and time again has really intersected with the subject of catastrophic and existential risk. It started for me about 20 years ago in Hong Kong, where I was working as a very young reporter. You might remember that was, of course, the SARS outbreak. And that was the time when you could see people wearing masks. You'd fear about an outbreak spreading. It was at the time it was killing nearly 10% of those who were being affected by it. I was a young reporter at Time Asia magazine. That was the Asian edition of Time, back when that was a thing that actually existed. And at this point, I'd spent the first couple of years of my career kind of searching for any kind of subject. I was writing about Asian film. I was writing about Chinese literature. I was honestly writing a profile of sex toy manufacturers in Wenzhou, China. But when SARS came to Hong Kong in the spring of 2003, I'd really known that I'd found my subject. And I spent the next few months covering the outbreak, both following the scientists who discovered the virus behind SARS, watching the caseloads rise, and then almost quickly as it arrived, fall. And when that fell, so did the attention on the outbreak and that broader risk of pandemics. And what I would be showing you right now would be Google Trends search data on SARS. Basically would be flat, slight spike in 2020, and people searching for SARS-CoV-2. But really, as that outbreak went away, so did the threat of infectious diseases, and so did the attention the public was putting towards it. And that cycle would recur in my career and others who cover this. So, in 2005, I began to work on avian influenza. You might remember that from that time period. I spent days going through backyard chicken farms in Indonesia. I was talking to virologists in Hong Kong and the US. I was tracking down some of the patients who were infected with this highly deadly, but ultimately, thankfully, not very transmissible virus. That was also a very, very big deal until really it wasn't. And again, you'd be seeing Google Trends data. You have a spike in 2005, around the time there was a lot of attention being put in it, and then just a flat line all the way almost until 2020, when again, COVID began to really recur interest in the subject. And then, we can move on to Ebola. That was a major story in 2014, so much so that where I was working at the time, Time magazine decided to make the Ebola fighters the person of the year that year. It was a really major story. It was rich with human interest and dread. And it marked one of the few times the US government said to get serious about pandemic prevention. It allocated $5.4 billion for infectious disease response funding. But then, of course, again, the outbreak falls away, gets snuffed out, not much spread occurs in the US. And you can imagine what happened next. Public attention goes away. And with it, really, so does the interest in trying to prepare the US and the world more broadly for major pandemics. We get to something like pandemic prevention. Now, I wrote a cover story actually for Time magazine, big print warning, we are not ready for the next pandemic. That was in 2017. Guess what? Obviously, we were not ready for the next pandemic. And of course, that was a hard story to get in because it's really difficult for the media, I think, to prepare to write about things that haven't happened yet. It's tough to get attention from editors, tough to get attention from audiences. And of course, when COVID came around, that cover started popping up again. But that interest had almost disappeared until we got to, of course, COVID. And even here with pandemics, you would see interest at just a small spike around 2009 with the H1N1 flu pandemic. And then again, flat all the way up into COVID. We were left completely unprepared, and the media really wasn't doing its job. But to a large extent, that was also a part of the fact that the public was not paying attention to this either. And that gets us back to that issue that it just is very hard to report on these subjects when they haven't happened yet, when you don't really have clear, definable contact to look for it. And I have one last thing here. I would be showing you a Google Trends graph on existential risk. You see some spikes, and of course, the biggest spike is actually in 2012. You might remember nothing particularly happened that year that put humanity more or less at risk than it was before. But of course, there was intense interest in the supposed Mayan prophecies that the world would end in 2012. Fortunately, as far as I can tell, it hasn't. One thing that's interesting here is that there's an exception to this rule when we're talking about existential threats around sustained public attention. That's climate change, actually. Again, we've seen growing interest in that. You would see here as well a Google Trends graph where you'd see a sort of a rough upward slide in interest in this. It's not something like these other risks where it kind of rises when there's a disaster, then falls away. You've seen that grow and grow. And in many ways, that's because climate change has become kind of a background topic. It's something like unemployment, the stock market, political news. It's still a function of a news cycle. It tends to spike up during elections when the subject might be on the ballot, or during natural disasters when you can tie at least some of that to the effects of climate change. But it's really garnered interest, not because it's seen as a future threat, like so many other existential risks, because it's seen as something that's happening here and now. And that really makes the stuff of politics the stuff of news and sort of sets it aside from what we really are accustomed to when we're thinking about existential risk. I want to talk a little bit about how journalism itself works. There are 5 W's of reporting. The 5 questions we're all meant to answer, when we really try to report out and write a story. That's who, what, where, and why. But the problem is that doesn't really work for existential risk. We can't really say certainly when these will happen. We can't say where. We don't really know who will be responsible. We don't know for sure who will do it. And if we can't answer those other 4 questions, we can't really know why or how. That really makes it challenging for us to get our hands around it as a subject. It also tends to be obviously highly technical. Most of the media isn't fluent in these topics, especially ones that are more complex, like artificial general intelligence. There are few identifiable culprits or victims. Most of those people, of course, are in the future. We in the media and the public more generally have a hard time looking at the further future, for that matter, just a few years. in advance, and it's hard to verify them. Again, I could have been writing a pandemic prevention cover story for Time magazine back in 2017, but there wasn't anything I could hang that on. It was something I was warning that would happen in the future. It wasn't something to be verified in the moment. And of course, in the moment is where we in the media really try to live. And I know you'll also probably worried a little bit about disinformation, misinformation. This is also a major issue around media. And I happen to notice, Elon Musk, of course, was talking about buying Twitter last week, actually, and he might still be in the process of doing it. He might have already done it so forth. I haven't checked Twitter recently. He had a quote while he was giving an interview at the TED last week, where he said basically, something like that civilizational risk is decreased the more we can increase the trust in Twitter as a public platform. Now, I don't really think the future of civilization rests on whether Elon can actually scrounge up enough capital to turn Twitter private, but it's very true that dis and misinformation are real issues that can make it harder to report truthfully. And even more so, it's really harder to ensure that truthful reporting isn't drowned in an ocean of lies and errors. But there's a problem there too. I mean, disinformation, misinformation, this is not new to the media, it's not new to the public sphere. And what's new about it is really more a matter of tech-driven media disaggregation that simply isn't something that can be reversed. The internet has replaced what you might think of as an old broadcasting model of media, where whoever had the biggest microphone or literally the biggest printing press by definition got to speak the loudest, to something that's more like a choose your own story model. It supported the creation of media that at its best is actually better, I think, more rigorous, more truthful than what existed before, but it also gives oxygen to anyone else who's capable of filling a void on the part of the audience. If the audience wants to find something, for whatever reason, political reasons, cultural reasons, they will find someone out there who can tell it to them. And that makes it very hard to get rid of that disinformation, misinformation problem. And the media, it's important to remember, we have no real single claim on the truth. You don't need a professional license to report the news. You don't have peer review or a tenure board deciding who could be trusted and who can't. We really just have the trust of our audience. And ultimately that trust increasingly isn't there. I could show you a Pew poll report from 2021 that shows trust in US national and local news organizations over the last 5 years just continuing declining. Now that trust has become more politically polarized. We'll see more Republicans or conservative-leaning people in the US and many other countries, I suspect, to increasingly doubt the media. But really, it's something that's happening across both parties. And it takes a very sharp dip beginning with COVID-19, which is ironic, because that's the moment when trust in the media, as well as other large organizations like government and public health authorities, was at its most important. And that's when that trust really began to decline. So as much as we might hope that, in some ways we could clean up misinformation, that if the public is given correct information, they'll make the right decision about major threats, including existential risks, I just find that very unlikely in a democratic sphere. It's just very hard to actually make that happen. And climate change actually provides an interesting example here. It shows that just providing information through the media, even correct information, isn't enough on its own to change minds. This is something called the failure of the information deficit model of science communication. Basically, researchers like Dan Cahan at Yale have shown that, as much as women have hoped that, if you just allow the scientists to talk to people, give them the facts, that will change their minds, that has just proven time and time again not to be true. You can't really just provide the science, expect people to act on it. Really, what matters is where you're saying it, how they're receiving it. And those are things that, to a large extent, are somewhat outside, I think, the media's control. And I think if we didn't know that with climate change, we certainly have learned it with COVID-19. It's something where at that moment that just simply that it was a clear danger to the present. It was something, it wasn't a future threat. It was something happening to us in the moment. And the media actually reported as such. I think if you look at media coverage about COVID overall, if you look at more mainstream, more legitimate sources, often you'll find them echoing what public health authorities and the government might say. They're not really putting out falsehoods, not putting out misinformation. And yet, certainly in the United States and many other countries as well, I think, you saw hesitation towards vaccinations. You saw, frankly, crazy, controversial ideas. You saw people doubting the danger of this threat itself. And if you can't get the public to really, through the media, accept that a threat happening to them in the moment is real, that requires action, it's that much more difficult, I think, really, to try to get them to prepare for something that might be out there in the future. So that's something, just to bring it and keep it on the subject of pandemics, I can look at both the present threat of pandemics, but also the future one, the ones we really have to worry about, both natural and potentially human-made. And we actually do know, and the media has reported sometimes, what we need to do to minimize the chances of a devastating future pandemic. I'll be showing you right now, there's a bipartisan commission on biodefense here in the US, a blue ribbon panel of former politicians and experts who've been urging the US government to spend a lot now to prevent pandemics in the future. They actually just released a report called the Athena Agenda. It calls for a doubling down on what worked with COVID, really investing heavily in pre-trials of vaccines, antivirals, to cut the time needed to bring out new treatments for the virus emerge. It means spending to boost supplies of PPE, investing in better models. It means cracking down on lab security to reduce the chance of accidents and leaks. It means far better oversight of bioengineering and DNA synthesis to prevent dangerous viruses from being created in the lab, whether for benign or malign purposes. This kind of plan, it won't be easy, it won't be cheap. It's about $100 billion over 10 years to the US, but at the same time, given the fact that the pandemic has already killed millions and led to trillions of dollars in economic damage, it's hard to believe that investment wouldn't be more than worth it. And much more than known, but difficult risks like climate change, or really difficult to calculate ones like AGI. With pandemics, we know the steps to take, and we can take them, I think, without much dislocation or difficulty, certainly compared to those other two threats. And yet, funding for truly effective pandemic prevention has been almost non-existent, certainly in the United States. Congress has failed to really allocate more money. The Biden administration has tried, has largely failed. This has not been a major priority for that. And so this failure, it's largely at the same time been ignored or underplayed by the media, with a few exceptions. I mean, we at Vox Future Perfect, we've covered this quite closely. We reported on this Athena Agenda report recently. And, we actually even devoted a special week of coverage on the Future Perfect site just a few weeks ago to the upgrades we need to do to better handle the next pandemic. And I'm very proud of that coverage, but the truth is it hasn't done a whole lot to move the needle with either politicians or the public. Now, let me use an example here of something that's different. Now, on Monday, around the time I would have been flying over to the UK, but for my own obvious positive COVID test, a federal judge blocked the CDC from renewing its rule on mask wearing on domestic flights in the US. This is something that created a cacophony of coverage and commentary. You had Americans on either side of it. One, side might be incredibly glad this is happening. Others felt, we're essentially making this pandemic worse. We're putting people at risk. That is the kind of thing that the media actually can cover. We know how to cover that sort of two sides of a controversy. We know how to cover that kind of conflict. And it's personally frustrating to me that I see all the energy that's being devoted to that question, which is important, but ultimately far less important than whether we're going to make the investments we need to do to head off a future pandemic. That's something that should be getting people excited. That's something that should be, politicians should be really have their feet held to the fire on. And yet it's not something you read about much, And the reason here is that emotional conflict, really political and cultural conflict, is key to how the media does its work. Stories depend on some degree of conflict. Without it, and I tell this to all the reporters who work below me, you don't really have a story, you just have a topic. So, even though that travel mask mandate may not be that important, you have intense emotional engagement around the topic. Emotional engagement is the lifeblood of conflict, and conflict is really the lifeblood of a story. And that's, again, to go back to climate change, that's part of the reason why climate change, unlike other future-focused existential risks, has really generated much more reliable coverage, because that conflict is built into the subject itself. Climate change has clearly identifiable heroes as activists, as scientists, as friendly politicians, as villains, as energy companies, climate deniers, politicians on their side. It has clear battlegrounds where this conflict takes place, the UN climate conferences and elections and so forth. And it has, at least temporarily, it has clearly identifiable winners and losers. You can see progress forward, you can see progress backwards. That's something that's much more easy, I think, for the media to cover. And we've actually seen that increase. There was a study out of the University of Colorado in December that found that climate coverage in the US media had reached an all-time high in October and November 2021. That was about coinciding with the UN climate conference in Glasgow. Big mainstream media organizations like the New York Times and the BBC have boosted their coverage of climate change. They're hiring more reporters. They're launching new products. At the same time, how much of an impact that's actually made on changing the response to climate change is somewhat of a different story. And it didn't escape my notice personally that for all this attention, for all this reporting, even the Democratic administration in the White House, once gas prices, petrol prices started rising in the US because of the war in Ukraine, suddenly they started looking, where can I start drilling for more oil? But what you can say is the media is not covering this subject, and I think covering it pretty comprehensively. But the same is not really true for other catastrophic and existential risks. And that's in part because we have no frame of reference for, say, extremely rare natural threats, beyond disaster films in the 1990s like Deep Impact and Armageddon. Asteroid supervolcanoes, they make for very poor antagonists. They're hard to identify with. Something like artificial general intelligence is a highly technical threat. That makes it difficult to cover, makes it even harder to really discover a solution. It's entirely devoid of that conflict that really feeds media coverage. It's dependent on advances that may or may not happen. I personally cover these kind of risks for a living, and I struggle to find out or to figure out how should I be dealing with that particular threat of AGI. Now, we have no real excuse, of course, for failing to direct that kind of coverage toward pandemic prevention, but here, again, we're hampered by the lack of conflict. There's no real sides on this. There's really no sides that are saying, all right, we must do more on pandemics. Oh, no, we must not. It's just kind of out there, something people know they should deal with. It doesn't really drive coverage in that way. And there's no enemies to identify beyond a virus that might exist one day. And that brings me back to a point here, which is the future is one of the hardest things in the world to report on. Now, I've outlined some of the challenges the media faces in reporting accurately on catastrophic and existential risks, but to ask ourselves, what can actually be done about this problem? And I want to tell a little bit about the story about the place where I work right now, Vox's Future Perfect, because I think it tells the story of some of these challenges and provides one way we in the media can try to respond to them by changing what we do and changing actually how we produce and how we fund media as well. Here's that. So back in 2013, my now colleague at Vox, Dylan Matthews, was working at the Washington Post. He was covering politics. And he tells a story. He was writing a short article, I believe it was about why the Senate Majority Leader at the time was voting against his own cloture motion. You don't have to know what cloture is. I honestly don't really know what cloture is either, or why Senator Reid was doing what he was doing. It apparently had something to do with approving the nomination of the defense secretary at the time. But it was the kind of procedural story the political reporters will spend many of their hours in their career filing. It feels important in the moment, but ultimately it's just one story among thousands, one that would really have very little importance beyond that day. And that's how many of us in the media, even the serious media, legitimate media, the mainstream media, spend much of our time. We're writing about things that seem to matter, but don't in any really lasting way. And then we move on to the next story and the next one and the next one. And I want a side note here. I mean, one thing I've always noticed about the media was that, we may have digital media now might be dominant. We're used to getting things on the feed that seems infinite, but we still have newspapers, we still have TV news. And I've often sat and wondered, why is it day after day, the newspaper is around the same length? The 30-minute TV news program is always 30 minutes. That's not because, the world produces exactly the right amount of news every day to fit into those slots. It might be because we have advertising to sell or subscribers to satisfy. And so we have to produce that product, whether or not there are enough significant events to happen to actually fill legitimately that space, that airtime. That's just the way we've always done it. And I think we know somewhere in the back of our heads, that's the case, that what we produce is ephemeral, often insignificant, but we do it because that's the job, and we do it because that's the way we've always done. It's publish or perish. It's not just for academia, it's also for those of us in the working press. But to go back to the origins of Vox Future Perfect, Dylan, he thinks differently. And as he was writing up that article, he was seized by a thought. Why does this even matter? And instead of putting aside that thought, which is the way most of us would do, Dylan persisted. He posed the question to his then editor at the Post, a writer named Ezra Klein. Ezra, you might know his work in launching Vox. He's now a columnist in the New York Times. He thinks differently as well. He didn't respond the way to that question a lot of editors might have, the editors I've worked with at least, which is essentially, it matters because I told you to do it, and also, where's your story? He said, if we only write about the stuff that's really, really important, we write about nothing but malaria. Years later, after they both moved on from the Post to launch Vox.com, that conversation helped give birth to Future Perfect in 2018. Now, Future Perfect is a vertical which is digital media speak for a dedicated section within a website, and it's focused on writing about stories that truly matter for the long-term future of humanity. So that means infectious diseases like malaria that continue to kill hundreds of thousands of people a year. It means covering catastrophes that feel so common we've stopped looking at them, like the scourge of global poverty, and writing about far-sighted ideas that can help change that future, like effective altruism. It means covering undercovered moral issues, like the suffering and welfare of billions of farm animals. And it absolutely means covering pandemic prevention. As I said before, we had a week-long pandemic-proof series, which covered advanced vaccine trials, ways to safeguard the engineering of future viruses, ways to mass produce better PPE. It was 8, 9, 10 stories we did over the course of a week, all about not preparing for this pandemic, but preparing for the next one. And it means understanding and covering again and again the catastrophic existential risks that, in Dylan's words, could end humankind altogether, prevent trillions or quadrillions of humans from enjoying happy lives in the future. And this is something I've written about myself, both about nuclear war more recently with the war in Ukraine, other issues too. And that's really why I personally came to Future Perfect late last year. This has been a subject I was passionate about my entire career, but had never really found a place where I could put those lessons, that interest, that passion into being. When this opening of Future Perfect opened up, I knew this is the place I wanted to be. I wanted to run this team, try to create a different kind of media that would really matter for the long term of humanity. And so with help from philanthropic funders, we had the luxury of covering what's absolutely necessary for the future of the world. Dylan is someone who can write about inflation, the Fed, make it undeniably compelling. We have Segal Samuels, who can write about the risks and benefits of AI, the hard ethical questions that will define our future. Kelsey Piper, whom we recruited from the effective altruism community, is our liaison to that world, and increasingly our point person on biosecurity and the criminally undercovered risk of human-made pandemics. Another writer, Kenny Torella, came to us from the world of animal welfare advocacy. He brings a moral rigor to one of the most important questions we'll face in the future, the fate of billions of animals with whom we share the planet. But we also aim to go beyond simply writing about the problems of future and existential risk, as well as some of the possible solutions. We want to produce a media that is capable of going beyond built-in habits and covering those questions. We need journalists versed in those subjects. So to that end, last year, we welcomed our first class of Future Perfect reporting fellows. There are 3 writers, all of whom come from outside the traditional confines of journalism, who will spend the year with us reporting and writing stories of Future Perfect, but just as importantly, learning the habits of mind needed to cover existential risk and beyond. We expect this to be an ongoing mission on our part at Future Perfect. We want to equip tomorrow's journalists, send them out into the world so they can ask not just what happened, but what really matters. And increasingly we have competition on this existential risk beat, which is actually a good thing. I mentioned Ezra Klein. He is now over at the New York Times. He peppers his brilliant columns and podcast conversations with references to catastrophic risk prevention, effective altruism, how the government can shape material and ethical progress for a better future. The Times also started something called the Headway Initiative, which produces deeply reported data-rich projects that aim to tackle the issues that matter beyond the 24-hour news cycle. There's writer Derek Thompson at The Atlantic magazine, who's carved out a niche covering questions of progress and technological change. You have, of course, the venerable Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist, which you probably best know for the annual Doomsday Clock, meant to track just how close humanity is to extinction. They do very strong work covering existential risks of all kinds. Here in the UK, you have BBC's excellent Future Vertical, great writers like Richard Fisher, who produce thought-provoking stories about the questions that will define the decades to come. And philanthropists who care about existential risk are increasingly a part of this ecosystem. They're funding media outlets and projects that reflect those concerns. I was very pleased to see that one of the first donations made by the FTX Future Fund, which is backed by the cryptocurrency billionaire and effective altruism advocate Sam Bankman-Fried, went to a nonprofit journalism outfit called ProPublica to fund coverage on ongoing questions about biosecurity. That $5 million to go to a team of editors and reporters who will look at the security of labs doing cutting-edge biological research and really the state of monitoring systems that are meant to catch new infectious diseases as they emerge. This is the kind of funding that we need to support, the kind of journalism that stands a chance at actually helping prevent the existential risk we'll be spending these days discussing. And I'd love to see more of that for other risks, for non-aligned AI, for preventing nuclear war, for planetary defense, for anticipating other technological threats, and more. This is an area, I think, where commercial media will struggle because there will not always be a reliable audience. It's not an easy way to sell advertising, really, against the end of the world. But as long as there are dedicated philanthropic funders who care about those issues, I think, and this is obviously somewhat self-interested, but I do think there are worthy recipients for that money in the media world to build out the outlets, to build out the expertise, to build out the habits of mind, needed to produce members of the media who can actually understand these issues, report them effectively, and ever so slowly build the audience for that. And outside traditional media, you have the growth of newsletters on platforms like Substack. It's giving the opportunity for really smart commentators, both from the journalistic world, from the academic world, from sometimes in between, who can reach writers directly about subjects like pandemic prevention. And they can focus on why they matter and what we can do about them. These are often subscription-driven platforms. That helps as well. You might have a smaller audience, but you have a more dedicated audience. And this can be especially useful for moving elite opinion, which I think particularly matters here. I imagine a lot of you are familiar with Robert Willibin's 80,000 Hours site and podcast, which produces really in-depth conversation with experts, existential risk and effective altruism, and it goes far deeper than conventional media often could, and it gives smart and interested young people a platform developing their own careers in this subject matter. It's really a platform that can help train the next generation of existential risk scholars, of people who might go into government or business, caring about these subjects. That really is the way I think you can help affect change over the long term. So really, from Future Perfect on down, there's never been more media coverage raising the salience of existential risk than connected subjects. There's never been a better time to be engaged and working in these subjects as the journalists. So for those who want it, there's a wealth of brilliance in this field, and I expect that to only grow in the future. It's still a small part of media overall, I think, for the reasons I noted. It's something where it's difficult, I think, for the broader media sphere to write about this every day. That's probably beyond what they can do. But through the creation, through the support of these more specialized groups, I think that can actually make a difference. Now, just in conclusion, I think, go back, the reason why the media as a whole is ill-equipped to cover a lot of these risks is the same reason that we as a species struggle to understand and prepare for them. We are psychologically biased to focus on the here and now at the expense of the unknown. Our attention is consumed by conflicts in the present, whether or not they're actually important, and too often we ignore the future. We have that media because we are the people that we are, and we can't change that any more than we can change our own reflection. And if we're dissatisfied with that, it's because we're dissatisfied by ourselves. But just as the existential risk community has represented this conference, has helped raise the profile of the dire threats to humanity's future, better and more comprehensive reporting can help nudge that needle of public attention and political attention on these risks, at least a little bit. And that coverage is improving. It's slow, but it's improving. And however outweighed it might be by the risk of disinformation and misinformation in that constant war for public attention, because that's what we're really talking about here. This is a war for attention, really for numbers, for mindshare, I suppose, and we have to actually be fighting that. And that's, I think, where we get to the funding those kind of outlets that can really do that. And I'll just end by telling a story from very early in my career. A long time ago, when I was a student in university, I spent a summer interning at a trade magazine that covered the business of media. And we wrote about TV ratings or about circulation numbers. That's what things we did. Early on during my internship there, the magazine's editor asked me to define what I thought media existed for. Now, I can't remember what I said. It was probably something about journalism school about the search for truth, for fighting for the public good, comforting the afflicted, et cetera, et cetera. But I remember very clear what he told me next. He said, media is about putting eyeballs in front of advertisers. I thought that was a cynical response, and I think it was. There's also an element of truth to that. We are in the business of finding those eyeballs, directing them to what we produce. The question for us, the question for the role that the media can play in safeguarding humanity's future is, what will we drive them to? And I really hope that in the work of Vox, the work of Future Perfect, the work of others in this field can help change that, can help drive attention toward the subjects that really matter, towards the things that will make a difference, not just for the present, but for the future and the far future beyond that. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about the slides again. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brian, and additional thanks for doing that without the diagrams. It looks a bit like a blackboard, and I was tempted to try and draw a version of your graphs on here, but I think we definitely got the gist. You did an incredible job there. I'm just going to go to a couple of questions from Discord, aware that we've only got about 10 minutes, and then I'll take some more from the room. So Pablo Suarez from who's in Boston was helping us with some creative communications within this team yesterday in some icebreakers. He asked, what concrete advice for us as existential risk scholars and practitioners do you have to help the media be ready to act appropriately if or when a specific threat becomes much more likely? So can we work with your sector to plan for actual interventions with the media as a partner? Can we become partners in preparedness and planning, really, as well as in the new forms of the editorial meeting that you've been inventing?
Oh, absolutely. I think you can. I think it's important to bring the media as much as possible into these kind of gatherings, into these kind of organizations, and that's sort of how you build rapport over time. That's how you build familiarity with the subject matter, familiarity with reporters themselves. I saw that over my career with climate change. I spent actually a number of years focusing on climate change, and back in the mid 2000s when I was first doing it, it was not exactly a niche subject, but its kind of interest would kind of rise and fall based off whatever was happening in the world. But over time, it really became something that more and more reporters became familiar with. It went beyond just the specialists, the environmental reporters, to almost everyone. Everyone knew that this was a subject they had to know about, they had to care about, they had to be able to write about. So, over the long term, I think through bringing those reporters into these kind of meetings, frankly, to talking about them, to being very patient, because again, we're talking about a very technical subject. There's not always going to be that background level of knowledge. You can help enlist the media in these kind of events. And then when you have something like, obviously a pandemic would be a great example, but let's imagine, anything that could happen when we need to understand what should we be doing about AGI. If you have built that background rapport, you've built that background knowledge in the part of the media that you're working with, they can play a role. They can't be controlled, but just building that out, I think building it on an educational level, that's what we're trying to do with the Future-Proof Reporting Fellows. We want to create a situation where they know about how this works, and then they go out into the world, maybe they go out elsewhere in the media, and even if they're doing something that has nothing to do with these subjects, they're used to that. They know the terms, they know why it's important. Over enough time, I'm hoping that will spread out to all kinds of existential risk subjects, and you'll see not just specialist journalists like myself, but really all kinds of journalists who will at least know what we're talking about, know why it matters, and then be able to respond to it, if and when an event does happen.
Thank you. And I'm just going to go a quick question from Matthew Rendell, who's he asked if the narrative that there's even 100% probability over some very long time spans of things like asteroids or nuclear war, some would argue, I might add. And so does the narrative, if we don't do X and Y, Y will eventually happen, does that help with some of those editors that you described earlier who are stubborn to other reasons for talking about these risks?
That's where you get to the long time frame. That's a real challenge here. You're absolutely right. Over a long enough time frame, certainly something like an asteroid strike will happen, but probably, well, then you're getting beyond any kind of human time frame. Something like nuclear war, I think that's a better point. I absolutely agree that if these weapons are in play for a long enough time, something will happen, and potentially in the shorter term than the longer term. That is the biggest obstacle, I think, in many ways to overcome, not just for the media, I think, but for the public more generally. We're not used to thinking about those long-term timescales. Many of us won't be around if and when these kind of events happen. But I think that's a decent argument to make. That has to be paired, though, with what can actually be done about it. And that's why, subjects like pandemic prevention, that's why I came back to that again and again, in part because it's something I've covered my entire career, but also because it's one where it is both clear and present, it's happening right now. We know it will get worse. We know that the threat from natural pandemics perhaps is static, perhaps is rising over time. Certainly the risk, I think, from bioengineered pandemics, whether on purpose or accidentally, will only grow in the future. That's something where, all right, we can tackle specific things that can be done about it. We can understand it better. And you can have media reporting on it. I mean, that's why I was particularly really glad to see that ProPublica grant I mentioned from Sam Bankman-Friedman and the FTX Future Fund. That's a subject, biosecurity, that is criminally undercovered in the media today. And you really do need to help fund those groups that have the interest to go very deep into it, to do hard investigative work, because it's not easy to really report on something like lab safety, for instance. So I would say, that argument can help. It's just that it helps if you can make that time cycle as short as possible. And that's probably why we will have a little bit more luck with something like pandemics or even climate change to a certain extent than those further off risks that are harder to grasp, like AGI.
Thank you. So, Shahar, I think we'll go to a question in the room. We'll come to Ellie a second, but I wanted to go to Tom, one of our colleagues, who has been, if you're wondering what I'm doing here, he's kindly making the Discord questions into short form so I can actually read them out for most of this conference, and has finally one of his own questions, which I think he deserves at the end of day 2.
I don't think I can handle the pressure now. So, Brian, thank you. That was really interesting. And you've actually semi-answered or talked around some of what I wanted to ask you anyway, but I'm interested in hearing more about what you think about the kind of either agenda setting or kind of policy impact role that some of the work that you and others do as journalists. And for context to that, I think in the big recent case study we've had of a massive risk, the pandemic, it seemed really clear to see some journalistic figures, for better or worse, have a really strong shaping impact on what policy actors were saying, on what populations thought, on like an evolving common sense. So I guess, what do you think about that? And if you think that that's a real thing that kind of exists, if there's that substantive role as well as just reportage role, like what does that mean for thinking about your practice or the practice of your profession?
That's absolutely true. And I think agenda setting is an increasingly important part of what certain parts of the media do. You know, that's really what we try to do at Vox Future Perfect. And we're interested in reaching as wide an audience as possible, but we in some ways measure our success by like, have we moved the needle on actual agenda setting? You know, if we hear back that, okay, a story we did, maybe more likely that one senator, one representative would vote for, say, that biodefense program I mentioned, that matters. Or you're introducing new ideas like EA, which is still fairly new to most of the public, into that public sphere. You're hoping that actually does make a difference. So, you know, in some ways, this is an evolution of what, you know, I would have thought of as the sort of conventional idea of me before, which was, again, those 5 Ws, very straight facts. The reality is, I think that you can make a difference in agenda setting. Certain journalists really can do that. We see that again with the disaggregation of the internet. This has given an opportunity for individual journalists to reach audiences on their own. It's in some ways weakened the strength of a lot of conventional brands, because suddenly their reporters, their writers can have their own audiences. I mentioned the growth of platforms like Substack. That also enables people to reach audiences on their own. And increasingly, this is not just straight reporting, but it is interpretation. That's a lot of what we do. The world gets ever more complicated. We're trying to interpret it in a certain kind of way. And so, yes, I think you can do that. At the same time, you have to understand that that's a great responsibility. If you're actually going to do that kind of work, if you're going to go beyond that kind of traditional reporting, you have to be sure about what you're doing. You have to understand the responsibility you have. This is not just a matter of getting facts right or wrong, but you actually may be playing some role in moving the public discussion, moving political action in one way or another. I expect that to continue in the future. I expect it, again, become more disaggregated, more about individual stars, individual voices versus potentially really big brands. But that will be the case, and that will only grow as that technological reach increases.
So the last question I'll give to Elias. I love putting pressure on people today. And just to say, to add to that very, very briefly, there's a US scholar in internet studies and regulation called Renata Restra, and she talks about the right to free speech, but not the right to free reach. And then I think with this kind of very editorial form of journalism, that platform that they have, remembering to respect that reach that they have, and continue to remember they're just someone with the right to free speech, and that they don't, not all of their ideas deserve that level of profile. Anyway, Elias, last question.
What an honor to have the last question.
Thank you.
My question is, what might be good reasons for why the editors that you have experienced so far behave the way they do? So the background of this question is, it seems like the model right now is bypass the way the game currently works by funding outlets that cover this, like the work that you're doing or all the others that you've mentioned. I'm wondering, is there anything we can do about changing the game, quote unquote, or the system itself, so that also broader outlets like Times and New York Times, etc., become interested in this? Because otherwise, I'm kind of concerned about ever-increasing fragmentation, also with Substack, etc. Yeah, that's the question.
No, I absolutely think that can happen. I think that's important, because the same time as I've mentioned that disaggregation, that has also had the effect of strengthening certain really big brands. You mentioned the New York Times, and that's probably a much bigger brand with much bigger reach than it had 30 years ago before the internet really began to change things. In terms of how you shift that, well, I mean, I'm seeing some evidence of that. You know, I mentioned, you know, one thing that the New York Times is doing is something called the Headway Initiative, which is kind of a broad reporting project that draws on data to really explain the state of the world and where the world's going. It's kind of it's focused on progress perhaps, but like existential risk is part of progress. Obviously, you're not going to have progress if the world comes to an end. So in the same way that climate change went from somewhat of a niche specialist subject within the mainstream media to something that now is much more broadly covered, and not just among environmental reporters, but among business reporters, among political reporters, I think you could over time see the same thing with some aspects of existential risk. I would really hope that's the case with pandemic prevention. It'd be shocking after all this if it doesn't. But you know, over time that could happen with other things. In the same way that existential risk itself was once a fairly, my understanding, fairly niche academic subject. I think who was it? Nick Bostrom said, you know, more studies about ice cream or something like that than there were about the end of the world. That's obviously not so much the case anymore. I think over time you'll see that reflected in the media as well. How you do that, I mean, it's hard. You know, some of that is generational change. I think the way it actually works in academia as well. I expect that the next generation of writers and reporters who go into these places will be coming in with different perspectives on these subjects. Again, something similar with some of the climate change. And that's why, you know, I think it's really important to train those journalists. You know, so going into journalism schools or the programs we do with our fellows, that's not just about strengthening us as a brand, you know, future perfect. It's about seeding the ground for the future for a new crop of journalists who understand these subjects, who understand their importance, and will bring that to bear in their reporting, even if they're doing something that has, on the surface, very little to do with these subjects.
Thank you, Brian. And one last round of applause for Brian. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So if Brian had been here with us in person, he would have been able to join us at 6:30 outside to go to the Tipsy Vegan if you want to. There are up to 15 seats in total to go with Hayden and enjoy more conversation this evening. For the rest of us, I encourage you to speak to the person next to you, ask what they're doing this evening, and make some plans for yourself. We'll be back here at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and there are a couple of spaces left in tomorrow afternoon's workshop that we've been able to open up, so there'll be a sign-up form for that tomorrow morning as well. See you then when we'll be discussing global solutions to catastrophic risk. Cheers.